All right, everyone, welcome to the TGS Signature Series presented by the Dailyhive. We're in to our playoffs now here on day two, and I'm very, very excited to watch the League of Legends action today. I'm your play-by-play shellcaster, Johnny Esports. I am joined by Random Minion Caster. How you doing, my dude?
Doing great. Super excited for this. We are now into the playoffs here. It is still a best of one for the quarterfinals, which
Mm-hmm.
to me just raises the stakes even higher.
Mm-hmm.
No room for error. Loser goes right out the door.
Exactly. And our first matchup we're going to have today, we haven't had them on stream yet, but they've already played against each other. So this is a bit of a grudge match for these two. It's Washed Up versus Lolliot Prodigy. So what do we know about these two teams, Random?
Both of them looking pretty strong here. They both yesterday in the second round of round robins here played each other in match one in one of the faster games which has happened during this tournament. 22 and a half minutes was how long that game went with Washed Up, really taking that one. And no surprise at all, yet another bloodbath, 21-12, the kill score here. So both these teams like to play fast, and Washed Up here on paper are incredibly strong. They've got themselves, two challenger players, a grandmaster and a master, and an unranked jungler in Zaga here, but they're just overall looking really scary. Lolliot Prodigies, though, have taken down some really impressive teams as well.
Mm-hmm.
Their rank on paper looks lower, but their coordination as a team has been spot on.
Yeah, that's pretty wild to hear that that game went so fast and was so bloody in such a short period of time, which makes me even more excited for this matchup when these two teams finally get into the rift. We're just loading things up in the lobby right now, and it will be a couple minutes before we get started. But let's just quickly touch on the action we saw yesterday leading into this and kind of what we kind of see in this meta. Of course, it's very volatile considering the new items and everything, and everyone's kind of figuring that out, and like lots of different ideas of what even is strong. But one thing we do definitely see is the combo of Malphite Amumu is very prevalent, and Sunfire Aegis is a very strong item.
Yeah, I mean that item, as much as they've nerfed it, it's still so core right now. And Mumu was the interesting one. Round one, Mumu banned almost every single game. Round two, we saw Mumu sneak through quite a few times. I think in every game we cast actually on stream. Round two, Mumu made it through, and he won every single one of those games. So Amumu right now incredibly strong. One other thing we noticed was the Kale. We did see a lot of Kale bans as well as picks, and Kale, though, every time got through was not quite as impactful as the ban rate might suggest. Right up till that third game, we saw Glaive Purper versus Ninsassin. Then we finally saw why teams were scared of Kale, but I'm not sure we'll be seeing quite as high a priority here in the playoffs on that Kale.
Well, the interesting thing I saw around that was you saw sometimes maybe people would build around this team comp around their 80 carry in the bottom, like whether it's like a Vayne or something, or the Samira we saw a couple times. But one thing they never really did with Kale was they didn't really build around Kale until that last game. We just saw like, oh, Kale's really strong. We're just going to pick it. And then they just picked it into a comp that didn't have a front line and really couldn't work with it and didn't really have a jungler that can help the Kale through that rough early game. And when we finally saw it with a good front line in front of them and the ability to kind of help this Kale bridge that, and they put Kale in the mid lane instead of the top lane, giving them that shorter lane where they can get punished less. I thought it really worked out. So I think while we know Kale is just strong in a vacuum, I think hopefully teams have figured out that, oh, you actually have to build around this pick instead of just like, oh yeah, Kale's busted, pick it. Like it's not that easy.
Yeah, exactly. It really feels like right now there are two picks where you can kind of just blind pick them and, kind of irrelevant of the composition. That's Amumu and Samira.
Yeah.
Because we've seen Samira as well getting banned a lot in the first round of round robins. Samira got through and carried games, irregardless of what the rest of the team was doing. But it feels like these are sort of early to mid-game champions that you can do this with. Champions like the Kale, like the Victor, they do need a bit of team work built around them there, whether it be sort of some sort of early game insurance to get to that late game where Kill can pop up, or a front line, like I said, for that Kill to be able to output the damage behind, for Victor to be able to, have a bit of distraction, a bit of chaos there. So it'll be interesting to see now that we're in playoffs. These are the top 8 teams here coming in. So, meta changes a little bit because we're left with the best of the best.
Yeah, and here we go. We're getting into our draft. One more time again, we have Washed Up over here on our blue side and Lolliot Prodigies here on our red side. So let's get into this draft, see what these teams do, see if they leave up that Samira, that Amumu, or that Kale. and see if we spend a lot of time talking about those champions for any reason. Rengar will be our first ban, actually. And Nunu is also another really, really good jungler for that Sunfire Aegis, as we mentioned, to be kind of involved in there. So that is already being banned out by Lolliot Prodigies.
Yeah, and it's one of Zaga's most played champions on the side of Washed Up as well. So, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You want to take that out. Like, it's such a strong meta pick. You know, it's one of the players' most played champions as well. Just deny it here. The Misfortune coming out again. One of the most played champions for Cappuccino as well on the side of Washed Up, who is, by the way, the kill leader right now in the second round robin. Most kills according to Battlefy at any rate here. And yeah, so it's a bit scary to face, 29 kills on mostly Misfortune or Jhin. And both these sort of teams play a lot of Jhin. So now that Samira is banned, we have seen a lot of teams default to that Jhin as that second tier or second pick ADC here.
Yeah, exactly. And interesting ban here. The Sejuani banned out instead of the Amumu, so that's left up. So we saw yesterday people trying to leave up the Amumu to potentially pick this pick that they thought was a counter. We saw attempts of Kindred. We saw attempts of Trundle. It didn't really work, even though the theory was there, probably just because the true damage that's possible from Amumu is just like too much. And the fact that the ult is now actually a stun, just too much to handle. So they left it up. Let's see if they have their own kind of counter and what they think they can do. They're also bringing themselves a tanky boy in Dr. Mundo. And we'll see our first Seraphine game on stream, so that will be exciting too as well.
Okay, so a couple interesting things. As you mentioned, the Amumu insta first pick. We've already talked about that. I mean, I'm kind of excited that we actually see Amumu again game one, because Amumu games have always been kind of active here. The Dr. Mundo for Dreamy ZM here in the jungle. It's one of his sort of default picks here in terms of tankiness, especially when Amumu's not available. But Seraphine, Q pick for Washed Up, has been playing the Seraphine mid in quite a few games here. So the fact that Lolliot is picking it up, that to me screams denial. They're trying to deny it away from Q pick here. So it'll be interesting to see who picks it up as well, because KS Ryu and Aluka-chan, their top and mid laners, do swap lanes sometimes. Kill, if KS Ryu picks up that kill, often they'll take it into the mid lane as well to play from the mid lane. So I don't know who's going to take the Seraphine, but it's definitely not the support.
Yeah, we'll definitely see where that will happen there. Leona being their last pick to kind of like sort of deny that over from the other side, because Leona Amumu combo, we've seen that. I know I talked about Malphite, but yeah, but also Leona in the support position to combo with Amumu. Just like we talked yesterday, the Venn diagram of CC and area of effect you have to dodge just becomes very, very difficult when you have those two champions. So at least that'll be picked on the other side, and to deny that and give themselves a little bit more crowd control, considering, like you mentioned, the Mundo coming in here, possibly in the jungle because of Dreamy, and doesn't really provide that much CC. So you need kind of CC out of your lanes, and you're doing that with Seraphine and Leona, whichever lanes Seraphine ends up kind of ending up on, again, likely mid. But if you're going to play Jungle Mundo, your lanes have to have their own CC, and we have that there.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you can kind of try and at least match the CC coming out of the Amumu by bringing your own as well. So Leona brings as much CC, though not as much damage. And then the Jhin Lux pickup here from the side of Washed Up. Jhin is actually the most played for Kitty Cat Rengo on the side of Lolliot. So the fact that, they let that through in favor of the Seraphine, we'll have to see if that works out for them, taking away opponents' comfort picks and kind of sacrificing your own comfort picks. But that Lux here, Q-Pick has been playing Lux. I believe played 2 out of 3 Lux games in the second round robin as well. So very likely to be a mid lane Lux here. And considering that Q-Pick is the one who's been playing Seraphine, Q-Pick's the one that's been playing Lux, I almost feel like whoever picks up that Seraphine, if you're going to run it mid against Q-Pick, it's going to be a bit of a hard ask, because Q-Pick knows the champion in and out, probably knows both sides of the matchups, and will be very, very comfortable with this here.
Oh, scrolling through ADCs right now, trying to see what they kind of pick up here. They have a little bit of an awkward damage where the damage would come if they do end up blocking the Senna. But no, they switch over to the Vayne, which to me makes a lot more sense. You can follow up that CC now with Vayne running in there, just taking people out like Vayne does.
And I mean, Vayne is so slippery. Even before all the item reworks, is already so slippery. Now, with the item reworks, we have been seeing mostly, Immortal Shield Bow coming through for the Vayne, at least in this tournament here. But Vayne can actually go anything. She can go Gale Force as well for added mobility. Yeah. It's not actually the worst pick, especially when you run into champions like the Amumu here, like the Lux, when there's so much CC to dodge out on there. Gale Force,
I
Not
love
the
Galaga.
worst thing to pick up. And Kraken Slayer
Honestly,
as
yeah.
well on Vayne, like the synergy there is just so strong. So just so many options, but you have to survive. And running into that Curse of the Sad Mummy, Amumu doesn't need to aim. If you get too close, they press R, you're going to be dead. And like we said, that's a
Hmm.
stun, not a root now. If you're just going to get chained down by everyone. And Pantheon brings some point and click CC as well. Camille
Ooh.
can lock you down. So you can see the moment that Vayne came up, Washed Up started drafting some really easy lockdown here.
Yeah, especially like one way to answer to Vayne is that like Vayne's got that relatively short range, right? So you just answer it back with long range engage, where you can CC her from long range before she even gets an auto attack off, and then you can follow up with everyone else. Because Pantheon, Camille, they can come from pretty long range. Pantheon with that semi global obviously can come from very far, and then you follow it up with the Mumu and the Lux and everyone else, and of course Jin too as well. So that's some good follow up to that engage. I like the idea of their team comp for sure, but I also like the idea of the team comp on the other side. A bunch of CC, they lock in the Renekton as their last pick, a decent answer into Camille. You're just giving yourself a good lane to play in. We saw last time how Renekton does fall off, even though it is really strong early. So we'll see how it kind of goes if this gets to late, which we've seen a bunch of games get to late. However, like you said, last time these two plays, it was a 23-minute game. So
Yeah.
it might not go late because it might just be extremely bloody, and that might be exactly what KS Ryu wants to do in the top lane.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, I do believe from what we're seeing here, we will probably see an accelerated pace of game. The bot lane, this entire tournament, everybody's been picking aggressive supports, Pantheon, Leona. And I really do feel that your bot lane's tempo is set by your supports, not your ADCs here.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you pick an Ezreal who wants to scale, even when you pick the Vayne who does become a late game monster, if your support wants to go in, usually what you're going to see is the ADCs go in anyways, because there's just so much damage coming out from, the likes of a Pantheon, the likes of a Leona as
Mm-hmm.
well. So that's fast-paced top lane. Like you said, you pick a Renekton for early game, and this Renekton was a counter pick. They saved it for last. So
Mm-hmm.
obviously KS Ryu here feels like they need to win early against the Camille. So they're looking to speed things up. Every time we've seen a Mumu so far, a Mumu tries to play it early. So I feel like both teams here, it's going to be a bloody game because they want to make action happen. Maybe not instant 5-minute kills like we've seen from some of our other games, but certainly expect some action. And I actually find what Washed Up did here interesting, because usually so far what we've seen with the Amumu is teams drop the Amumu and pile on more AoE CC. Like you
Mm-hmm.
said, the Malphite, the Leona, things like that, to just add up more AoE crowd control. And crowd control wins games here. Like I
Yeah.
said, the easy way I've been using to see which team is probably going to win is count how much CC they're bringing to the table.
Mm-hmm.
But Washed Up didn't do that. Washed Up has instead picked a whole bunch of almost pick style champions. You've got the Lux, you've got the Pantheon, single target AoE CC Camille, split pushing here. So it almost feels like the Amumu pick, either they feel it's so strong that they don't need to build around it, or they're just trying to win in lane, find picks and get kills here. So despite the Amumu pick, I feel like their team comp isn't geared necessarily towards that big team fight. Whereas you look at Lolly at Prodigies and said they actually feel like they've got more AoE CC. Seraphine and Leona are both loaded there. You've got a really solid front line, Renekton and Dr. Mundo as well. So their team is going to build around Kitty Cat, trying to survive these fights. So all eyes in team fights on Kitty Cat. If Vayne survives, if Vayne puts out the damage, they win that fight. And not even the Amumu can turn the tides with that if Vayne survives.
Exactly. So we're into our quarterfinals. This is our number 1 seed versus number 8 seed. Just for anyone kind of tuning in, maybe you just like kind of left off of our last stream, and maybe you're surprised to hear Washed Up being our number 1 seed. UBC actually did end up dropping a game in kind of in groups. They had to go through a 3-way tiebreaker to kind of get their seeding. So just to get everyone caught up in the bracket, it is Washed Up in number 1, Lolly at Prodigies at number 8. You can also find this all on Battlefy too as well, if you want to check that out. But UBC ended up being 4th, so they're up against LF Hot Ardent GF. Our second seed, Chips Without Salt, is up against Nin Sassin in our third match, and Glaive Prepper is up against Linden Jai, our 3 versus 6. So again, this is our best of 1 quarterfinal. Winners of these go up into the semifinals, which will be best of 3, and we'll stream that too as well. So we'll get into that. But let me quickly talk about one of our sponsors, our presenting sponsor, Dailyhive. The TGS Senior Shooter Series is presented by Dailyhive. So if you're wondering what's going on in Vancouver today, Dailyhive has you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com. Thank you very much, Dailyhive, for helping us out and making sure this tournament is completely possible. So now we're going to jump into the game. Let's introduce our blue side team in Washed Up. In the top lane, we got Phenom X. At jungle, we have Zaga. In the mid lane, we got Cupid. at the 80 carry preseason, we got Cappuccino. And support position is Cat Isbot.
We have the Loliot Prodigies with KSRyu in the top lane. In the jungle, it's going to be Dreamy ZM, Luka-chan in the mid lane, Kitty Cat Rengo as ADC, and for their support, it's going to be Mr. Kiwiism.
Awesome stuff, and I'm very, very excited to get into our quarterfinals. We saw like really, really spicy stuff in groups. We saw some explosive games where we were both talking off air how we kind of hope that the games today are either more like our last game or more like our first game yesterday because they were bloody and they were crazy. And again, these two teams already played against each other, and that was bloody and crazy. So I'm hoping for more of that because I like fun. I like fun games. I like having to speak a whole bunch. We've seen a ton of fights yesterday that were like people dying, and then because these tanks just live forever, people respawn and have time to rejoin the fight because those fights are so long, and I want more of that because it's exciting and it's fun, and I hope you all enjoy stuff like that. And I'm excited. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things we were talking about is we didn't want necessarily one-sided stomps. Like, we don't mind fast games. We love fast games as well, but it has to be a fast game, where the teams are actively trying to fight. And I feel like we didn't get to see this last time they matched up, but I do feel like it was active, and we're already seeing, a stack here. And yesterday, that did often mean that it was going to be a delayed invade when we did see stacks coming here. So let's see what action we get, if any at all.
Yeah. And it seems like they're kind of stacking 5 in case they're just protecting against the evade towards the top side, not caring as much if they invaded towards their blue buff here. But they're all just sitting there waiting to see what this enemy team does. And now they're starting to move. Here's that delayed invade. They're sitting here in the pixel brush. There's 2 of them there. We do have the cleaver coming out, or I guess the Summoner's Cup in that skin. Best skin, by the way. Oh, roughly the best skin of the game, mostly for the Tonk. That comes out of that Mundo. So much respect to that TPA skin coming through here. But yeah, delayed invade gets kind of spotted out and they just back off here. So we will just be starting both on the bottom side for both these junglers rather. They will surprisingly, maybe slightly, is that Amumu is starting red buff, but we will see where they kind of end up. Does set up for either of these jungles to maybe want to gank top right after, because the top lane is pretty volatile and is somewhere you would like to get advantage for either of these teams.
Yeah, and definitely, as you mentioned, Amumu starting red buff is not really normal. Usually Amumu likes to start blue to get that mana to be able to just shred right through the jungle. Can do it really quickly with that Despair sort of AoE damage, and not doing that means that they have to have a plan here. I like the adaptation. KSRyu going in and dropping down that ward means they will be able to spot that out here when Zaga goes up. And Amumu is vulnerable early. We spoke about it yesterday. We thought like the most reliable way to beat Amumu was to cripple him early. So the fact that they know Amumu didn't start there, they're fairly safe to potentially go in, maybe punish, or at least track where Zaga is going with this Amumu here.
Definitely. It seems the issue with not doing blue buff is that like your early clear is pretty rough on Amumu, so like not being able to have that and just be able to keep the Despair out and keep your mana, you can already see that this Amumu is at half mana right now, so it makes it like just more difficult to just stay out there for as long as possible. So you get a little bit potential to tempo advantage that could come out of this Mundo, see where they kind of go, but it does look like they're going to roughly get to whichever first lane gank, if they decide to gank right now, at roughly the same time, so it's not like too much of a punish right now. That seems to be happening. Amumu does now have that blue buff, so we'll start restoring that mana there, and going from there.
And tracking, knowing that Zaga's topside means quite a few things. So starting at topside, KSRyu knows that he has to be careful for the Amumu gank potentially there. Dreamy is up there as well. But look at how KSRyu is just being shoved on the turret. He doesn't want to shove back. He wants to control. And bot side, for both bot lanes, Loliot Prodigies knows that no Amumu down here. If they want to go aggressive, they can. But so far, they have been bullied out a little bit here. And KSRyu just trading quite strongly onto Phenom, actually. It will have to be careful now that Zaga's there. And because Zaga kind of routed down, I'm not sure KSRyu is aware anymore where Zaga is. And he might be vulnerable to this gank here.
Yeah, here comes the gank. And this would be super rough. You're already down 11 CS. And if you were to also go down a kill, too, you would lose this minion wave. And that would have been rough. But so good job of avoiding... Excuse me. Good job of avoiding What's that out there? I'm choking on my own saliva.
And while Johnny is getting ganked by his own throat here, we do see Dreamy able to take away that scuttle, but was contested, so they will know where Dreamy is, and Zaga sat on a ward. So the early sort of warding and vision we're seeing here from both teams is great. We did say we were expecting a lot of action, considering it was a 22.5-minute game the last time, but this is why I was saying I don't expect there to be necessarily be first blood, a bunch of kills before 5 minutes, because these teams know how to play. These are good teams here, and not only that, but just looking at the way they started tells me they have an early game plan, which is something I feel like some of the teams didn't necessarily have. They didn't have an early game plan. They were just looking to scale. And then if you don't have an early game plan, then you have to be careful, because if you do have an early game team but no plan and you fall behind, you just get outskilled.
Yeah, exactly. And sorry, folks. It's kind of fun. It's one of those like video like online production issues where like normally if I start choking, I could like signal to the color caster if we were in person just to talk or something because I need to solve this problem. But I'm just like, oh no. But I'm back. Everything's okay, everybody. And we'll get back into this game. Big thing to note too is the big CS advantage is kind of coming up for Washed Up in every lane right now. So the solo lanes are doing fantastic. So while yes, Amumu is slightly behind on the clear because the early wave clear isn't as good when you don't have like any sort of AP or you don't have that Sunfire Aegis to help the burnout. I'm gonna shut up because here comes a dive into the tower. And first blood is going to go to Mr. Kiwiism, and a bit too aggressive of a play from Cat is bot leads to a big mistake.
And I think Cat is bot. I understand why they made that decision there. They almost got first blood, but topside now as well. No flash either, Phenom.
Here's Dreamy. Yeah, Phenom now trying to run away. Will not be able to escape KS Ryu. And there we go. So yeah, they went back in CS. They kind of just played it back. But suddenly after 2 kills, they now have the gold lead. And yeah, this is exactly what you want to do if you're Lolly Prodigies with this earlier team composition. Get these kills because falling behind in CS looks really scary, but you kind of lulled in washed up and were able to pick up some pretty strong kills. As we see Zaga and Dreamy meeting in the jungle. Not level 6 yet is Zaga. Level 6 is Dreamy though, so does able to use their own ultimate, but here's the rest of the team here on Washed Up. They've come to help out their jungler, Phenom X picking up that kill, and this is why you jungle as a team.
Yeah, that 4-man collapse immediately. Cat is bot, was not bot at all. Coming back out of base, just ran straight up to back up his teammate there. That wasn't a grand starfall. That was him just walking there, no boots either. And you've got to be careful when you're invading like that. When you invade, you need vision of the members of the team. Not necessarily just in the jungle, just knowing where people are. And the fact that Cupid rotated out, Phenom, they knew Phenom was going, but they didn't have vision on Cupid. They didn't have vision. And now bot side,
there we go, and they're fighting over here. Mr. Kiwiism is locked up, gets stuck on that wall, is trying to flash away here, but Cappuccino's here to follow. But here are the rest of Lolly Prodigies coming for the counter gang. Aluka-chan picking up the traded kill.
The one thing you have to note about Seraphine, we don't see a lot of Seraphine, or at least I haven't seen so much despite it being a new champion, is the fact that the ultimate range can be pretty disgusting because it bounces from champion to champion, ally or enemy. So that flash away from Mr. Kiwiism meant that Aluka-chan could out from halfway down the river here. And now they're starting up the dragon.
They're starting up that dragon here. Amumu has made his way over the dragon. Cappuccino has spawned back up. Potentially might be somewhere closer to range, but no. Zaga tries to go in for the banner shots and go for the steal, but will eventually be punished. And Aluka-chan picks up their second kill of this game.
And it feels like Washed Up being a little bit aggressive, kind of forcing these fights that they don't need to. When you've got the Lux there, especially at this point in the game, sitting on just the Lost Chapter and a tier, you're not that strong here. So that's the poke Lux. This is not that burst Lux that we see, towards the end of the game, with like a 30-second cooldown on that final spark and just can keep rotating. No, it's poke. And they kind of forced that. Zaga, not enough backup. We just praised them for collapsing as a team. That one, they didn't. It was 2v4 there. Lolly Prodigies didn't even really have to collapse because they were all there. Now, Phenom actually looking to potentially dive here.
Oh, Phenom coming in strong right on top of Aluka-chan. Gonna use that ultimate, get the shutdown. Beauty of a play, but will you pay for it with your own life? Looks like Jimmy Zan's gonna walk up and finish that one off. Curtain call, meanwhile, happening in the bot lane. Kitty Cat Rengo in a lot of trouble, gets locked up. Cappuccino picks up that kill.
And that was because Mr. Kiwiism was in the mid lane instead.
Cupid with the binding, with the ultimate, gonna pick up that one right back against Dreamy Ziab. This is the bloody game we asked for. It's 10 kills in 9 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this Honestly, a little bit earlier than I expected here, but it's coming out from really good rotations, really good movements from both teams. Cupic, being able to turn around and take out Dreamy here. I did say that this is not that burst Lux, but you can't take that much poke from that Lux there. There is still damage, and Dreamy at this point didn't quite have the magic resist just yet. Now did pick up, that Aegis of the Legion, and that's get some magic resist under the belt, but before this didn't have it. So you can't do that. And Mr. Kiwism, I like the fact that we're seeing the roams from the support all over the map already here. That was a good idea to roam into the mid lane, but Cupic just played that well, using the wall, knowing that Mr. Cubism couldn't reach, and then just able to isolate that instead of a 2v1, made it a 1v1. And one thing, Johnny, I feel like we need to touch on here is summoner spells, because summoners have been burnt and blown left and right here. Cupic taking Flash Cleanse here, so recognizing the range of the CC coming out from the Seraphine there. We're seeing Cleanse onto that Jhin as well. So a lot of cleanses, not a lot of exhaust. And top lane, Phenom X here. I mentioned no flash because they took, it's not that it was down or on cooldown or something. It's just, they didn't even bring flash. It's teleport, ignite, and it's not unsealed spellbook. So we're not seeing changes there. Phenom X is just playing strictly for fighting here. The ignite to win lane, the teleport to get around. An interesting choice. And personally, I actually like it when top laners don't necessarily take flash here because you need it against the likes of a Renekton.
Yeah, it gives you that ability to have that kill pressure with the Ignite, and they got a lot of mobility on Camille anyway, so while it does like kind of just trade away some safety that Flash just normally gives you when you know you can use it whenever you need it, but it does give you tons of pressure here. But speaking of pressure, Chaos Ryu does have the jungler behind them if Phenom X goes for an all-in. Hextech Ultimatum is not up yet, so it's going to be, it is now up now, so it just has come up in this timer, and Dreamy ZM has just kind of been hanging out here, seeing if anything happens, but it looks like Phenom will just be happy with collecting the CS that's right under a tower.
And the fact that they burnt so much time is also really solid for them, because Dreamy's been farming up better than Zaga. We said that was the only lane that they were kind of winning, but bot side...
Here's Mr. Kiwis, him coming with the solar flare. Gonna be knocked back is Kiwirango. What nice flash to avoid. Ton of the damage though could potentially came through, but here comes the curtain call. One hit, but here's the Zenith plate to try to counter that. It at least saves the 80 carry. Mr. Kiwism says, get down, Mr. President. But here we go, back to the top lane now is Phenom X is on top of Dreamy ZM. The Hextech Ultimatum now on top of there, but here comes the Curse of the Sad Mummy trying to trade that kill, at least right back will happen. Gets a double kill here. So they all go down, and 2 nice kills for Washed Up.
Did you see the damage they put down on Dreamyism there? I mean, Dreamy right now on that Dr. Mundo. Dr. Mundo's supposed to be tanky. Sunfire Age is now completed as well. Was running the ultimate. Sadism was ticking, but the healing did nothing. Phenom alone was already chunking him for so much damage there. And that's not what you want to see, come the mid-game from your Dr. Mundo. Necessarily does need a couple more items here before he can really come online, and that's not a great sign for them, because now Washed Up is looking like they are the stronger team in the individual lanes across every single lane except for maybe the mid lane here, and that's where they want to be with their composition. We said that their comp wants to get picks here, and when you're strong like that, you can just burst somebody down. Team fights, sure, Loliet has better team fighting, but when you team fight 4v5, it's that much harder. Even if your comp's better at it, it's just going to be so much tougher. And that's what we're going to see coming out from Washed Up. They're going to try and burst somebody down right away so that any team fight is not a 5v5, it's a 4v5.
Here we go, Cappuccino. Going to try to get some damage here. Your support was kind of waiting in the bush to see if something crazy happens. Because right now, Mr. Kiwism does want to kind of follow up on an engage that could happen there. And Cat is bot getting engaged from so far away. Well, we turn back into the mid lane. Cupic using the final spark there to get a little bit of damage on Aluka. They're both to about quarter health now. So both of them kind of getting poked up here, set up for potentially Chaos Ryu from the roam for the top lane to come into Cupic if she steps out of the pocket. But here we go. We're actually going to fight near the bot lane. Zaga's going to be jumping for them, trying to get into the back lane. TP's coming from both sides. Here's Aluka-chan with that ultimate. It's going to shut down the Amumu. They're going to shut down the Jhin, and they keep going forward here. It's a 2-for-1 now currently in favor of Lolliot Prodigies as the chase continues going forward. Cupic gonna be chased down by Mr. Kiwism. The rest of the team trying to come follow up. Mr. Kiwism down to about 100 health, will get taken out by Phenom X, but the Vayne will pick up a kill for themselves, looking for a double here. No, Dreamy will actually pick up that one. Cat is bot, makes their way over here, getting a double kill now over to this Mundo. They get the ace. They lose 3 members, but it's a 5-for-3.
And that fight there went on. It really snowballed, that fight there. It looked, at first like a 3v3, and everybody decided to pile in. Washed Up. I mean, Cat is bot, even flashing over the wall. That was not necessary, but they opted to do that. They traded 1-for-1 at the end of the day. And Loliot comes out ahead in these team fights. And that's the way we're going to see this kind of go here, is that if you don't burst down somebody immediately, Loliot's probably going to start winning these team fights when you get 3 or more people sort of into it. These not so small skirmishes, but full on actual team fights. And that's what they needed. I love the way they set up that ambush as well. 3 people into the bush. They baited it out. They cleared out all the vision. And then they instantly went for it here. So they're in a really solid position now. We are going to see the Kraken Slayer Vayne coming out from Kitty Cat Rango here. This is not a defensive Vayne. This is not the positioning Vayne. This is straight out damage Vayne. And in that fight, Kitty Cat Rango survived right to the end there. And like I said, if Vayne survives, they're going to be able to get tons of damage out. So they need to kill Vayne. That is the priority. Everybody else, I know Aluka-chan hurts up front, but survive that initial burst, and Aluka's damage will drop off compared to Kitty Cat.
Certainly huge there as we watch some wards being taken out. See what Catisbot wants to do over here. Does have the Grand Starfall available. Meanwhile, we'll get back to KS Ryu coming back to the top lane. Both junglers are over here as well. Ryu popping that Dominus to try to say survival. Tanky here will though go down as Zaga is now jumped into the fight as well. Dreamy ZM will be then focused down over here. Final Spark will finish off that kill. We tune back into the bot lane as Cappuccino has picked up a kill on Kitty Rego, but that gets ended up trading as Catisbot goes down. And then we tune back into the top lane as they continue trading and some insane action happening over there. They get another kill onto the Seraphine. So Phenom Exil picked that one on 2 parts of the map. You end up with a 4-for-1. And right now, Washed Up is really enjoying the situation there, and they seem to be the comp that will scale harder as well as being ahead right now. Ooh, Cappuccino, full combo, pulls out the curtain call, gonna try to finish Mr. Kiwis and will do so. And that's some Jhin mastery right there. That's knowing exactly your cooldowns of everything and exactly how you're gonna be able to put out the maximum amount of damage on this champion, and nice work.
And I mean, that's just, these supports never going to beat an ADC here, when there's some spacing. Mr. Kiwism, if that fight had continued, maybe Mr. Kiwism can win that fight with the minions' help. But once Cappuccino basically got out of range and could kind of reset a little bit, you're not going to be able to beat, that Jhin with the Eclipse as well. So he can really chunk, the tanky style supports that Mr. Kiwism is currently on. And I mean, Washed Up right now, yes, they are looking really strong. And while, you said they will scale better, for the short term, they definitely will. And that's the problem right now for Loliot Prodigies. You've got the Vayne, sure, who will technically scale the hardest, but it's going to take time right now. You've got the Kraken Slayer, not much else here. There's no Immortal Shield Bow, so Kitty Cat Rango dies really quickly. And Catisbot has a mission, and that is to be the only cat on the map. So Catisbot has just been hunting Kitty Cat Rango. It doesn't matter if Pantheon dies or not. The point is Kitty Cat must go down with him at the very least, and he's been doing his job. So that sort of damage threat isn't coming through. Aluka-chan on the Seraphine excels best in team fights. We've seen in lane, Cupid in the 1v1 will burn that out every single time, doesn't care, because the cooldown is so short on that final spark. So Aluka-chan, great in team fights a little bit, but against the Amumu, they're kind of scared. They're a little bit behind. I want to see Loliot Prodigies try and set up a proper fight here like we've seen, where they can be the ones to initiate with that Solar Flare, with Aluka-chan as well, to really do that, rather than getting picked off in the side lanes, getting out-rotated, which is what we've seen thus far.
It's definitely been a nice tempo from Washed Up. And the other part of it, too, is you just have really good CS numbers coming on from their team. You have the 10 CS per minute going on with Cupid right now, and everyone else sitting at like 9 point whatever with their champions, too. They're good at that. They're getting the laning stuff. They're checking all those boxes. They're not missing any of the CS, which comes big when you get into these fights. You get into these skirmishes. You're up like 300 to 600 gold just based on that, and then you kind of snowball that even more. So you're just seeing kind of really good fundamentals, I think, from Washed Up, and then combining that with like the micro or the macro of the fight going really, really well for them. So it's Washed Up just doing a good job here, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, their composition doesn't look like it's great for team fights, which is at bait at this point. If you're so far ahead, it doesn't matter if your composition's great at a particular thing, because your leads, as you mentioned, are just so big that your raw stats will just out damage them. I mean, one of the biggest things to me is I look at the top lane right now. KS Ryu 1 and 2 sitting on a Black Cleaver. You look at Phenom Axe has both a Ravenous Hydra and a Divine Sunderer already built here. So nobody can really match that. Now they're catching again.
They're jumping on here, wanting to line up a good Curse's Had Mummy. Will eventually get 3 of them down. But here comes Kitty Cat Rango as well, going to do some damage on the side. You will actually take out Cubic. Cappuccino, though, want to do a lot of damage as AD carry, too, as well. Got the curtain call up. Double kill now, though, on this Vayne. Just keeping popping off. Triple kill. Wants it now. We got them a Quadra. There's one left. Cappuccino running away. Doesn't want to gift this one over. But great play by Kitty Cat Rango. Beautiful positioning by this AD carry. And as much as praise we were talking about washed up, we cast a curse to them. Lolly at Prodigy's fighting back.
There can only be one, Johnny, and Kitty Cat Rango this time. Not happy with the amount of attention they've gotten. Yeah, so everything I just said kind of didn't matter. I mean, yes, you're up ahead, as you said. I was thinking, honestly, they're so far ahead, they can just brute force the fights. But I guess, to be fair, they still have a certain win con, and that is you have to kill Kitty Cat Rango. And they did manage to do that. Kitty Cat, patient this time, did not run into the fight. We saw Kitty Cat, picking the targets, and Dreamy and KS Ryu survived the initial burst. I think that was absolutely huge because the initial burst was wasted on the tanks. They didn't take down the Vayne, and Vayne can come in. So there we go. Lolliot has their win condition. They just need to make sure Kitty Cat, not the first one in, not the first one bursted, make sure the burst goes onto your tank. And for all that KS Ryu only has the Black Cleaver, right now between that and Dominus, he's tanky enough to actually survive the upfront burst.
Yeah, and the wild thing of that too, you saw Zaga kind of in that team fight, repositioning to try to hit the maximum amount of targets they possibly could, and they get 3. So normally you're like, yeah, 3-man Amumu ult, that is perfect. However, as we said, Kitty Cat Rango was not within that 3-man. Kitty Cat Rango was positioned really well, waited outside of that. Once that was blown, they jumped in. They were able to take out Cupid while everyone was kind of focused on trying to finish off those 3 targets that Zaga had ultimated up, and then yeah, just the work from the Vayne just did it from there. Just was able to pop the final hour and really walk in and take out 4 crazy targets. Cap because Jin can fight from 9 miles away, so was able to be the last one surviving there. But beautiful job by that and recognizing how to win that team fight. That's some great AD here.
Yeah, but now, after all is said and done, Baron is on the table, and the vision from the side of Lollit Prodigies has really lapsed on the top side. Phenom baiting with, Shelly on the bot side as well. So they have no idea Baron's taken. By the time, the first warning they get is it going down. And great bait by Phenom Axe in this bot lane as well. So great. You just want to fight, you ace the enemy team, and now you're going to be facing a team with a Baron buff pushing in here. The gold lead that we had previously seen is not quite as it's still there basically, and they've gone back, they've bought as well, so it's not like the lead has shrunk that much after last ace because of the Baron. They'll have to do the same as what they just did, where they can get Kitty Cat Rango in a position to safely up with the damage. And I want to point out, we talked about the fact that Kitty Cat Rango took exhaust. No cleanse means that they have to play it perfectly here, have to dodge everything, no Mortal Shield Bolt, and we're not seeing a Mikhail's either, so it's going to be real risky here for them to come back.
Yeah, I would have actually really have liked to have seen something like Mikhail's coming through, but just because, you kind of need that if anything happens to your Vayne, because they're gone basically full offensive. Like, they're basically using that exhaust as an offensive spell to slow someone down so that they can run them down too as well. So we'll see with that, but again, this Baron buff now going over to them. This is kind of their first neutral objective they got. All the dragons there, of course, going over towards the other side of Lollia Prodigies, but they're going to use this, and again, they snuck this Baron. It was a good macro play to kind of get into there, while basically Lollia Prodigies were assuming nothing was happening for a while. So nice play, 100%. And again, they still just have this gold lead, right? They still have like 8,000 gold over their opponent. So as much as that team fight was very, very nicely won, and as much as basically you have like a 9,000 gold onto your Vayne, you still got over 10,000 gold on multiple members on your team, so they're still really, really strong, and I think they recognize that. But here we go, they're trying to go for a fight here now. Mysterious does miss on the solar flare, and they're trying to run forward. Say doesn't pop right now for Dreamy ZM, and all it does is kind of force them away for a moment here while Camille continued to push the bottom lane. So they're playing this siege extremely well. Is washed up right now. So that's 2 ultimates blown over on the other side. Actually 3. Luka Chan does not have their ultimate available either. So they're still trying to push forward to try to get rid of these Baron powered minions. But again, they're getting pushed in from the bottom. Phenom X is doing a great job of just dividing their attention. Both these turrets die at almost simultaneous times. Here's the curtain call to try to slow them all down. You might want to cancel that. He does. Jimmy ZM is going to be walking up there trying to get onto someone. Cannon spot, it goes real low, but is now be able to get out of there. Final spark comes through to hit a couple targets. Cappuccino is going to follow up with that double kill. They're going to get 3 of their own. They got themselves a triple. Going to answer with their own quadra kill. So you get one, I'm going to get one, and I'm going to win the game, says Cappuccino, and they will be our first quarterfinal winners.
Yep, 24, just 24 and a half, just under 25 minutes here. So we kind of expected it coming in, Johnny. These teams play fast, but again, I'm pretty excited because this was not a completely one-sided stomp. We saw Lolliot Prodigies, try and make a couple plays to come back, and I think that last little bit there really came down to the fact that, unfortunately, the Solar Flare miss and the Encore miss, the 2 big AoE team fights that make or break Lolliot's team fighting composition. Unfortunately, it broke that particular game. Didn't work out. And with that, it's going to be a little heartbreaking for Lolliot. But after winning, 2 round robin segments there into the quarterfinals, it's make or break, and they're kind of out.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad when you have one game on day 2 and it's like you just lose that and you're gone. But if you really think about the whole thing they did in this tournament to get this far, they did a really great job to be in the top 8 of this tournament with a lot of really high level teams. Like basically at this point, it's like D1 up is everyone, right? So and you have challenger players in here, you have masters players in here, and they're all able to get to this point and really prove that they belonged in our top 8. Let's put it that way. So as much as it's sad, it seems like you had a short day. They had a long day yesterday. They played a lot of games yesterday. So they got. I hope they got their worth out of this tournament. Whether that is just the practice that they got, or as well just the fun. You got to play a bunch of games of League of Legends. That wasn't just solo queue because it's way more fun to play in this way. So we're gonna wait to find out what we're gonna get in our semifinal matchup. It will be a best of 3. So we will announce that as soon as we kind of know what's going on there. I will give another sponsor shout out here for a moment while we have the time. So shout out to Van S. Did you know you can go to Vancouver Animation School to learn esports? They are accepting applications for their esports program right now. So check out vanas.ca. That's VANAS.ca to learn more. So we will be back with our semifinal matchup, but we'll take a quick break and we'll figure out where we're going with that. But until then, don't touch your browser and we'll see you soon.
Taking your daily vitamins has never been so fun and easy. Herbaland gummies are vegan, sugar-free, and free from allergies. We are proudly Canadian, inclusive, and sustainable. Shop locally for the whole family at herbaland.com.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Your love. Without your love. Open up your heart and let our love begin. Trust in me.
Hello friends, and welcome back to an exciting episode of TGS That You Should Know, where I go everything esports, gaming, and technology news. Today, I want to let you know about a game you should be checking out, especially if you are a VR user. The game is called Population 1, which is the first of its kind battle royale in VR. The game's pretty interesting because the whole premise is you can climb anything, fight anywheres, and do a lot of interesting things like eat a banana, skydive, and literally fist bump your friends during battle. The game's pretty unique, so this will, I think, pave the way for future generational BR games in VR. That's quite the sentence, BR and VR. So I think it's a really cool, innovative game that is really going to start a trend that we will see in the future and hopefully not pave the path to the movie like Gamer. Terrifying. Anyways, friends, I think you should check out this game. It's a really cool concept and worth checking out. So if you are a VR user, it's available now. So dive in there with your friends and check out one of the first battle royales in virtual reality. Eat a banana for me and do a kickflip off a building. Pretty sick. So until the next one, friends, you guys know where to find us on social media. Gaming Stadium CS on the old Twitter, and the Gaming Stadium on Facebook and Instagram. Till the next one, friends, goodbye and good gaming.
Slow down, fade out, hold down, fade back. Slow down, don't forget me now. I don't wanna fade out of your memory, your memory. Hold down, I know I have my doubts, but I want to fade back to your memory, your memory, your memory. Slow down, don't forget me now. I don't wanna fade out of your memory, your memory. Hold down, I know I have my doubts, but I want to fade back to your memory, your memory, your memory. Don't bow, don't bow.
Okay, we are back here with our TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive and our League of Legends tournament. We're into our semi-finals now. We got 0 washed-up games yesterday. We're getting more washed-up games today. We're going to go into the semi-finals with them versus UBC. These two teams are tournament favorites. Washed up, just a ton of Grandmaster Challenger players, just really, really high-ranked solo queue players. And then UBC coming in with their team, their premier team, one of the best collegiate teams there is around there, and they just kind of show with massive synergy that they are one of our dominant teams. However, they did drop a game in our groups yesterday, losing to Linden Jai, and I just went to go check it out. I'm like, were they just trolling a game because they could? And no, they were playing some of their best champ. You had pros playing Rumble. Jamusi was on the Samira, and they still lost that game. So there's a little bit of question marks on whether or not they're maybe as good as we thought they were, and they're going to have to prove it in this best of 3 versus washed up right now.
As you said, washed up, one of the best teams on paper, UBC Premier, one of the fan favorites here. So it's going to be hype for sure. And to be fair to UBC Premier, I feel like as a team, sometimes, they make a couple of mistakes here and there and cost them. And the bans are coming out so quickly here. The teams have been prepping all that time. I guess it was for this. We already see the Graves, Rek'Sai being banned out by washed up. They're targeting the jungle. Kazahana, we see Nunu, Seraphine being banned out immediately. Makes sense. Cupid's main sort of mid lane there, and he knows how to deal with it. Now, Samira, the question is Amumu now. We keep talking about the Amumu. Amumu right now is still 100% win rate on stream.
There you go.
And there we go. They're going to deny
Not
it.
testing it this time, but the interesting thing is they do ban out a ton of junglers on one side too, banning out a bunch of earlier junglers, probably people that they didn't want to counter jungle, specifically the Sejuani pick that they're grabbing now.
And both these junglers so far, what they've been doing is Amumu, Sejuani, and then for Zaga, it's been Nunu. For Kazahana, it's been Trundle. So they're sort of being forced down to their third tier or third choice picks here. And yeah, with all of these bans here, I don't feel like Kazahana now needs necessarily to rush a jungle pick. Everything that's left is kind of, third tier or second tier, I guess, third round picks for themselves. Instead, the Leona here. And we have to remember, Sejuani's basically discounted Mumu. Not as much damage, same amount of CC, same amount of tank. So same thing that works with the Mumu works with Sejuani. Malphite, Leona, both great. Instead, they are going to see Leona picked up immediately by UBC. They don't want to see that come out. And it's going to be Hecarim that Kazahana picks out here. And we have seen Hecarim kind of beat Amumu, and that's been by ganking early, just out-rotating punishing in the jungle. So we'll have to see if Kazahana can pull this off.
Yeah, I really, really like Hecarim in the meta right now. And I'm actually surprised we don't see it more. I think we got one game of it yesterday on stream, but I'm actually surprised we haven't seen it more. And we're getting Q-pick on this Zoe, which has been a pick that did work really well. And pros just playing their comfort pick on the Rumble.
Yeah, and I mean, the Zoe Rumble matchup is Zoe favored. Rumble cannot reach that Zoe if Zoe positions properly, so Zoe able to punish. And the fact that Pros insta-lock that Rumble there kind of tells me that Pros isn't playing necessarily for lane here. Pros is playing for the team fight. And when you've already locked in that Leona, it just makes sense here. You've got the AoE lockdown, provide the AoE damage as well, lay out the red carpet, and just watch as your opponents burn. So UBC feels like they're just going to play for the team fight here. So I feel like they need to survive the early game. We'll have to see. They do get counter pick in. Most likely they'll save it for the top lane. So potentially they could look to play there as well. And we're seeing a lot of top lane focus bans coming out.
Precisely. Like, we know they got a good counter pick that could potentially come for them in that top lane. They also have like the ADC pick, which I imagine they'll pick first to leave that counter pick up there. So they're just trying to get rid of things that they believe would probably punish them over there in the top lane. Aatrox is a counter to a lot of different top laners that they could play. So smart ban there. We're also seeing that MF ban coming through right now for Phoenix. We talked about in the last game just how strong that is. So we're actually like going deeper down to the 80 carry pool right now. That the Vayne's still available. We saw, even though in a loss in the last game, it still be very, very relevant champion. But depending on if you have enough damage from other teams, the Senna is still kind of there. There's still a lot of really good options.
Yeah, I mean, what else? There's Misfortune as well, right? Like with a composition like the Leona with the Rumble. Oh, pardon me. I didn't see that, man. My bad. Yeah. I was so focused on the Jhin ban. Yeah, because both of these play MF and Jhin. Makes sense they took that off the table, pardon me. So it will be the Vayne instead, which we have seen somewhat work even in the last game here for Washed Up when they did face off against Loliot. We saw that the one piece of Loliot's composition that really did kind of work was that Vayne. So Vayne now, still top tier champion. What's next? There's Ezreal, there's Ashe, there's going to be Ezreal for Cappuccino instead. So these don't necessarily add to the team fight composition. They're just individually strong. And we have seen Ezreal just yesterday, I believe it was Glaive Purper, right? On the Ezreal, just buying time, skilling up. And it's such an independent ADC where you can just do your own thing, survive, and output damage here.
And right now they've locked in 2/3 of Team Rocket, so it makes me think, are they going to go all the way and get the Yuumi too as well? Cat is bot, it would be appropriate with the name, but they already have the Alistar, so it would have awkwardly said Alistar top, so that wouldn't be a likely situation. But they do. They got a lot of poke on this team, and they add a little bit of engage now too with that Wukong to go along with the Sejuani and Alistar engage. So they kind of have like these options where they can kind of like poke. The other team comes in and then they engage on them. So that's basically what their team comp is looking at doing on this team. We'll see what Wash Up can do. And Shen, which has been such a priority actually in so much of this tournament, has gone all the way to last pick here, and Brando Dio will be able to use that. And we've seen how good this, basically UBC is one of those teams that are greater than the sum of their parts because they're just so synergized. And when you're that synergized of the team and then you get a pick like Shen, that could potentially be huge.
Yeah, I mean, the Shen has so many targets you could potentially go on here. You've got the Hecarim, should Kazahana go charging into the backline to initiate. You've got Jamusi as well, the Vayne, keep the AD carry alive, sort of panic stand united there. So there are targets to put in. You can even put it on Shinshin as well, who just dives in there. You layer that on top of the Solar Flare, and they're going to be sitting on the red carpet for the maximal amount of time. Lots of options there. But when I look over to the side of Washed Up, that Wukong pick scares me a lot here because Wukong is one of the counters to ADCs specifically. Back when Varus was in meta, that was one of the counters.
Yeah.
People like Vayne, you're short range. Wukong can just jump on you and kill you. And I feel like that's why they picked it here for Phenom X. And not to mention, Wukong against Shen is actually a pretty decent matchup. Yes, the Shen can nullify a lot of the autos, but Wukong is versatile, is, agile enough to get in and out, wait out your shield, and then go back in, lay down the damage as well. So I feel like that's a favorable matchup they've got in multiple lanes here for themselves. And Washed Up, we've already seen they're mechanically really, really good in lanes. They know how to play things out. this is one of the matchups. I feel like we're hitting the point where I'm no longer counting CC here because the mechanics of the players are good enough that it's not about who can just find that big wombo combo. I feel like the individual matchups start becoming a big deal here. And honestly, I don't know who won draft. I feel like both teams did such a good job here, right, in the draft.
And I think it just plays to kind of just their strengths as a team right now. You got what we saw in Washed Up last game. I actually feel like slightly Lollywood Prodigies like maybe had a little bit better macro, but they were just so good individually in their lanes. They were kind of just able to build that lead. You saw like the 10 CS per minute mark happening in the mid lane and pretty close to that from the top and in the AD carry position. So they were kind of able to get that advantage and then be able to snowball that into the late game, which is like, that's what you do when you're just like a bunch of good players.
Yeah.
You kind of you see that in like the LCS, right? Like you saw like how Team Liquid played like all of Summer Split was like they just felt they were better than other teams, so they could just build the scaling and they know they'll just get there no matter what. So that's kind of what Washed Up have been doing this whole tournament, and so they can kind of just do that. But on the other side, again, I don't want to harp too much on it, but again, it's just like, yeah, there's some lower solo queue ranked players on this. Rumble sitting there at Platinum right now, but like that's like it's irrelevant because they just are such a good team. They make these good team plays that really turn over. Like maybe you're slightly below in CS and you're slightly below in gold, but they can just like clap back on you and make a more aggressive macro play that really turns around a whole team fight and then snowballs for them, and they're good. You know what I mean? They're just really well coached, and that's just and that UBC program is insanely good, clearly, because they keep producing teams like this. So it's going to be very interesting to watch. I'm excited. Again, this is a best of 3, so this is our first game in our semifinal here, and I'm excited to see what these two teams bring forward. But first, let's give a quick shout out to one of our sponsors in Monster Cat. So if you're looking for the perfect soundtrack for your creative content, look no further than Monster Cat Gold. You can download and stream thousands of songs and add music to your Twitch and YouTube videos without fear of DMCA strikes or claims, and enjoy amazing perks, including early access and more for only $5 a month. So once again, thank you, Monster Cat, for helping sponsor this tournament and making it all possible. So we're going to continue to jump into this game. I'm very excited we're getting these two teams. We said a little bit off air that we think this might be like kind of the team that wins this could potentially win the tournament. Like no shade to the other half of our semifinal bracket here, because we got some pretty teams over there, as well as Chips Without Sauce or Great for Per are battling it out in our other semifinal too as well. And either one of those teams are very, very strong contenders too. But there's just this feeling like UBC, minus that one loss that they kind of were, where we were very surprised they ended up having, they were speed running the rest of this tournament on their way to this point. And then if you just queue ranks, you're like, oh my goodness, like this is an academy team. like these people are crazy just based on that. So there's definitely a potential for this to be an awesome semifinal.
Yeah, I mean, semifinals means top 4 here. We started with 32 teams. We're down to 1/8 of that. These teams here, each and every one of them have a kind of a story behind how they got here. And again, this was the best team on paper, Washed Up according to their ranks, versus, the hometown heroes, UBC, one of the biggest local teams, and both teams have shown a lot. And I'm super excited even more that we're into best of 3s, because we didn't see a ton of invades yesterday because they were all best of 1s. Even the quarterfinals, best of 1s. Now we're in the best of 3s. Maybe we see a couple more invades. And I want to see teams take a bit more risk, because it's not just one game. You have time to adapt. So let's see, some big risks come out. A 4-stack in the bot lane, though, is not necessarily the risk.
And the funny thing is, you saw Washed Up, and I feel like these people are going to take that risk. So they all go there because that's one of the best invade routes, right? So if they all went there and they got surprised by all of them in that bush, that would have spelled disaster for UBC. So you're almost glad they actually didn't take that risk, but they are potentially going for this delayed invade now. So we'll see where that's going to end up happening there. It could end up being kind of the suit for you, or potentially Jamusi are just waiting in this bush to see if Cappuccino and Cat is bought, just go straight through there.
I mean, when you have a Leona, especially a stronger ADC, and at level 1, Vayne does beat an Ezreal here, you can afford to use that Shield of Daybreak. Yes, Pulverize is one of the strongest level 1 CCs, but it's best into multiple people. If it's a single target, Shield of Daybreak is better. So I like that they tried to do that, but they're sat on top of a ward. They must know by now.
Yeah, they know. That ward's been there the whole time too, so that was the other thing. They know, so Zaga is coming here to help, and they're getting a flash coming in. This Sejuani is level 2 where everyone else is level 1 to note, by the way, so that is a huge help. Exhaust is now coming through. It's onto Shinshin, but they will get away. But, however, heal used by Jamusi, flash used by Shinshin, flash and exhaust used by Cat as bot. So a lot of summer spells blown in that little play.
Yeah, so really net result is that UBC's bot lane here, Shinshin, their support specifically, is going to start with less health, and Zaga is actually going to be slow or slightly slower in the jungle because Kazahana just started perfectly fine, no interruptions at all, where Zaga actually had to peel down, go help out a little bit. So they're trading, a little bit of lane pressure for a little bit of jungle pressure. We'll have to see if that comes in. We have to remember that Hecarim, one of the reasons why Hecarim has kind of fallen out of tier 1 junglers right now is because a bit of a rougher early clear, especially the initial first clear, tends to get a little bit lower in health and mana. So that jungle pressure might not net anything, but likewise, Shinshin already back at full health. So it feels like after all that action, really net gain 0.
Yeah. Exactly, but I always think the early game, the unless you kind of get kills, looking and jumping on that, Cat as bot goes forward, but a nice Zenith Blade hit by Shinshin turns this one around. So first blood ends up actually going towards this Ezreal, but they get taken down too from the burn eventually. So Shinshin picks up the kill, but you usually are happier with the kill going on your AD carry.
Yeah, I mean, and not only that, but it was also first blood. Cappuccino playing aggressively, and that's something I've noticed in this game and the last that Cappuccino likes to do is he's willing to just jump in there and trade. He did the same thing on the Jhin, and I love seeing that. And now Zaga looking for Brando Dio.
Zago coming out to the top lane. Brando Dio able to dash away and not be heavily punished by that gank. So good job, Brando Dio. We've seen Brando Dio all tournament deal with pressure super well, so I'm not surprised they were able to kind of escape that one. Meanwhile, we go to the mid lane as Cupid has to deal with pressure of their own. Pros is trying to burn them down. Got him down to about 150 health. Did get hit by the Sleepy Trouble bubble, followed up by that Pal Star, but Pros flashing forward, trying to make the play. Big play from the mid laner of UBC, but Zaga does come down to at least trade that kill, but you like getting the kill on the mid laner over getting the kill necessarily on Sejuani, so it's pretty huge.
Johnny, now I feel like we're in the semifinals.
Yeah.
Here we go. Every time somebody looks like they're going to go down, they just turn it right back around. Sure, Pros burnt both summoners, but so did Cupid. And, he gets the kill. And like you said, on the mid laner, it's that much scarier here. Not to mention, Pros was going down in lane. Like I said, the Zoe Rumble matchup does favor the Zoe, but Phenom X getting bullied by Brandon topside as well.
Oh, yeah, Brando Dio doing a great job right now. Again, this was their basically counter pick that they decided to play once they saw this Wukong, and Brando Dio is doing it real well. However, Zaga has now made their way over towards his top lane, heavily ganking in this game, trying to get advantage that way. But Brandon Dio, with a beautiful dash and the taunt, gets through into Zaga. Now, Kazahama here is here to help the top laner. Brando Dio trying to flash away, gonna be just enough to pick up that double kill, and Brando Dio is showing up huge. Meanwhile, the Zoe has made their way over to the top lane too as well. Can Brandon Dio survive this? Can he keep getting away with this? The shield is still there. Brando Dio, you're an absolute madman.
The legend Brando Dio somehow does it. Phenom teleporting back in the lane. They won't be able to find anything. At least Phenom picks up a bunch of minions. He can actually look to freeze right outside his turret. But that play from Brando Dio is so far the best play we've seen today. He goes in, he kills Phenom, he survives Zaga and survives Cupid as well. I feel like Cupid was kind of lucky to be able to get out, considering pros started coming up as well. And UBC might be losing out in CS, in pressure across every single lane. But by my goodness, like the way they're playing these fights here, that skill check in these skirmishes, they're definitely winning that.
Yeah, and definitely, we talk a lot about... I don't get to talk, never mind. Shinshin jumping straight forward, trying to get onto a cat spot, is going to knock up Shinshin, but they get that, get him up on the wall. Cat is bot, will eventually go down. Shinshin picking up that kill as the Ignite ticked away.
And Jamusi picked that one up here. He did go cull, so it's not like we're seeing the bot laners take a bunch of combat stats here. Cappuccino picking up the Tear of the Goddess as well. So it feels like the supports are doing a lot of work. So Shinshin picking up all these kills, not perfect, but I actually don't mind it too much because Shinshin's the one who's been kicking off Well, I shouldn't say kicking off the action because Kata's bot has been really aggressive as well. But Shinchin's really been the one who stepped up as the support to dominate, to take control of this bot side. And their prize for that kill is going to be the Infernal Drake. Even more damage. And that's going to be huge for Jamusi and for Kazahana here because Kazahana looking to get the damage here, taking so long to finish that one.
It's just like
and they found Zaga.
I think everyone else thought they were going to fire the last auto attack. That's pretty funny. Kazahana now moving into this jungle, finding Zaga, as you mentioned. They're trying to just take away this red buff away, or maybe take away their life. Zoe here is, however, as well. The equalizer does come down from the pros, and they're not going to be able to actually pick up a kill here. Kata's bot has roamed their way over towards their mid lane, knocking up a couple of them. They're in a little bit of danger here. Flashing in now is Kata's bot, but nicely avoided is Shinchin. Here they come. Nice shields coming through because Stan United is being popped here. That doesn't survive them long enough. Shutdown now goes over to Phenom X. They continue to go forward. He's going to pick up a double kill now. Wants to get onto Brando Dio, who will eventually walk away. But finally, a nice play by Washed Up brings this gold to even.
Yeah, great play. UBC getting a little greedy to try and go after, the tanky Sejuani between turrets there, but Washed Up, once they got their jaws onto UBC's leg, would not let go, just kept on punishing. I honestly thought Shinchin was actually going to get out when that Stan United came across, but they just kept going, and you could see the rest of UBC was like, nah, we're done. We're not taking this fight. Jamusi, Kazahana just completely backed out there, and they ended up sacrificing too. So great comeback from Washed Up, and frankly, at this level of play, this is what you expect to see here. Teams knowing exactly what they can get away with here, knowing when to cut losses as well. Because I feel like we don't recognize enough a lot of times when teams decide to just sacrifice and give up on things. I think UBC made the right play there. Kazahana didn't have enough damage, was running low on mana. Jamusi level 5, not feeling like risking their life to go in on that. So they just lose to there. It's not a great look for them, but ultimately they go even. And I think UBC is going to be okay with that.
The back in that bush there. Not quite spotted out by Kata's bot quite there as we tune into our mid lane. Sleepy Trouble Bubble hitting onto pros, and Battlestar gonna keep just like last time we saw, oh, now it does half your health, and then eventually it does 3/4 of your health, and eventually it just one-shots you. So it's gonna keep building up there, so that is pretty terrifying if pros does get hit by more Sleepy Trouble Bubbles in the future. And right now, if we check in kind of the CS, it's kind of a little bit of the same situation as last game. Even though you're making some great plays by UBC, Washed Up, just check the fundamental CSing. And I know it's kind of boring to talk about, but they're just last hitting well. And it's still a good skill to get all of it. And that's kind of why these players are like all challenger and stuff. So Brando Dio, meanwhile, has made their way over towards this mid lane. Cubic's going to force them to back up, but it is important to know because that is basically the reason why they still have a 300 gold lead, 200, 300 gold lead, because they're just keeping up with those numbers and then able to still stick into any fight they're in.
And I feel like for UBC right now, this is a trade that they willingly made. Like I said in Champions, like they did pick, not necessarily great matchups in their lane. So they're looking for that mid game for when they can start grouping up. They can afford to be down a little bit of CS as long as they're not too far down. And what's interesting to me is Kazahana here is the only person who really isn't down CS. Is in fact dominating, but top side, are they actually all winning here?
Ooh, Brando Dio getting in a bit of trouble here, trying to flash away. Phenom X does still have the ability to do that, but at least it's traded, so shutdowns go to both top laners. But advantage right now, Phenom X, again, still just having a little more CS. And then that CS, is it going to get to the tower? I'm not 100% sure. If it denies that too, that would be rough. But we tune into our mid lane here as Kazahana has found their way on top of Cupid and will melt them down. So nice gank over here to make that one happen, giving themselves a nice kill onto this Hecarim.
Yeah, and that was why I had my eye on Kazahana, because the Hecarim, when he gets a hit, if he builds, that Trinity Force really early, and we're already seeing the components coming out for it, can be an absolute menace. All the squishies on the map become extremely vulnerable. You could see right there, Kazahana, that wasn't like an amazing setup to the gank. It wasn't like he sneaked his way in. He brute forced that. He just went charging him with Ghost, forced the onslaught of shadows, tanked the turret while he was at it, and still managed to kill potentially the most slippery. Zoe is very slippery, but so is Ezreal, so is Wukong, and they just force that one there. So if you can do that to Zoe, you can do that to Wukong, you can do that to an Ezreal. And I feel like once Kazahana picks up his boots, once he has that Trinity Force completed, they can look to do that even harder. But bot side, they're going to brute force a different way.
Yeah, they're jumping in on here. Jamusi trying to survive here. Does have the stand united to help him out. And a double taunt does come through from Brando Dio. Catus bot has gone down to about 100 HP. Jamusi will then finish that off. Zaga now trying to run away here as they've ended up joining this fight, but that ends up being a mistake. We get a double kill onto Jamusi, who now improves to 2-1-2.
Here we go. It feels like every team so far that's been trying to make those sort of dives under the turret, it's not been working out. It's not because the setup isn't right. A lot of times it's just that the enemy team is reacting fast enough and better. I love the way Jamusi played that one, and there was a great tumble to survive that as well. And now they're just going to rotate straight onto Cupic.
They're getting right here. Just going to come up and auto attack, stun you up. You're CC'd forever as the Solar Flare does burn you up, and then Pros finishes that kill. Phenom, too, ends up joining, but that is a bit of a yikes. Does use the ultimate, though. Might actually be able to at least trade a kill here. Will not do so. Kazahana does get that through, even though Cappuccino tried to help at least a little bit with the True Shot Barrage, and they will end up getting this Dragon 2 as well.
That was an oof for Phenom there. He was just trying to help his buddy there, just trying to help Cupic. The TP coming through, and you can't cancel it now. So Phenom, as soon as he went in, he almost actually got 2 kills onto Pros and to Shinshin as well, but almost isn't enough. And the CC that Shinshin's putting down right now is huge. Those 2 early kills are paying huge dividends right now, because that's why I kind of don't mind when Leona gets kills, because she gets tanky enough, she can become an absolute menace. She can just start being so aggressive going in, punishing. But the price of all that roaming right now is Cappuccino being the first one to break 100 CS, 110, up quite a bit on Jamusi here. Has the Sheen already built, heading towards that Manamune as well. And we've seen before, Ezreal needs to scale. 20-minute mark roughly is when we're going to see, that Manamune become a Mira Mana, when we start seeing the Trinity Force potentially come through as well. And that's when we're really going to have to reevaluate where the ADC stand. Is Vayne at that point going to be sufficient to match up against an Ezreal? But for now, the first Herald is going to be dropped mid lane, and they're going to look for plates here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick up a couple of those. Kazahana gets in range to get themselves a nice little package of gold. So these two teams continue going forward here. And like you said, yeah, Ezreal just kind of playing it smart here. And even though maybe not being involved in as many fights, only is 1 kill down. But of course, that CS is huge. So we'll continue to track kind of the difference of these two AD carries, because they both scale and they're both kind of the primary damage dealers on their team. So that'll be very interesting if we ever kind of break out into a big 5v5 team fight to see who's kind of got the overall advantage in that. But we are 1.5-ish K gold lead right now for UBC as they continue to roll along, and Kazahana wants to make that gold lead even more. Gonna tank this Phenom X, who is trying to at least trade this kill onto Brando Dio in this 2v1, and doing so with that ultimate twice, almost gets there, but doesn't quite finish it off. Brando Dio always surviving with 100 HP, and then getting that shield to be just enough to stand tall. Brando Dio, early call for MVP of this game.
How is he doing this? He's down so much right now and somehow just keeps baiting it. You can't. The morale hit they're taking from trying to kill Brando Dio must be weighing so heavily on them right now. I mean, these 4-1-2. Phenom X was 3-3 before this, but his kills aren't coming from the lane. He's finding them in team fights here. And Kazahana, like I said, you got to keep your eye on him now, completing, the boots. It's the Merc Treads with the Trinity Force. No lane is safe anymore. All the squishies are viable. And I actually think it's a testament to Phenom X that he even came that close to killing Brando Dio when Kazahana showed up in that top side. Notice that there's a pink ward actually in that top side of the river. So they saw Kazahana coming in, but Hecarim with Ghost. What are you going to do about that? He just outruns you. He's going to run you down. And I feel like that's true in almost every lane right now. Vayne can run you down. Hecarim can run you down as well. I mean, pros maybe can run you down. Probably wouldn't, though, because it is the Rumble. But it's just once they get a lead, they can just continuously punish. And UBC right now, this is not the UBC that lost to Lyndon Jai here. This is the UBC that we kind of expected to see come in huge right now. And this is why we said elo to a certain extent doesn't matter quite as much. The coordination of the teams does. And so far, we haven't even seen a full 5v5 fight yet, which is where UBC will excel.
Cupic doing some damage over onto Pros here. Equalizer, though, coming up from Pros, trying to see if they can get themselves a 1v1 kill. But in the end, they both kind of sit at a third of their HP. Bars, True Shot Barrage going to make their way flying past the mid lane. Ooh, Pros, though. Imagine if that True Shot Barrage hit. That might have been enough to finish them off there. But they will be able to back off here as Shinshin just ends up pushing in kind of the rest of that wave. And yeah, we're a little bit in a lull state here. It's still 4 minutes for the next dragon. Of course, that right now is a pretty good win condition for UBC as they have 2 dragons up. And of course, Baron's still not going to be up until the 20-minute mark. So I kind of expect maybe the action to calm down a little bit now. We have had a kill a minute, which is really fun. But I know these teams are pretty smart and potentially... Never mind. Here comes Shin coming into the Q-pick. Does miss the solar flare, so they do back off here. Zoe does use their actual flash. I always have to check that. I'm like, was it their actual flash or someone else's? But they use their actual flash, and that's at least down. But here's Caddisbot getting caught out a little bit here. Zaga is there to help, so they get the knock up to try to buy a little bit more time for their team. But it looks like the team isn't going to be able to get there in time. Kazahana is going to keep forcing them backwards. But Caddisbot does flash over the wall and is able to survive that one. So a narrow escape right here by the Alistar player.
Yeah, I mean, that's good for Cat to be able to survive, but that is flash and ult down and force back to base just as Dragon spawns. And we spoke about the Soul. This will put UBC at Soul point. Mountain Soul is nothing to scoff at here, especially when you've got that Shen who can stand united. Every second counts when you can call for backup there. That channel time here is only 3 seconds. It's shorter than a teleport as well. So they'll be able to pick that up.
Yeah,
and I feel
they
like,
have no vision on this.
Yeah, as the observer has shown, like they cleared everything out. And even if you look at the map right now, it's all red down there. Yeah, there's one ward in the river, so they saw Jamusi and Shinshin, but they already saw them in lane anyways. And right now, UBC is running the map. And I feel like we're seeing high kill count, not necessarily because Washed Up wants the fights. UBC's forcing it. Like we said, Kazahana just dives turrets. He doesn't care right now if he can find a squishy. And they know that they've got the advantage. They know they've got the strength right now, and they need to play on that. Caddisbot getting caught again, same spot.
Caddisbot trying to get themselves out of here. Does not have the flash this time around, nor the ultimate. So that's not going to be there to save you. Kazahana comes in for that kill, but here comes Zaga. Going to use the Glacial Prison to try to lock down Kazahana, but they will eventually be able to get away here. And nice little play there. Nice little catch. Again, utilizing that superior vision they have. It's just a beautiful thing to watch. Now they're coming here for the engage. They're trying to get on top of Cubic here. Kazahana gets a little bit low, but does have to stand united. Pros, though, ends up being caught up. And there's Cappuccino. That 80 care that we're talking about that's working to scale up has got themselves another kill to help and continue to happen. Q-pick goes down pretty well. Brando Dio will secure that kill. Zaga now trying to run away. Jamusi, meanwhile, has met up here with Phenom X. They're trying to jump on top of this. Cappuccino, again, trying to get a little bit more gold here. Gets knocked up one more time. Does Jamusi's down to 200 HP and gets blown down. Nice shutdown for Phenom X, but the fight is not over. Cappuccino is going to be able to E away and they'll to pick up that nice little kill there onto Kazahana. Brando Dio now, meanwhile, they can't escape that one. There's just 2 people around them. Shut down again on this Ezreal, who hasn't even completed the Mana Mune yet. So they're just going to continue to get stronger, and that's scary for UBC.
And Johnny, we have ourselves a game and a series here. That turnaround from Washed Up has closed that gold gap right up. 400 gold deficit right now is next to nothing. And Cappuccino should be able to go back and pick up that Trinity Force on the Knicks back as well. And despite UBC controlling for so long, first turret goes over to Washed Up, and in one swift fight, they've turned the tides here. And really, I feel like this is how they look to come back to the game. Pros right now is looking like a possible exploitable point, because Cupic has been punishing Pros over and over again, and they can look to try, once you kill Pros, once that equalizer's down, if you survive that, you can potentially look for the turnaround. And you're seeing why the Wukong pick is so good into the Bane. Phenom X, we talk about Kazahana brute forcing. Now it's Phenom X's turn. He just needs to dive Jamusi. And even if he goes down, as long as he takes Jamusi out, his job is done. Cappuccino can clean up.
Yeah, it's been huge. We saw just repeated good plays by UBC that just kind of led to this lead that you thought maybe they wouldn't let go, but they had such good vision in their jungle. They utilized that to get a pick, and they kind of just like overstayed and overstayed their welcome for sure. And then eventually Washed Up punished it, and now they're right back in this game. They're still up those 3 dragons, however. While they've kind of lost the gold lead, that still is potentially their win condition. There's 2 minutes away from this mountain spawning up here. And we'll see where they're going to go with that. I imagine they're going to want to reestablish their vision for that too as well. And then
really get themselves, because then they can get the point where they the poke from the enemy team will just be irrelevant, washed up mostly like this poke composition that does have the engage to go into you once you're kind of low enough. But if you have Mountain Soul, you might not ever be low enough.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that yesterday where once you got that shield, sometimes the poke isn't sufficient. To be fair, Zoe's poke, though, probably will punch for that if you're squishy. Yeah, but I mean, it does negate a lot of it and does help a lot. And I feel like now the way both teams want to play this out right now is for both teams, they're feeling pretty comfortable in the next fight. So the next fight will become that skill check here. Who can really win that one? Because they both have good AoE engages from both teams, have really good pick from both teams, and it feels like they're going to do the same thing. Both teams have an assassin or some, not really an assassin, but some sort of like cruise missile they run into the back. You've got Hecarim for one side, Wukong for the other. You've got ADCs who can look to take over a fight if they're not targeted, if they're not killed. And I feel like AoE slightly favors UBC with pros on this Rumble, but Q-Pick, if you don't kill, Q-Pick will become a major annoyance in these fights. The Paddle Star cooldown's not too big, for only 5 seconds. So they can spam multiple of that in the team fights and 30 seconds before the soul potentially comes out.
Exactly, and they're trying this fight now. Equalizer does come down. Caddisbot is sitting in it, and it's slowly being burned away, but here comes Zaga from the other side using the Glacial Prism on the Jamusi, but no one can actually follow up to the damage onto the AD carry. But here comes Phenom X, that cruise missile you're talking about, going straight for the back line, trying to make things happen. Pros is going to go golden, so at least they're going to survive, but really Jamusi is the real target. But Jamusi is able to walk away and get away with that one, so they went for it. They went straight for the back line. They did exactly what you said they needed to do, but they was still outplayed by UBC, so they have advantage and position on this dragon. Here's Cappuccino, who's already at like a third health, so that's very, very disconcerting for them, but they don't care. They're going to do a ton of damage to pros. Cupid will finish off that kill. The dragon does end up going to UBC, though. They now have this dragon soul, and look at these shields that are on them. It's huge, and they're forcing them all to run away.
Yeah, I mean, those shields for that Dragon Soul, you add on the Ocean Drake as well, and you can see them regenerating even as they were fighting, that dragon. It's just so broken. Yeah, we saw Phenom X, and Phenom X, more than a cruise missile, he was just a bomb going off of the entire team. 5-man cyclones, or 4-man cyclones twice in a row, but we didn't see Kazahana. Now that was a targeted strike because he found Cappuccino, and we didn't see Cappuccino able to output the damage in that fight. And that's one of the reasons I firmly believe Jamusi survived in that. Opted for the Immortal Shield Bow. Survivability is massive here. It's not that Kraken Slayer we saw last game. Instead, Jamusi's drawing pressure. Now, Rage Bait completed as well. You're going to be able to heal up in these fights. And I feel like a lot of times when you see that Bane, you need that healing cut to come out from somewhere. But who's going to pick it up? We're not seeing any healing cut just yet. Cappuccino actually went for Divine Sunderer, not for the Trinity Force, so slightly less damage, but more survivability as well. And we are seeing Thornmill being picked up by Brando Dio. So there is at least some healing cut coming through from UBC. I feel like their itemization so far at this point in the game is stronger, and the next team fight is only going to get harder for Washed Up here with Soul, with the gold that has come through. They are still a little bit behind, but it certainly wouldn't feel that way for the players in the game right now.
I'm starting to wonder if that, never mind, because the fight's going to break loose. Here comes Shin Chin, hits the Zenith Blade. Cat is going to use the Unbreakable Will to be able to walk away. Ooh, Jamusi still takes tons of damage. Like you said, Zoe's that one champion that can cut straight through that shield still. So that is completely scary. So you don't want to get hit by too much of Cubic, who does hit a Sleepy Trouble bubble here onto the Leona. But that just means they actually get to push in this minion wave, so they'll continue to push. They actually have a little bit of a pushing advantage here right now. But there we go. There's a Solar Flare. Zenith Blade coming in now. Shin Chin wants to make this fight happen. Kazahana trying to get in there too, but gets knocked away by Caddisbot. So here comes Phoenix X trying to get on top of Jamusi, who's still half health, who's still alive. So now they're putting down the damage. Brando Dio does secure that kill. So does the Sejuani to at least trade that one away to the other side. But Hecarim is going to pick up their kill for themselves. Again, keep tracking where Jamusi is. They're asleep. They get down to half health. Can they finish them off? They do. Phoenix X finally gets the kill. They're going to finish off the target. There's only one more, and they're gone. It's the ace. Huge triple kill for Phoenix X, and now they can get the Baron.
They go from tower to tower there, Johnny. That was a huge fight from both teams. I like the engage from UBC, but I feel like they overchased a little bit too much. You don't have to kill them all, and because they went under turret, unfortunately they got caught. But Jamusi in that fight, look how much he was healing up there. Just would not die. It took a turret, it took CC, it took everybody training him down, but ultimately he did go down, and that will be burned over. The teleport from Brando Dio going to be a little bit too late. And washed up now, looking pretty good. Can Brando Dio find anything on tail end of this? I sincerely doubt it.
No, yeah, and the big thing there, I said in the middle of the fight, just track where Jamusi is, and that right when I said that Jamusi got hit by a Sleepy Trouble bubble, and that spelled doom for the team fight for UBC. He's the main part of their damage. After kind of the equalizer of pros, doesn't provide too much after that, doesn't even provide a lot of utility after that. So it comes down to what Jamusi can do in the fight, and Jamusi, unfortunately, just stepped a little bit too far because getting hit by a Sleepy Trouble bubble is every 80 carry's been there. It just is the saddest thing.
Yeah, and I mean, again, right? Like we're seeing Vayne without a cleanse. No Mikhail's coming through yet either. So when that lens lands, there is no way to get it off of Jamusi there. And to be fair to Jamusi, Jamusi's been doing a great job of dodging out all this CC and pumping out the damage so far in these fights. The problem is that it only takes that one little misstep. And Baron buff already being put to great use there. Phenom X able to take out the last outer turret there in the top lane. And they're going to slowly grow that goal lead. And should the game go to a late game here, I feel like you've got the Ezreal on one side, you've got the Vayne on the other there, and I feel like Zoe might just be all the difference because Zoe does outskill that Rumble. Rumble does a ton of AoE damage, but as you go later, it's less about the AoE and more about the targeted picks. Can Cupic find, the likes of Jamusi, the likes of Kazahana? And I do get worried for UBC here.
And the other interesting thing is, every time I try to make a point, never mind. they're just fighting. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does get hit onto pros, but will not be able to follow up the damage as everyone is coming there to defend their mid laner. But okay, I can speak. Cool. We're kind of at the point where the gold lead almost just doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like it's this 3.5k, but it's gonna come down to execution. And even though we can talk about where different people scale in different places. Right now, we just see it. Like Jamusi has to just do well in these fights, and they have to protect Jamusi, who right now is the primary target. And if they can get them down, that could spell it. So Zoe isn't like a super strong crazy carry right now on these two items, and it will theoretically just keep scaling harder. But this game is at 28 minutes, and it's getting so late that it's just gonna come down to a very important team fight. And the first very important team fight was won by Washed Up. So if they can continue that, they can then extend that to more towers. So keep tracking that, and we'll see where they go. And again, you can almost lock the camera at Jamusi for the rest of this game because they're the most important part of this entire game.
Observer, you heard Johnny's call.
Don't actually do it, but I'm just...
In team fights. I honestly don't disagree with you. It might not be the most exciting part of the fight, but definitely if Jamusi stays alive, then I do believe that UBC should be able to win these fights, especially as the game goes longer and longer. And still, I'm waiting for some sort of healing cut. Phenom X actually has the executioner's calling now, so I feel like they are in a good spot right now. They might potentially kill Jamusi.
Running forward, Shin. Well, we talked about how important Jamusi is, but Shin's real important for this engage, and they're going to get on top of Zaga, and they're going to be able to melt them down. Huge kill there to start off this fight. There comes the equalizer down to try to get him on. Phenom X, though, is trying to answer. They're trying to spin to win, but not the Cyclone is not enough. They eventually go down. They do take out Jamusi, but can they finish off this team fight with just Cupic and Cat as bot? It doesn't look so. Brando Dio picks up that kill. It's 4-1. That fight was won by UBC, and now they have their sights on the Elder Dragon while they already have 4 dragons themselves.
An Elder Drake, I mean, it's so much stronger than, even more than Baron, I feel like, because the teams love to scrap, and securing Elder, if it's still up by the time Baron spawns, pretty much guarantees you that Baron as well. So just great play from UBC. And I want to point out that fight looked a lot more one-sided than it really should have. And Brando Dio can't quite find the kill. The man's great at surviving. And to be fair, he's picked up the most kills on his team as well. That Sunfire Aegis on that Shen is doing a ton of work right now. But that fight was actually not... it looked a lot less close than it was because Cupic wasn't in that fight whatsoever. If Cupic had been there, I think that fight turns a lot closer. And props to Shin for identifying that, not afraid to just blow the Solar Flare on a single target. On Cat is bot, no less. Like on the tank, they just went for it because they recognize that right now we've got a numbers advantage. This is a fight we guarantee the win on as long as we can catch one person. So UBC playing aggressively like that, if they continue to do that, that's what I want to see. And now with the Elder Drake buff, I want to see them push out here. They only have taken one turret, and it's only that bot lane turret so far. It's not a Baron buff, but it kind of functions the same way right now. Washed Up can't afford to fight you when you have an Elder Drake buff on you.
Definitely. It makes it insane right now. So, again, I said Washed Up kind of won the first big team fight, but UBC wins the second big team fight. So in terms of that, it's 1-1 there. But if they fight now, it guaranteed would be UBC's with this Elder Drake buff. So they can kind of push into these towers because they can't really engage onto them at this point unless they just completely blow up Jamusi without spending too many resources. Because yeah, they got Jamusi in that last fight, but they spent everything to get there. And like you said, Cupid wasn't around to actually help that out too as well. So it is a very, very nice edge that this game is on, and we're going to continue to watch to see where it goes for the next 30.
10 seconds on that Baron right now. It's just ticking down here. And look at that vision already set up. They've denied the vision for the most part here because of the Elder Drake buff. Phenom is on the bot side, does have teleport, but look at the rate they're burning down Baron. They have a Vayne.
Can they contest this Baron whatsoever? Like you said, teleport is available, but it will not get there in time. So right now, it looks like they're going to be able to get this. Will they get any exit frags on the way out? Shin trying to go for that one. Equalizer going to slow them all down here. Here comes the Kazahana trying to get on top of that. Cat is bot, will go down. Your will is breakable in this case. They get down the Alistar. They're going to go answer the bot being pushed in by Phenom X while the rest of them do push in this mid tower with this Baron buff, and I believe they still have Elder Drake buff, so it's just right now they're just gonna keep on rolling.
Yeah, I think the
or maybe
Baron, the Elder Drake buff is actually off. But
yeah, okay.
Yeah, but they have the Baron buff, and like I said, that's more than enough. And frankly, the execute was just icing on the cake, right? They've already burnt down the Alistar. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, my friend. Like something broke. Maybe it was the will, maybe it was the body. But either way, Kata's bot does go down, and they don't really lose much. Phenom X got a bunch of damage on that bot lane inner turret, but they didn't get the turret, and that's kind of a big deal here. Now, Brando Dio can continue to split push, has that Stand United as well, and they actually set up a death push instead.
Oh no, Cat is bot. Oh no, Cappuccino. They try to use the Q to spot him out, but it's not there enough. Wombo combo comes through, and y'all get blown out. Double kill goes to pros as they improve to 5-5 now. And then they just move on with the rest of the team to finish off this bot lane tier 2 turret, and they continue to apply pressure on this game.
They can just continue to push in, and look at the poke that came down there. Shin-Chin's shield soaked up the entire Zoe poke. So the paddle star, yeah, it does a lot of damage, but it usually does damage when you're running away. When you're running at the paddle star, it does a lot less damage. And with these numbers advantage, they aren't scared at all.
Vayne.
Look at Zaga get shredded.
Jamusi just doing Vayne things. Facial precision does land onto Shin-Chin, but that's not the correct target. They're not going to be able to stop this snowball run right through them. They're going to jump on this. Phenom X tries to come in with the Cyclone. Pros goes golden. Cat is bot. Is going to knock them all up. Hey, that's a 5-man ultimate. That's pretty darn good. You're going to be able to get a bunch of them. Jamusi still alive, though. Eventually gets taken down. Zaga and Kazahana are trying to fight it out here as the tanks, but here comes Cupid here to potentially finish them off. So they defend successfully, able to get them down. Cupid trying to see if they can finish off Kazahana here. So this game is still going on. Minute and 30 till Elder, 3 minutes and 30 till the next Baron. So nothing kind of up for them to get after that, but at least they're still playing the game.
Washed Up refuses to go quietly into the night here, and I love it. So far, every time UBC tries to rush something, maybe they rush the Mist turret, maybe they rush, at now the Nexus turrets, and because of that, they just get shut down. Washed Up is punishing every little mistake from UBC so far, and I love to see. This is only game 1 of a best of 3, Johnny. I'm super excited for what we've been seeing, in the semifinals, and I'm so glad we get to see potentially 3 games of this right now because it's so competitive. And now that that's happened, Baron's gone, Elder's gone. 40 seconds before Elder Drake comes up, I feel like that's going to be what the teams are going to fight over. And The last time at the Elder Drake, we didn't get to see, necessarily that huge. Well, we did see quite an extended fight in the bot lane, but it wasn't a fair 5v5. It was a 5v4 that UBC picked, which was great. And I mean, it's great macro play, but this time with Elder Drake being set up, I think both teams going to come to it with all 5 members. I'm super excited to see a 5v5 on equal ground, because depending on how that pans out, it could spell the end of the game here.
Exactly. And if we're going back to the unofficial Johnny Esports stat of late game team fights, it's a 2-2 score on that right now. This game is crazy even. The biggest difference though, it's just they have soul on UBC. And of course, like, Elder Drake means so much to them. Elder Drake for washed up just means they deny it against the enemy team. That's the advantage they get though. So here you see them trying to do some poke over here but like that shield is just there and it'll just come back in a few moments there. So they're just so tanky, and again, they can't do what they kind of designed this team composition to do, to poke them down and then engage. They actually just have to hard commit to an engage that hopefully kind of gets played poorly by UBC, and that's what they're counting on, and that's what this game all kind of down to. We're at the point where gold basically is irrelevant, and it's just all about execution.
Force now.
Oh, here we
And
go.
those still pushing.
Yeah, definitely still pushing over there, so they don't have that available. Can come back into the fight with Stan United. They're trying to jump forward and trying to get to someone is Zaga, but isn't like as fast as a Hecarim to be able to quickly do that engage. Again, super minions are now pushing on the bottom. They're getting through to the Nexus turret, so that has to be responded to by Washed Up, and this is what UBC want. They want to force them to respond to something like that so they can take this Elder Drake without a lot of contest. But again, the steal possibility is theoretically there if Zaga can make a play onto this one. They're trying to pressure it. They're trying not to make it easy. Elder Drake now down to about 7,000 HP here. It is melting down pretty fast. The teleport is coming through. The fight is going to break out, and this might be the most important one for the whole game. Here comes Zaga. Throws down the Glacial Prison. It's a little bit of a whiff, but does get a bunch of snow. They get the steal. They get the dragon. That's huge. But again, it only means they deny it. Can they still win the ensuing fight? Jamusi is over the wall and shooting from there. Phoenix tries to jump over said wall to help them out, but Brando Dio comes in for the help. Zaga now will be focused down. Cupid is the only member left. They're just going to go to TP the base. You go Golden Cupid, but Golden does not win the game. They win this team fight. They're pushing in the bot lane. We're watching Kazahana finish off the ace, and that's a win. They win the big late game team fights 3-2. They take our first game in this best of 3 series, and we got a banger, folks.
This honestly doesn't feel like the semifinal. This almost feels like it could be a finals match right here, Johnny. It's so clean. And in that last fight, I want to look at the items bit because Jamusi had the Guardian's Angel as well. Did not even have to proc it. Was just so safe by that last fight. Phenom X did kind of fall off. The Wukong trying to hunt down, trying to find the Vayne. That was the right play. Kind of unfortunately didn't quite work out there. And UBC set that last fight up so well. Like you said, Super's pushing in to the bot side, Brando pushing the top side, and they kited that out. You could see Washed Up were looking, desperately trying to find the engage, but they couldn't quite find it. And the longer it went, the better it was for UBC. UBC playing that last bit of macro so well. They struggled in lane. They struggled in their individual farming mechanics against Washed Up. But at the end of the day, it's not about the CS. It's not about the kills. It's about finding the major objectives and taking down the base.
Yeah, it's been insane, and like that game got to the point where it was all about who was going to be able to play kind of like just that team fight better, and that's like the funnest part of League of Legends when it gets to kind of that point. And it really could have went to other team, but the early game work for them to get a 25-minute soul was the huge difference, because you have the better scaling on just based on the team comp on the one side of Washed Up, but soul is the great equalizer to any of that, and they were able to kind of get that equalizer. But even still, then all it did was equal it out, because it still meant they had to execute very great on those fights. And you saw it, Jamusi being able to get over that wall and then deal damage over the wall where no one can kind of get to them. They tried to follow up. They tried to get in there, did Phenom X, but there was some great help from Brando Dio, who again, for me, is the MVP of this game, was able to kind of get in there and just really help out their AD carry, make sure that gets cleaned up and he has the kill. And then there was just like work from there. And it was a great win for UBC to take our game 1, but we're going to be jumping into our game 2 right away. But I do want to quickly shout out one of our sponsors here before we get there. We're going to give one to Red Bull. We're thankful to our partners at Red Bull Canada for supporting local and growing esports. in Canada. They have a fantastic prize for the first place team this weekend. Each team member will be receiving a solo queue bundle, which includes the coveted solo queue mousepad. So once again, it's thank you to Red Bull. I'm probably going to have to take one maybe after this game too as well to make sure you still have the energy to keep on going and keep going with this game. But we are going to be jumping basically straight into the next game once we kind of get there. But is there any more you want to say about our game one here, Random?
I mean, Johnny, you kept talking about like the soul being an equalizer, lots of factors being equalizer, but we didn't talk about the equalizer because pros here on this Rumble. I think that's something they need to think about going to game two. Maybe deny it from pros here because it's his most played champion in the tournament. It doesn't matter if you can beat him in lane. And to be fair to pros, he didn't really go down too bad in lane. He got poked out a lot, but he did well. And he did 33% of the team's damage. We looked at Brando, the immortal, undying shit who survived gank after gank. We looked at Jamusi. Like, we could basically lock Jamusi. If Jamusi's alive, they win the fight. If Jamusi lives long enough, they win the fight. But the damage dealer for that team was pros. So as scary as the Vayne is, as scary as the Shen is, maybe I think pros' Rumble is something they may have to just take out altogether.
Yeah, and it's just a pure comfort, and it's like it's what it always feels bad to like ban this champion, like sometimes he's not in meta or whatever, but it's like you maybe just need to get him down to a champion, not because it was like a huge difference maker in the game or anything like that, but because if you can disadvantage pros down to the point where you could make them irrelevant in the game completely, that might be what you need to do. For washed up. So we'll see what they kind of decide to do in bans. Was there anything else besides that you think maybe good ban? The Shen obviously ended up being such a huge difference maker, and all the plays, man, that was made there by Brando Dio just made a huge fan out of me. Was just some of the most insane. It was definitely like the highlight of the tournament. Just that one fight they had early on in the top lane. So maybe get rid of the Shen. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Shen pick, Brando Dio made it look really, really good. But I almost feel like Phenom X, the Wukong counter pick, wasn't a bad idea. I actually felt like it might have worked if not for the jungle pressure that Kazahana put down. And I feel like when you pick, the likes of a Wukong, a Zoe, and an Ezreal, all sort of squishy champions, you need to remove champions like the Hecarim, like Kha'Zix, who can just jump in and one-shot them, take them out right away. And we saw Kazahana do that, right? He punished every time Phenom X looked like he might kill Brando Dio. It was like the big changer there was Kazahana showing up, right? Like Brando Dio surviving great, but the kills came in from Kazahana. That was where the damage was. So I feel like Kazahana's Hecarim, you either ban it or you need to contain it a little bit better in the early game. So Sejuani can't punish the Hecarim. And Hecarim's early first clear is a little risky. You can go in, you can shove him out, you can punish, but Sejuani ain't the one to do it. So either the Shen or the Hecarim, personally, I feel like the Hecarim's a bigger problem because it just shut Cupid down and Cupid couldn't do anything either. So I think maybe you let the Shen through, or, I mean, we're getting the side switch this time here. So the Mumu ban likely going to have to come up from washed out this time because you don't want to give it over, to Kazahana. Mumu just too strong right now. So maybe you let them pick one thing and then you pick the other because Phenom X does play Shen. Zaga does play, I believe, does play Hecarim. So, maybe you let them have one and you take the other, break up the combination a little bit. But the only thing I think is a must ban right now is that Rumble, just because I don't think Cupid necessarily plays Rumble at that level that you want to do it right now. And one of the things I love to watch is always tourney metas, right? Like we've got the big overall meta, which I don't think is settled yet in the preseason, but there's tournament meta as well. Mumu being a huge tournament meta, Leona coming in kind of huge, Sejuani as well. And Rumble, I feel like maybe not necessarily both teams tournament meta, but it's certainly pros meta. So take it away from him, put him on something else. We've not seen him perform on that many other champions here. So I feel like that is the main thing for me.
Certainly. And he has to perform it on a challenger level. So I feel like that champion, he plays that Rumble at a challenger level, but it's like, do you play the next champion at a challenger level? That's a question mark when it comes to pros. So where we kind of get from there. And we didn't even touch, obviously, like they lost a lot of dragons in the last game too, so it'll be interesting to see if they kind of get a AD carry that gives you more priority in that early game, because really UBC won that a lot. There was a lot of execution after the fact still too, but they won that a lot in the fact that they got every dragon in that game.
Yeah, and the soul was just such a good soul for them as well. Mountain Soul coming in, Cappuccino just couldn't poke. Their poke was only Cupic at that point. So, and like we saw what happened when they're playing aggressively, when Shinchin, when Brando play aggressively and are willing to walk into those paddle stars, we're not even seeing that maximal damage either. So it really felt like everything worked out for them. I agree. I mean, maybe play an ADC who's got a little bit more priority, or a jungler with a little bit more priority, right? Like, because Sejuani and Ezreal together just have zero control over the bot side whatsoever. And I think that really came back to bite them a bit. We are seeing similar bans to game one. Seraphine, Nunu coming out for UBC here. And there we go. The Hecarim, they're going to take that one out and away. And that's going to mean that Rumble is going to be likely to be open, either that or a Mumu. So one power pick at least is definitely going the way of UBC here. Oh,
they're
UBC
boosting
banning
that
the
Mumu.
Mumu.
Yeah, so I guess that just means you don't want to play it, like obviously, because the thing is though, and then they end up banning the Samira. Maybe they were trying to go. Maybe they'll leave up the Samira for us.
Okay.
So we don't have to ban it. There's a lot of that's possible there, but yeah, they end up banning the Mumu for themselves, and they do get the Samira ban from the other side. So they are going to put Kazahana on a different jungler in this game and try to dig deep into the pool. But again, that Leona that is so impactful, specifically Shinchin's Leona, that's so impactful. We saw how aggressive they are and how like they just don't miss that Zenith blade. And while it's like it's got a pretty big hitbox actually for this tiny little line, but like still Shinchin just definitely hitting it every chance they got, was able to always follow up with that stun, with the solar flare. It's just mastery on this champion. So it makes a huge difference in a lot of these fights. They're going to try to answer it with a Braum in the support lane too as well. So that's kind of an interesting choice. What do you think?
Yeah, so Braum, I don't know if we've necessarily seen Cat is bot play Braum at all in this tournament so far. But when you pick a Braum, that tells me that you're looking to stop the engage. And it's a good pick into the Leona as well. I mean, you pick something like a Jhin is an interesting choice because you can protect the Jhin. I was honestly thinking something more like, the Aphelios potentially, something like which isn't very mobile, needs the protection.
Yeah.
Jhin kind of fits that, but I feel like there were other options. But still, a solid choice here. And that's
Graves.
Respect to Shin here. Oh, Graves going to be the pick. So another strong early game jungle. You pair that with a Leona, and you are going to see a lot of control once again in the bot lane. Braum not necessarily the strongest of bot lanes here, but we are going to see Rumble once again for pros, and the Lux once again for Cupic here. So I don't know if necessarily Lux will do better in lane than the Zoe against the Rumble, but it certainly will have more sustainable poke than that Zoe. So perhaps looking maybe a little bit out of lane and looking a little bit towards those poke later in the game, in the mid to late game.
And you kind of saw what they were able to do last time we had Cupic on this. You get that binding down, final spark, get Jhin in there with their ultimate too, and it just can really take care of people from a long distance. And right now you have fairly short distance kind of locked in for the side of UBC right now, so it makes a pretty decent amount of sense, especially since Cupic is pretty decent on this champion. They did ban out the Graves last game, that of course was switched out for the Hecarim, so now Kazahana is going to be playing Graves, one of his best champions too, and someone who does have a lot of effect early in game and still scales very, very well throughout the late.
And I mean, it does a similar thing to the Hecarim, right? When Kazahana was playing the Hecarim, he was just looking to, punish lanes, really just get in there, find kills. And Hecarim's got, about the same amount of burst, honestly, as the Graves, just has a bit more CC and a bit easier pathing. But Graves still brings that damage. You've already got CC in the bot lane, so you've got a good gank potential there. Mid lane, we've seen Pros is not afraid to burn that equalizer in lane off cooldown, pretty much. So you've got potential there. And interesting. So Poppy, yet another super defensive pick coming out here. You've got the Braum, you've got the Poppy. But when I see the Jhin, when I see the Lux, these aren't necessarily who I have thought you pair that up with, because I feel like you're lacking sustained damage to just really hide behind those shields and pump out the damage here. And I'm going to assume that Poppy's top for now. It could potentially go mid. And are we going to get a Victor top for Brando?
So they got a ton of burst damage kind of coming from both teams. It's all like a lot of front heavy burst on both these teams to get for team fights. See what their last picks, see if that changed that, see if they get some more of that sustained damage here. Right now, currently hovering that. I would kind of even like to see on the other end, even though we're still talking about UBC's pick here, I kind of like maybe see Cassiopeia joining their team over on the other end, but looks like they're going to pick up the Wukong for themselves this time. So they're looking to basically burst down these team fights over here on UBC on the blue side, and we'll see what they go on the other side, because they again are kind of doing a similar thing in terms of having these burst damage champions, but it's actually a little bit just less than the other side if all things are even coming into those team fights. So this last pick could change what we look at this team composition, and heck, we just forgot about this Kale.
Yeah.
So I said Cassiopeia, but honestly, yeah, this Kale makes so much sense to kind of round out this team composition there. So yeah, they have that front line, they have that peel. So while we were talking this whole time, we're like, oh, maybe they're trying to peel for this Jhin. No, the reality was they were trying to set up a Kale pick, and we talked about at the top of the show where you actually have to build around the Kale, not just throw it on your team. And in this case, Washed Up built really well around this Kale.
I feel like their late game right now for this kill is really solid. You've got such great front line, and Lux brings so much CC to the table as well. It's so hard to get past the Lux and the shielding. There's a lot of tools here, but I look at what UBC has done, and I am frankly scared. Victor, Leona bot lane. So one of the major talking points around the preseason so far has been AP carries in the bot lane. ADCs feel so bad. So why not bring the AP damage into the bot lane? And Victor, as a mid lane pick, is considered kind of broken right now. The damage is off the charts. Sustained damage is there with that ultimate, with that Chaos Storm. The burst with the laser and with the Q as well is absolutely massive. So this bot lane is a kill lane right here. And Braum, sure, you can block some damage, but you can't block the Chaos Storm. You can block the laser. It's kind of hard to block the Q, and there's just so much kill potential. And they've got AD coming out the top. Wukong, Graves, there's your ranged ADC as well. What UBC have drafted, frankly, looks really, really good to me, because Kale as well wants to stand there and output the damage. You've got a Chaos Storm that's going to be chasing you around in fights. The red carpet from Rumble, the equalizer that has done so much work, is going to be there as well, cutting your team in half. And potentially you can just separate the front line from the back line. Kale might have to just back off completely while the tanks get cut on the other side with, the burn coming out of the demonic embrace, which is what pros did last game with the Night Harvester. You can just potentially shred through that Braum, shred through that Poppy as well. I like it so much. And Wukong, we saw Phenom X on the Wukong, and he did well phenomenally on it. He found Jamusi time after time. Now it's Brando Dio's turn. We saw Brando Dio playing amazingly on the defense, just refusing to die. Now he's got the Wukong. Now he's got the thing that's going to dive into the back, look for Phenom X, look for Cappuccino, look for Q-Pick. If he can play offense as well as he did defense here, I'm frankly really, really scared for Washed Up. And I feel like UBC might have kind of won the early draft here. And it's going to be on Washed Up again, trying to survive. And while you've got a great composition, come late for that kill, can you get there?
Yeah, and the interesting thing about Victor into this bot lane is that Victor in the past was one of those champions that kind of just scaled more on levels than did their items, because they had to just build their own item. And so they kind of built it into the champion where it was just more important for their levels. Well, they got rid of that old item. They get to play with all these new items now too as well. So while you can get your levels up now by getting takedowns and by getting minion kills and stuff, right? So they've kind of changed that up. So it does actually make it more interesting of a bot lane pick, because it's less important to just be on a superior level than your opponent for this champion, as it has been in the past. So that's very interesting, and we're going to see if this burst heavy composition is enough for UBC to win kind of a quick early game to destroy what's going on in Washed Up, as they're looking to go late. So while we're waiting for them to jump into the rift, we're going to give a quick shout out to one of our sponsors in Herbaland. Herbaland makes nutritional gummies right here in beautiful Richmond, BC. Shop the whole collection from clean candy to specialty performance gummies at herbaland.com. So we're going to get into this match. Again, it's if you're just tuning in, it's a best of 3 semifinal where it was won by UBC in the first game. They now move over towards the blue side, and the red side goes over to Washed Up. So it says to me that basically Washed Up basically really wanted this counter pick at the end. They also wanted to set up this Kale as best they possibly could. They kind of got what they wanted to go for in this draft, but they are up against a very scary composition that UBC put together that really, really could have a lot of priority in the early and mid game. And like we saw last game, Dragon meant so much and was that great equalizer to the scaling. So if they can kind of get themselves the soul as quickly as they did last time, like 25 minutes, I believe it was in last game, that can equal out all of what's going on with KL. Again, depending a little bit on which soul they could potentially get.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we did identify that the problem was sort of a weak jungle, weak bot lane pressure situation in game one. And I'm not sure that game two is really any better here. Poppy jungle is a tank jungle. It did even work before the preseason. I think with the items, it actually is pretty decent for Poppy in the jungle now. But your bot lane, once again, Victor Leona, I expect to have prio in the bot lane. Barring misplays, I think they'll constantly be able to shove in Cappuccino and Caddisbot on this Jin Braum, and that means Dragon should potentially be controlled by UBC once again here. The mid lane, Pros doesn't necessarily need to win the lane, he just needs to balance the lane. And like I said, he's not afraid to drop that equalizer just to shove out the lane. He plays really aggressively, even when he gets punished for it. And Kazahana on the Graves is going to prio in the early game, should be looking for ganks, and yeah, it just feels like, we talked about it. Gale needs a team that can scale up. And I don't feel like this is a team that necessarily can. Washed Up has really great mechanics, though. And that is the other half that you can't look at in draft. And I feel like they might have the mechanics to farm up the kill. But even a Flame Horizon kill sometimes isn't enough.
Yeah, we saw in the one game where that wasn't enough. But I don't know. I feel like they at least have a front line to make something happen. But, this would be a nasty start. Hiding in this pixel brush. Phenom X now. Oh, no. Trying to flash away. It probably won't be enough because a flash can eventually follow up. And, yeah, this is fine emote comes out. First Blood goes on to Kazahana. And Graves with First Blood is always terrifying because they already are so good early in counter jungling. And let's see.
Kazahana.
Zaga here potentially can answer this right now. They're getting Phenom X to come back down to help the jungler. See if they can fight for it now. They're trying to force him off this red buff. And it looks like it's getting the reset on. So that's going to set back now. The Gray's a little behind, but of course, just still has that kill. So isn't going to be terribly behind. Rumble now is making their way over this top lane or towards this top part of this jungle. So is Cupic, as they're kind of burning each other and fighting over on the side, just off screen here. They're making this mad skirmish right now for this red buff. They're fighting over it like they were fighting over Elder Drake last game. And everyone's got to remember this is the early game, so maybe not try to hit the whole game away. Graves will finally be able to do this buff, while Pros is doing some decent damage onto Cupic. Going to make that early part of the laning phase pretty difficult for them.
I mean, this is our first best of three. I think the teams might have forgotten here. We are into the second game. This is not a continuation of game one here. And I mean, yeah, like you said, they're fighting so aggressively. And this just shows that compositional strength of the early game for UBC. Because Zaga got the drop, right, with Phenom X. And despite that, they end up losing huge here. Cupic was burnt down so badly right off the bat. And Zaga had to waste so much time, go down to the bot side, will lose multiple camps in the top side, and now Kazahana just instantly rotates the bot. They're gonna 3-buff them to start. And in game one, Washed Up was actually kind of winning up the early game a little bit just based on CS, right up till Kazahana started popping off. And now Kazahana popping off from level 1, minute 1. They get First Blood, and he's able to take control of the jungle. And jungle is one of those positions right now which feels the worst when you fall behind. And they are looking to just punish even harder here.
Yeah, like you're saying, it feels pretty bad. And here comes Pros towards the bot lane, trying to see what they can do. Caddisbot is going to try to flash away, but does get stunned up. Pros picks up their first kill of this game.
Yep, and that's what you can do when you've got priority here in the mid lane, right? Rumble just shoves out and roams immediately. That Scrap Shield giving bonus movement speed. They pick up the Scuttle as well now, so he doesn't even really lose much CS for that roam. Maybe 2 or 3 minions there in the mid lane. And bot side, like we said, this is a kill lane. The moment Cappuccino and Cat is bot are pushed out, they have to be hyper aware that they can't just be immediately engaged upon and punished here. You do have the Flash Cleanse. I like to see that for these ADCs, but it's not exactly going to be sufficient. I almost feel like an exhaust wouldn't have been a bad idea. I know why he took the cleanse. If you do get locked down, you're in trouble. But there's so many CC options in the bot lane that I feel like one cleanse alone might not be enough.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they're going to be able to do that, because they got to deal with Chaos Storm. They got to deal with Shinshin coming in there with every piece of CC they got. It's a lot of madness that could potentially happen there. They got the early CS lead too as well, and putting well on their way for the first upgrade here for this Victor pick. So with the 1 takedown and 34 CS so far, they're almost there. They're halfway there. So So that's going to continue to scale up, and that's really, really nice for them because they, like I said, this champion now doesn't need to finish that first item that was so boring to always try to finish on the victor. So they got some more power that could potentially come to them. And yeah, I think this is a great pick and a great adjustment for what's going on over here. But meanwhile, we have Kazahana coming over towards the top lane. Phenom X,
Flash
can you
for
do the
Phenom.
great escape? You still have that available down to about 100 HP here. One more auto will take them down. Was the burn going to be enough?
no.
Was the tower going to be able to trade that kill? Phenom X, their own great escape, doing their own Brando Dio kind of impersonation with the 2v1. Oh, but they actually pick up the kill. The action in this game early is all in the top lane, and oh, Kazahana, not quite enough. Brando Dio will at least trade that kill, but you're still pretty happy to get that onto the kill.
That was just flat creep from Kazahana there. I mean, one auto would have killed you. Kind of risky. And Brando Dio has the engage. He didn't have to do that. So they trade 1 for 1. And that's not great for UBC a little bit. Sure, you get assist, you get a little bit more gold, but the one person you don't want to feed is Phenom. I would rather just force Phenom back and watch Phenom like kind of hemorrhage XP and gold rather than try and force the kill and feed a kill over. Brando Dio picking that up will be nice, and hopefully, we'll be able to start taking over this lane. We do already see the Zerker's Greaves come up from Phenom though, and Phenom just wants, to safely farm at this point. Has been doing a great job actually keeping up in CS, and despite sort of the early advantages we saw going the way here of UBC, they're actually down in CS in most play lanes.
Final spark coming in from Cupid, getting themselves down pretty low here. The Graves is in the area around the mid lane, but so is Zaga to potentially answer anything Kazahana could want to do here, but they're just counter jungling, and this is what Graves does. Just picks apart your jungle. Pros pushing past beyond the tower to continue putting on pressure on Cupid. Yeah, it's I'm probably overstating at this point, but it's like Plat versus Challenger mid lane, and Pros on this champion looks like completely belongs in that elo.
And a lot of that came off that level 1 punish as well. The fact that Cupid just got hammered at level 1 before they could even reach lane. Then follow that up 3 times that Pros canceled the back from Cupid. They're chasing all the way past the inner turret. And honestly, I didn't quite expect to see this from the Lux Rumble matchup because Lux has such a big range advantage. But I guess this is just the comfort, the familiarity that Pros has with this Rumble pick right now, really making it pay. And one difference we are seeing right now is that the Dragon is not being as highly prioritized. We are now seeing the pings coming out from it, but it is later. And it is going to be the Ocean Drake. So I feel like if UBC gets their hands on this here, it's not actually going to make that big a difference because so far we're not seeing them punished in their lanes. So the regeneration isn't making that big a deal. Isn't that big a deal in their laning phase? Might be huge later on. We saw that last game. Ocean with Mountain Soul just made it such that they could regenerate up from poke. But at least in lane here, I feel like for Watched Up to lose this one is not that big a deal. Inferno would have felt a lot worse.
So they're going to become the first dragon. So what is the next one? It will be Cloud. So that guarantees that our soul is going to be either Mountain or Inferno, which is exciting. We'll see where they kind of end up with that. But again, we got UBC, got all the dragons in this game. 5 straight to them in a row if you count the first game.
I mean, it's he had to do that kind of. Like, it was risky, but it feels so bad that you have to do that so early. Now you're flashed down for 5 minutes here. They already have to play safe. They'll have to play even safer. One thing Jamusi and Shinshin haven't done is sort of freeze the wave. They've just been shoving the wave over and over and over again. And I like the choice when Dragon's up because then you guarantee priority. You let Kazahana, invade and all that sort of stuff. But right now, Dragon's down. I want to see them actually freeze it so that they can look for a gank, so that they can zone out Cappuccino and Cat is bought completely from any CS whatsoever here. And Zaga actually doing a much better job this game. On the Poppy is not as far down as they were in game 1 on that Sejuani here. Kazahana not necessarily pulling away. So much more even game.
Hits the Cena's blade, goes in aggressive. Jamusi picks up that kill, and the Chaos Storm will continue to burn away at Catisbot. They are stunned up now. Is it enough to finish them off? Looks like they'll be able to get away from that one. But again, this Victor pick looking pretty darn good in the bot lane. Kills for everyone relevant on UBC so far.
Game 1, Jamusi already showed his skill on that Vayne there, but it wasn't that lane dominant champion. It was in team fights. Now with the Victor, I feel like you can do both here. You can win in lane and in team fights. That Chaos Storm is going to do so much work. Zaga's trying to brute force this here, but what is there to find? You've got 2 fat tanks against a Victor, whose flash is still available here. And because you showed bot lane, I mean, Kazahana, well, to be fair, Kazahana already started up the Herald, but we'll now know it's completely safe. Doesn't even have to necessarily burn the Smite if they don't wish to, but did. And that's going to be Herald. Shinshin's roaming up there now. It's going to be Cupic in danger.
And they're pulling through here now. Here they come. Shin on top of you. Like I said, just never misses the Zenith Blade. Cupic trying to use the barrier to survive, but will not be able to. Kazahana picking up their second kill of this game.
Yeah, and they just drop Herald immediately. Forget about waiting to the 13-minute mark for more damage here. You know you can do this. There's 2 tanks defending. They can't really effectively force you off. Zaga, I mean, sure, great. You know, you got the heroic charge off, but even if you did get the stun, what were you going to do? And that's all the plates off the mid lane turret now. That's in jeopardy. And I feel like if you set that up right, you know, Johnny, yesterday you kept talking about the bot lane turret. You know, so I know this is one of your favorite topics, and I feel like they can do it in the mid lane right now if they set this up right.
Yeah, they potentially can just kind of keep burning away some CS right now for the mid lane. It works a little better on side lanes just because they're longer to just keep the turret down. Sometimes taking out the mid turret is, Cappuccino in the Chaos Storm taking a bunch of damage while I'm trying to explain my point. But, Curtain Call too as well. Pinch changes back. Cat is bot is right there too as well to help try to lock down Jamusi. First one hits. Nice shooting, Cappuccino.
And that was well played from Washed Up. They very, very much needed it there. And Cat is bot coming in absolutely massive on that last second save there. If not for that stun, I think maybe that way goes a little bit differently there. And Jamusi has to be careful. You're strong, but you're not that strong. You can't handle the 2v1 just yet. Give him a couple more minutes. Maybe he gets there. But for now, no. The items for that Luden's Tempest, you know, the components already, the Dark Seal being picked up for Jamusi, it's just going to be so scary. In 1 minute time, that Cloud Drake's coming up. And from the setup that we're seeing from Washed Up, the amount of vision they're putting down, I feel like they might want to contest this here. So I feel like we might see our first big team fight here. But when I'm looking at what ultimates, what skills are available, Solar Flare, Chaos Storm, Equalizer, and Collateral Damage, all of those are AoE ultimates. So I feel like that's really dangerous. But Zaga does have the Keeper's Verdict, and you could just flat out disengage the fight. If you feel like it's bad, knock them out, take the Dragon instead. That's potential. And Shinshin sat on top of a ward here, so little dicey, but no collapse coming through for now.
Yeah, Zaga just waiting for the opportunity to fight for this dragon. Fortunately, part of this could probably have done the Gromp in this time just to get something going for you. But Kazahana does find out Zaga here, and now you're kind of in this dangerous spot. Shinshin coming for the flank equalizer, gonna come down, burn anyone that wants to come and join from the river. Cat is bot, and Zaga now forced to use their flash to get over the wall and to escape, so that will not be available in 30 seconds for this dragon that's coming up. Now Cupic gets burned down. Pro's picking up another kill. And that's a 2-0-1 rumble staring at the enemy team. This dragon spawns up right away, and they're just going to be able to take it, probably uncontested.
The Lux pick for Cupic really not working out early here for them. I understand the theoretical strength of it, but it's supposed to do pretty decent early, and it's not working. Phenom X's teleport got cancelled. I didn't quite see how. It must have been a Cyclone. I don't think Wukong has any other way to cancel it. But so they're going pretty even. And we are starting to see Phenom X doing a lot of damage here. But Brando Dio on that Wukong is excellent at assassinating squishies. Is kind of low on mana though, so...
Yeah, we'll see what they're going to do there. Phenom X, though, going to play on a nice edge here as they're continuing to push over this top lane, just trying to farm up and trying to become that late-game Kale we've seen destroy games if you can get there. But they're significantly behind. They're now down 2 dragons again at an early point in this game. So that dragon count is going to continue to apply pressure. It will be another Mountain Soul, by the way. So we saw how effective that was last game, kind of really ruining any amount of poke damage you have on your team. But we're going to have to see if it's going to be enough for them to kind of keep going. They have the 3,000 gold lead now in this game. So while last game it kind of felt like Washed Up, they kept trading gold leads, to be fair, but it kind of felt like Washed Up had the ability to get gold leads, but they just kept losing dragons. So it was just like, where is that going to go? But this game right now, it's virtually all UBC.
Yeah, and it's going to remain that way for a while. I mean, we saw it yesterday. The only kill game which won on stream, it took them a long time to scale up. Phenom X is starting to hit that, break point where they do damage, but you're up against, an assassin, a burst champion, and that is what counters kill here. Just burst down the kill. Nashor's Tooth completed, but you look across and it's Trinity Force already now for Brando Dio, and we saw Kazahana last game on the Hecarim doing the burst damage. It's Brando's turn to do the same, and I have very little doubt that Brando can do just that. And you look across for everyone else here, it's just all the mythics are coming through. Eclipse for Kazahana as well. The Luden's Tempest for Jamusi means better wave clear pros with that Night Harvester, and they can just do this each and every time. Cappuccino steps up to farm, loses half his health. They can look to do this. Mid lane first turret goes down. They can just dive this bot lane turret. Shinchan is here. Shinchin is ready.
And they definitely potentially want to get this going here, but that is sussed out by Cappuccino. We turn back in to the top lane. If we watch Brando Dio, the escape master himself, cannot get out of that one. Zaga locks you down, gets that kill.
And that's a good pickup. That's how Washed Up needs to play. They need to continuously find these picks right now because they don't win right now in even numbers. So, and top lane, I feel like, is a good place. And Cappuccino...
Ooh, flashing forward, making an aggressive play. Does have 4 shot. It will not be able to fire. Jamusi picking up that kill. Meanwhile, Pros is caught a bit here in the mid lane. Zaga is going to be able to lock them down and then get shut down by Cupic to finish off that kill. So on kind of different parts of the map, you have 2 kills going over to Washed Up.
Yeah, and Jamusi has to be a little careful here.
Oh, Jamusi, yeah, in a little bit of trouble here. Zaga kind of trying to jump on top of here. Shinchin, though, able to help their AD carry. The final spark tried to get the last hit there, but Cupic was able to miss because of the flash that came through.
Yeah, I actually think the final spark missed a little bit before, but from the angle, it definitely looked like that flash was huge. But either way, their flash expanded from Jamusi. No summoners left here. So Jamusi has to be a little bit careful. Did take down that turret, which means that bot lane now is longer. And I feel like for the side of Washed Up here, it's not a terrible thing that they lost the turret. I mean, sure, you lost the kill and a turret, so overall you kind of lose that trade, but the long lanes favor them in that they seem to be the ones who are better at punishing UBC for overextending, for going up without sufficient wards, without sufficient backup. We saw it in the top lane for Brando Dio. We just saw it in the mid lane for Pros, and Jamusi almost got caught again. So it feels like every time, they're the ones who are better at finding the picks. So now I want to see UBC start grouping up here. You've got a great team fight. 4 huge AoEs, well, 5 if you include collateral damage. You are made to team fight, and you are made to win the mid game here. You don't want to let them scale up, so start grouping up, start forcing objectives here. 1 minute to Dragon, Herald is up, 2.5 to Baron. They don't necessarily need to fight around these neutral objectives. They can potentially brute force turrets as well. We've already seen them do so in individual lanes. They can afford to do that as 5 as well, and they should be able to win even under a turret.
Yeah, they potentially can get that going. We do have the Dragon spawning in 40 seconds sooner, so we're seeing some vision priority being placed right now for UBC here as they're getting more blue wards kind of in this area. They're trying to clear it out right now, is Washed Up to try to get towards this Dragon here that could put UBC on Soul Point. But Washed Up want to get their first Dragon of the series. They haven't gotten that, including the Elders. They haven't gotten any of these Dragons. And it's really, really been quite a difference maker so far in this series. So we'll see what they're able to do here in 10 seconds to do anything but Solar Flare forces Cupic to flash away. So no Solar Flare, no flash in this fight now. We're going to see if they're coming through. Teleport now coming through. The Kale wants to come in and fight. So does Zaga. They're able to lock down Jamusi for a moment there and hit him with the final spark, but it's not enough to execute them quite yet. Zaga trying to move forward. Does get Divine Judgment put on them, but they're kind of at the side of the fight, and now Phenom X is being focused down. Here's a ton of AoE damage coming through. Jamusi trying to get in there. Pros picks up 1 kill. That does get followed up by Jamusi getting another one, but Phenom X is still going forward. But here's Brando Dio coming in with the Cyclone, gonna execute Phenom X, gonna Cyclone a second time because that's a fair thing they changed, and it's another one. 4 kills in favor now for UBC, 2 for Washed Up, but more importantly, that Dragon in the hands of UBC again. It'll put them at Soul Point. Meanwhile, Jamusi and Cupic are still fighting over is this bot lane Victor able to fight here with Cupic, trying to use the final spark to get 1 more kill onto Jamusi, but that is successfully dodged, so they will remain at 3-1-2 with their score. And Man, UBC just keep getting these important team fights done.
And looking at that setup, I was thinking, washed up. They want the dragon, but this ain't it, fam. Like, this is not the right time to go for it. Your team is so much weaker in these team fights. I feel like Cupic as well, 1-2 and 2 with the Leandri's Anguish is not necessarily the mythic that you want to see in a big all in. That's the poke sort of mythic that you want to see instead. So I didn't feel like they were strong. I applaud their choice though, because Brando Dio didn't have teleport. They knew that. And that's why Brando Dio took forever to get there. I was watching the entire fight, the mini map, for when Brando would actually get their slide set to call that out, because the cavalry has finally arrived. It took forever. So that was the best bet they were going to get, I think, in the next 5 to 10 minutes here. But it just wasn't enough. And you end up giving a bunch of kills over. I believe that was a 4 for 2 at the end of it. And the Dragon still goes over the way of UBC. If you trade equal, that's okay. But you didn't, and that's going to hurt.
Shin finding their way on top of Phenom X, who's trying to be locked down. But here's Catasbot and Zaga there to help their top laner. Cappuccino has also made their way to the fight. But Jamusi is right there to drop the Chaos Storm on your face. And that puts you at pretty low. Pros will execute with the use of the equalizer and taking them out. So another kill, gonna prove to 4-2 and 4 now as the mid laner.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Cappuccino, Balls of Steel holding that flash, but hold up.
Shin never misses the Zenith Blade. Gets it onto there, which means they can now turn onto the rest of the team. Pros is going to go golden here and survive that. Final Spark, not going to be enough to take them out. Jamusi does pick up that kill onto Phenom X and now continue to chase onto Zaga here. Double kill does end up going to Jamusi a little bit on the top side there. They pick up the ace. They'll now move towards this Baron, and UBC win fights when it matters.
Yeah, washed up and hung out to dry right now. That was a clean ace. They didn't lose a soul on the side of UBC here. And the last fight netted them the soul point. This one's going to net them the Baron fairly quickly as well. And washed up right now, they smell desperate. Like, these fights look like desperation fights. You're running into a mid-game team fighting composition with a team that's not ready for it. What are you using to engage here? No, nothing really, and you're just standing around when you shouldn't be there. They've got so many forms of engage that it's just not okay. And the original point I was going to make was Cappuccino holding that flash. I thought was good because I thought he was going to get away, but you saw right away they just lay down the red carpet. And so that fight, they didn't have the equalizer, didn't have the Chaos Storm, didn't need it because they had numbers, they have strength, and they can just brute force. Now let's see what they do with this Baron buff, because top lane outer turret's still up. They're going to find a catch and chip.
Gonna find Catasbot. Gonna use that ultimate for what they were kind of predicting to jump over on the other side of the wall. They do end up being able to get over there, so Catasbot is able to finally get away. But here's Cupic in a little bit of danger here. Cyclone coming in from Brando Dio. Gonna get him down to no health now. They're gonna finish off. Jamusi, Chaos Storm, trying to get onto this Kale. And oh my goodness, this pick is looking genius. 6-1 and 4 now is Jamusi.
Yeah, just so I mean, I feel like I keep repeating myself that they're so good and they're so clean, but what else can you say right now? I mean, the catches they're finding, the picks really didn't work out. And this is a best of 3, but this is the second game right now. UBC already took game 1, and I wanted to know what they could do with the Baron buff. Apparently, they can break your base wide open through the front door, and Brando Dio just taking advantage of it, pushing the side waves as well. And we've spoken about the strength of taking down inhibs before, the fact that there but it's ideally there is a major objective for you to take after. Well, there is, and it's going to be Mountain Soul in just under a minute coming up here. And we've already seen this before. Mountain Soul plus an Ocean Drake means poke not effective. When you pick something like that Leandri's Anguish, you're looking for poke. So Cupic effectively not going to be useful, or not saying not going to be useful, but very much hampered in their ability to contribute in this game here. And Phenom X, Cappuccino, they're going to be the ones that have to do the bulk of the lifting. But Zaga and Catasbot right now just looking pretty squishy in comparison to what UBC is bringing to the table.
Yeah, and you touched on it. They sometimes I kind of state how the counterintuitives of taking that mid inhibitor sometimes is actually like negative for you. But in this case where the dragon's coming up in 1 minute, this super minion's coming over here that they have to address and have to do with it, it just gives you so much priority for this dragon. So it is great time for them to take down an inhibitor. Pretty much any one of them would have been fine. But yeah, they do take that middle inhibitor. Now they're able to get this dragon, but they're actually breaking flows for a fight, and Pros with that equalizer is going to pick up another one, leaving Graves to just do the dragon by themselves because he doesn't need their help whatsoever. They're going to get this soul after that kill. They're going to move down to this bottom lane tier 2 turret, blow that one up, and just continue to siege over to this bot turret. They've gotten every dragon in this game. 8 straight regular ones. They got 2 elders in the last game too as well, and it's just this priority they've placed on this objective has been huge. Chaos Storm now coming through. This is looking to be the final fight of this series. They're now jumping force towards the backline. Zaga is trying to tank out as much as they can. Brando Dio's going to use the cycle and try to get on someone. Pros proving they can carry a team fight. Getting over there, picking up that kill there. Now Lux has respawned here from that pick from earlier, so we're going to see what they're going to do here. They do have this curtain call. They were able to successfully defend in a terrible situation before. Can they do it one more time? Pros with that shield is barely able to survive. There's the solar flare real late in this fight coming down. Going to slow them up now. Shinchin jumping back right in there. Kazahana going to be able to pick up that kill. They continue to finish this. Cappuccino, what can you do? You try to do anything, you get blown up, just like we're seeing now. You're going to go away. You're going to have to run to your base. That's it. That's over. UBC are going to the finals of our tournament.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, that fight was really strong. And the last time we saw UBC was, I believe, round 1, game 2, where they gave up 0 deaths all game long. Now we see them in the semifinals. They gave up 0 major objectives, 0 turrets instead. This is a scary, scary team, and they're looking so strong here. Pro, again, 8-2-6. We said it before the game, Johnny. Of all the things you want to ban, I would ban the Rumble even above the Hecarim here. And unfortunately, Washed Up didn't do that. I do believe there is a 3rd place match. So Washed Up not complete up the tournament yet. They still get one more chance to redeem themselves. And if there's anything this tourney showed me, it's that redemption arcs do exist.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a little bit of prize money available still for 3rd place, so you kind of are able to like get a more from that. So they will play for that 3rd place prize. But again, we have UBC kind of turning favorites. We were kind of building up a little bit of narrative that, hey, they actually dropped the game yesterday. Maybe they're a little bit weaker kind of coming in to the day than we thought they were. But well, they come in here, they 2-0 one of our other tournament favorites and are able to get that done in impressive fashion, putting together just superior macro and like really understanding how to work with the team comps they draft. And that's the kind of most impressive thing. Because it's one thing to be like, yeah, this team did this draft. And sometimes even the last draft in our very first game was like in some ways very awkward, but they knew how to play it. And they're so creative and they're able to get these advantages and they know what to do when they have the advantage. It's just everything you need out of a team that's going to be in our finals. So we'll look forward to that. To check in with our other semi-final, it is currently 1-0 up for Chips Without Salt. So we're still waiting for the conclusion of that other semi-final. But until then, we will throw to a quick break while we figure out what we're going to do for that last final there. But I'm going to give our sponsor shout out one more time here in Dailyhive, our presenting sponsor. So if you're wondering what's going on in Vancouver today, Dailyhive has you covered. Check them out at dailyhive.com. So we'll take a quick break here from our TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive, and we'll be back with more League of Legends action in a little bit. So we'll see you soon.
Hello friends, my name's Steve. I'm with the Gaming State. I'm here to announce a new exciting program that you can jump in right now. It's called TGS Game Plus, and it's our new loyalty rewards program for you. So how does it work? Well, first up, sign up for any of our events online. That's right, it's that easy. So sign up and play in a tournament. You get 15 entries. Wowee! But it gets even better. If you're watching our daily YouTube videos and commenting on those videos, you get an additional 1 entry. 1 entry per video that you comment on. So there's gonna be tons this month. So, it's that simple. Sign up for any events, play, watch, and comment. It's that easy. And we have some amazing prize packs that you can win. So, what are you waiting for? Our YouTube link is below. We'll see you online, and we'll see you in the games.
Taking your daily vitamins has never been so fun and easy. Herbaland gummies are vegan, sugar-free, and free from allergens. We are proudly Canadian, inclusive, and sustainable. Shop locally for the whole family at herbaland.com.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Without your love. Without your love.
Let's get away from here. Let's get away from here. Strangers stand lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here.
the speakers loud in the radio. Playing old Sublime, now we stole our line, every verse we know. And we hadn't had a clue if we'd make it by noon or even where we'd go. We don't need a map, everywhere is home. We don't need a map. The tank said E and we all agree that we're just too broke. Fill it back up, so we left your truck on the road with Rome. Then we found a motel with a cigarette smell, so we knew we're close. We don't need a map, everywhere is home. We don't need a map, everywhere is home. Is where I can find some peace of mind to make my own way. I don't know where I will end up, but I'll find it someday.
Hello friends, and welcome to an exciting episode of TGS Thought You Should Know, where I go over things esports, gaming, and technology news. Today, I'm telling you about a game you should be playing, and it may be the secret, that's right, the secret top esport in the world. Are you ready for this? Let me introduce you to King of the Hat. King of the Hat is a high-paced, high-action, up-to-4-player, online esport phenomenon. The whole concept of the game is to jump on the other person's hat in a glorious death battle of skill, wit, and cunning. So you too can join in the high-octane esports action and maybe defeat me. That's right, I play this game religiously. So I will see you online in those lobbies and I will be taking your hats, unless you can dethrone this. So be sure to wishlist this on Steam so you too can join in the action. Till the next one, friends, you guys know where to find us online. Gaming Stadium CS on Twitter and the Gaming Stadium on Facebook and Instagram. Till the next one, friends, goodbye and good gaming.
Radio, Santeria started slow, so we knew that we were close. Home is where I can find some peace of mind to make my own way. I don't know where I will end up, but I'll find it someday. Keep on searching, engine burning while we're turning it around. But don't get left behind on the road. 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 Home is where I can find some peace of mind to make my own way. I don't know where I will end up, but I'll find it someday. Keep on searching, engine burning while we're turning it around. But don't get left behind on the road. I live 17 floors up, and when it rains I can feel those drops in my window pane. Lets me know that I'm still here. When the sun comes out I will go outside. When it breaks through clouds I will give a smile. Lets me know that I'm still here. Sometimes I want to run away, to find good times again, to find all my old friends. Times I said good times, find my friends again. I said I wanna have good times, good times, find my friends again, and good times. I said good times, find my friends again. I said I wanna have good times, good times, find my friends again, and
Hello friends, and welcome to an exciting episode of TGS Thought You Should Know. As you can tell, it's special edition time. That right, friend? This episode is sponsored by Herbaland Gummies. Herbaland Gummies is located in Richmond, BC, where they make these delicious, fun, vegan-friendly gummies that you can enjoy. Be sure to check them out at herbaland.com and use code TGS15 at the checkout. Let's dive into it now, friends. Today, I want to do a special episode where I tell you a little bit more about gaming. Today, we're going to be looking at Valorant. So, what is Valorant? Well, in short, it's a 5v5 tactical shooter game. It's designed a lot in part by CSGO and a little bit on Overwatch. Now, let's go into this a little bit more. While there is strategy to the game, and it is mostly skill-based, with guns, positions, and, well, calling out plays, there's a lot of things that are taken in consideration here, such as power abilities and really map layouts. One of the things that is very different from this game compared to CSGO is the fact you have character abilities, because these can really change the pace and the entire feel of the game. You have people like Sova, who can literally shoot through walls with their ultimate, or they have a tracking arrow to reveal the map. You have people like Sage that can heal, and other things going on in the game like Omen teleporting to the back of the map and just coming behind players. It's truly put a new edge on the series and really the genre altogether for tactical shooters. So, should you check out Valorant? Well, absolutely. It's one of the most popular shooters out there on the market right now, and it's a ton of fun with friends. So friends, until the next TGS Thought You Should Know, I'm your host, Steve. You guys know where to catch us on social media, the Gaming Stadium CS, as well, Facebook and Instagram at the Gaming Stadium. Also be sure to be following our friends Herbaland at Herbaland on Twitter, where they post all of their exciting updates and special promotions. Like this month, where they had the cool spooky boxes. I absolutely loved them, and it was the Good News Gummies, which I personally love. So friends, until the next one, goodbye and good gaming.
On most nights, I'm just wearing my pajamas, staying up too late, 'cause I'm watching Futurama, thinking where's my drama, My life's no melodrama, leave it off the screen, 'cause it's got no genre. Sometimes I call my mama, ring, yeah, she's always my armor. I want to fly away, far from my mistakes. My baggage has too much weight, hey, hey. So my bed is where I stay. Tell the clouds that I say hey. Tell the clouds that I say
turn off the lights and let me feel you. I don't wanna think about myself right now. Stay out all night because I want to. Wake up in the morning and I'm hollowed out. I drew the outline on the paper, now I'm running out of space. Family at the dinner table, but I don't have a place.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to our TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive. So, what we currently have is in our semifinals actually getting to our third game of their best of three. So, we're going to tune into that one for you all on stream. That will be casterless because we need a little bit of a break. I'm going to drink this Red Bull here and get recharged and get ready for our final. But for now, we're going to tune in to said best of three, the final game of that best of three between Chips Without Sauce and Glade Prepare. One of those two teams is going to be in our final to match up against UBC. So that's really exciting. So should be a fun game to still watch. I'll probably still be watching them. I'll probably interact with chat too, but it'll just be casterless for one game there while we give our voices a little bit of a rest. So thank you for watching. We'll tune into that game as soon as it's live, and we'll see you there once we're there. All right, folks.
Why am I afraid to be alone? Sinking panels, looking for the bottom. Where will we go?
I see you lack judgment.
You win. Your worst decisions will haunt you.
to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
foresight.
ready. team's turret has been destroyed.
All right, that was our last semifinal there. So congratulations to Chips Without Sauce to be able to make it to our final now against UBC. So I want to thank you all for watching that. Also want to give one more quick thank you to one of our sponsors here in Van Ness. Did you know that you can go to Vancouver Animation School to learn esports? They are accepting applications for their esports program now. So check them out at vanas.ca. That's vanas.ca to learn more. So we'll be back with our final of our TGS signature series presented by Dailyhive. So me and Random will be back to cast that. It'll be UBC there versus Chips Without Sauce. So very excited about that. We'll be back in a few moments with that, and stay tuned.
Now we gotta go to the next level.
Taking your daily vitamins has never been so fun and easy. Herbaland gummies are vegan, sugar-free, and free from allergens. We are proudly Canadian, inclusive, and sustainable. Shop locally for the whole family at herbaland.com.
Without your love,
friends, my name's Steve. I'm with the Gaming State. I'm here to announce a new exciting program that you can jump in right now. It's called TGS Game Plus, and it's our new loyalty rewards program for you. So how does it work? Well, first up, sign up for any of our events online. That's right, it's that easy. So sign up and play in a tournament. You get 15 entries. Wowee! But it gets even better. If you're watching our daily YouTube videos and commenting on those videos, you get an additional one entry per video that you comment on. So there's gonna be tons this month. So it's that simple. Sign up for any events, play, watch, and comment. It's that easy. And we have some amazing prize packs that you can win. So what are you waiting for? Our YouTube link is below. We'll see you online, and we'll see you in the games. Hello friends, and welcome back to an exciting episode of TGS That You Should Know, where I go everything esports, gaming, and technology news. Today, we're talking about EA Play. That's right, EA Play is a wild and really cool subscription service that you should know about. EA Play is more or less EA's answer to Xbox Game Pass, where they allow you to dive into over 100 games from the EA library, including some classics like The Sims, Peggle, Bejeweled, but of course those are my favorite classic games. There's other games on there now like Jedi Fallen Order, Mass Effect, as well, Need for Speed. There's a ton of games for you to enjoy and check out for a low monthly price. The cool thing is, they've also teamed up with Xbox to include it with Xbox Game Pass Ultimate for console. While you do get to take advantage of some of the library pickings like Dante's Inferno or Alice Madness Returns, you don't get the 10-hour trial for new games like you would with the original service, like diving into Star Wars Squadrons for a bit. So if you're looking to dive into a new EA game and you're just not sure if this is the game for you, you can sign up for EA Play, where it does give you that 10-hour trial. Or if you have Xbox Game Pass, the regular service is included with Ultimate Edition for console. It's a pretty sweet service, so you should check it out.
We'd also like to thank this episode's sponsor, Herbaland. Herbaland Gummies is a partner of the Gaming Stadium, and you can check out more at herbaland.com. They are a creator and maker of vegan-friendly gummies that are low in sugar and quite obviously delicious. You can use code TGS15 to get 50% off your order, and, well, they're fantastic. All right, friends, until the next one, you guys know where to find us online. I'll see you guys around. So, goodbye, and good gaming.
Would you lie across the sand? Many miles I took to make it. Tell me, is it left to try? Tell me, is it left to try? Push and pull the times we had. Is a memory mistaken? Tell me, is it left to try? Tell me, is it left to try? Where do
Initiating goodnight sequence. Dispersing appropriate dosage of compound 347. Initiating phase 1 of memory calibration. This won't hurt a bit. Just close your eyes.
All right, everyone, we're finally here. Our final match of the TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive. And it's been a long road, but we saw UBC really make a great way to make their way here. And now Chips Without Sauce in that other semifinal too as well. They've gotten their way here. And it's all for this in this final best of 3. And before we get started with all that, I also want to make a big announcement that we are excited to announce that Herbal Land is providing an excellent prize box for one of our MVPs of this series, of this entire tournament. The MVP will receive a goodie box full of vegan-friendly gummies, vitamins, and other loot. So thank you, Herbaland, for supporting local Canadian esports. So me and Random will pick an MVP at the end of the stream to see who kind of gets that and who's really been a standout. I'm just going to spoil it. My early vote is Brando Dio, mostly for what they did in the semifinals and what they're really doing to help out this whole team. But it could be anyone at this point. Anyone could step up and make their team a champion. So, Random, how you doing? How you feeling about this final?
I'm doing great, Johnny, and super for this because we have seen this matchup before, not necessarily in this tournament, but previously. We have seen Chips Without Sauce fight against UBC, and in fact, the last time these two teams met, not in this tournament, but the last tournament TGS had for League of Legends, Chips Without Sauce took out UBC. So while I'm super happy, and I agree, Brando Dio was MVP of semifinals, I'm holding my vote for now because I feel like if any team's going to strip away that glamour, that shine from Brando Dio, it could very well be Chips Without Sauce.
For sure. And we're already jumping into our pick bands already. That Akali will not be used. The Hecarim that was used so well by Kazahana in the semifinals, that's gone. Silas being taken care of too as well. Just maybe planning another big wombo combo comp for UBC. Gonna eliminate that. They were watching. They don't want to see Victor being played by Jamusi once again because that was super dominant in the semifinals. So we're seeing these teams kind of pick apart champions that were built through the meta of this tournament, including that Amumu that we're also seeing banned out now too as well.
Interesting thing to note about both these teams. For the side of UBC, they have shown that they might not want to play a Mumu here. They'd rather prioritize, other picks, potentially the Samira, which has been led through this game, even the Kill maybe. Instead, they're looking at the Leona. And, for the other side, Chips Without Souls, they're not afraid to let a Mumu through. They did it twice against Glaive Purper, and it feels like they think Trundle's the answer. So far, Jack Sparrow's shown some great play and has been able to counter the Amumu so far. So I feel like Amumu might not be as big a factor potentially in this game for Chips Without Sauce. The Malphite, though, top lane Mippo has been playing tanks non-stop, and you can't argue with wins.
And look at this. They're currently hovering this Jhin. They will lock in the Jhin. So that's Samira still available. We saw Jamusi completely explode with it. Already compare it with this Leona. And so right now, it looks like Chips Without Sauce are basically leaving up some stuff for them. And hopefully they have an answer. But Pros, once again, looking like they're going to be picking this Rumble. And actually, one thing I want to clarify about Pros, we keep talking about like his platinum rank. To be completely fair to him, and I don't want to sound like we're like harping his solo queue rank, he was a Masters player in Season 9, right? And he's been Diamond like every season before that. Just maybe played a little less League of Legends this year and kind of only got the Plat 1 this year. But so realistically, he's still like a Masters level player, and he's proving it in this tournament for everything he's done, and he proves that he can do that on the Rumble. And once again, the Grays will be picked up for Kazahana. This is actually a greatly contested pick between him and Jack Sparrow. They both play this champion a lot, maybe Jack Sparrow even more than Kazahana does. So they're going to grab the Graves and deny it from the other side while also being a very good champion for them.
Yeah, and I mean, don't fix what ain't broke, right? This is the sort of composition that UBC just won with, right? You've got the Rumble, and I think that's why they ban out the Akali, the Silas. You want to take out sort of these champions who have great outplay potential, protect Pros, who in the laning phase has sometimes struggled a little bit. Sometimes, I mean, that game against the Lux was absolutely massive, but he's always been extremely rock solid come, those fights. I don't know why I said that with Malphites in the other team, but basically he's been, really a bedrock for his team there in team fights. And with the Leona, that pairing is just so strong so far. And they continue targeting the assassins in the mid lane with that Zed ban.
So interesting thing, Samira did get all the way through to the second phase of bans, but will not make it their way through that. My assumption here is that they wanted to basically prioritize these picks for their mid and jungle, thinking that's even more important of a win condition for them than even getting the Samira. And then if they left it again, I'd imagine Jamusi would want to pick it up, but that's gone. That combo with the MF, with all their CC, that's also gone. But right now, they're basically trying to get down on Dox's champion pool with these bans with Yasuo, although we've seen them play Yasuo bot already, Chips Without Sauce, but they're trying to get rid of that, get rid of the Z2 as well. Make sure like basically the star player of Chips Without Sauce has to pick something a little deeper in their pool.
And the Yasuo ban also makes sense on the compositional level as well. The Malphite already picked up. And when you run a big team fight wombo combo team, you don't necessarily want to give those tools over to the opposing team as well. If not, it just becomes a clash of mechanics here. So considering, like you mentioned, practice has played that before. Doxson does play Yasuo, just best to take it off the table completely. And they do pick up Zac here. So very heavy ganking jungler. We've seen it have some good effect. I actually kind of like it into the graves as well here, because now you've got two like huge tanks as well to try and just ignore a lot of the burst damage. And brand, so fire on top of fire. I think this might be the first time we're seeing the brand. And my question, and here's the thing with Jamusi so far, Jamusi's shown a willingness to play AP carries. So I almost feel like that brand would be better in that bot lane rather than the top lane. And it looks like they agree, because if they do lock this Aatrox in, that's probably going to be for Brando Dio, the world-ending Aatrox. It's been banned against him. If not, he has shown a propensity to pick it, and it's a huge threat for him.
Yeah, exactly. We saw constantly this being banned away from them when they had the ability to blind pick it. Was his most played champion in season 10, and I imagine it's just a very, very scary pick to let Brando Dio do it, because we've seen him do crazy stuff on like Shen and do crazy stuff on less aggressive champions. Now we're going to put him on an aggressive one and see how that goes. And the Cassiopeia, I've been kind of waiting for Cassiopeia to come out in this tournament. I think Cassiopeia is very, very strong with the new items over here. So Cassiopeia will be put into Dox's hand in the mid lane. That's going to be your primary damage dealer. And of course, it's going to be on Doxa, who's basically their primary carry on their team. So expect this Zac, expect this Malphite to come mid a bunch. Heck, expect Morgana to come mid a bunch to really, really help this snowball for them and give them a very good chance to win this game for Chips.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and the last time they did win as well, they did rely quite heavily on Doxa, who is one of their best players, one of their standout players on their team here. And I feel like a champion like Cassiopeia has a very high mechanical skill ceiling, which fits perfectly into the playstyle they like to play. A lot of times we think of assassins, mobile champions. Yep, but champions like Cassiopeia as well, who skill up massively, are monsters. I do, however, hold some concern for an immobile pick like the Cassiopeia who needs to scale, because we've seen that for the side of UBC, they're not afraid to just roam around, get a gang squad rolling here. Kazahana on the Hecarim, on the Grace, we saw in the semifinals, is more than happy to just go around ganking and killing everyone on the map here. And he's got damage in the mid lane. He's got CC and damage in the top lane. He's got both in the bot lane as well. And, we saw Victor Leona. Brand Leona, if anything, brings even more damage to the table. And I don't know, man, the Jhin, what are you going to take? Cleanse? I feel like cleanse? Yeah, sure, you can get out the CC, but we saw what happened. No heal means you get bursted down. You take the heal, you get CC'd, you die anyways. The Morgana back shield is going to be really big. So I want to see Maggie here on the Morgana have to really step up and make sure that those black shields are on point.
For sure, and Maggie really is a strong player for this Chips team from the support position. Definitely can carry from that position just with the amount of utility that Maggie provides, and now is putting on the Morgana. Expect that to be pretty darn huge to see how well they play in this tournament, because on the other side of it, Shin has been a really, really big driving force for UBC. Basically, always starting the engage. Basically, on this Leona, never misses a Zenith Blade, always follows it up perfectly with their Solar Flare, with their Q stun, just getting everything done for this team. It's Shin really, really, like if we're talking about that Herbaland MVP vote, Shin has an argument to be made that they're the most important part of their team too as well. But again, as we touched on last series, this UBC team is definitely that full team. They all kind of come together and have this crazy amount of synergy. They usually win the vision game, so they have the advantage of being able to know what to do on the map, and they tend to make correct decisions, and it's really led them to get their way all the way to these finals. So we'll be able to monitor and see where that's going to go. And these two team compositions, I really think are spicy. They're both kind of like mid spiking team comps. So we could see that like third, fourth dragon really being heavily contested and seeing giant team fights break loose from that. But while we're waiting for our competitive integrity pause to finish here, let's give another shout out to one of our sponsors here in Red Bull. We're thankful to our partners at Red Bull Canada for supporting local and growing esports in Canada. They have a fantastic prize for the first place team this weekend, which will be the winner of this best of 3. Each team member will be receiving a solo queue bundle, which includes the coveted solo queue mousepad. Very cool stuff. Thank you very much, Red Bull, for helping us. Thank you to all of our sponsors that are helping us through this tournament and making it all possible. But we're going to get into this game in a few moments here. And I'm just going to put you on the spot a little bit here. Who do you have as kind of favorites to win this thing right now?
Like for just this one game right now, I feel like I'm personally going to give it over to UBC based on what I'm seeing here, because this sort of composition is exactly what they run game after game, and it just seems to work so well for them here. So I feel like they're playing right into their wheelhouse, whereas I feel like for the side of Chips Without Sauce, they are being pushed out a little bit. And I feel like the mid lane, the Cassiopeia, which is what they're forcing Doxa onto, might be a little bit exploitable. So we'll see how it goes. But my game one expectation is UBC, and maybe I'll change it after this. We'll have to see.
Sorry, I'm not entirely sure. I think we lost Random for a moment here. So while we're trying to figure that out, and hopefully we get Random back in a few moments, I'm just going to quickly introduce our teams here. On the blue side for UBC, we have Brando Dio in the top lane, Kazahana in the jungle. In the mid lane, we got Pros at the bot lane position, because that's not an AD carry. We got Jamusi in there and Shinchin playing support. Do we have you back yet?
I think you do.
Okay, there you go. Well, then it gives you a chance to introduce our red side team.
Sorry about that. On the red side, it's going to be Chips Without Sauce with Mippo in the top lane here. Jack Sparrow in the jungle. Doxa, as the mid laner. Practice as the ADC. And Maggie here in the bot lane support.
All right, so once again, if you are just tuning into our TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive, this is our final match. It's a best of 3, so we're jumping into this one to see who kind of gets the advantage here. UBC, once again, on the blue side. Line of scrimmage start for both these teams, and we've been saying all weekend that we want to kind of have a spicy start, but maybe we can start giving up on that because teams seem to be willing to play itself. It is such a snowballing meta too, so no one really wants to kind of go up this crazy early advantage. But we do see late invades that do tend to come through. In fact, they will come in here. They'll just clear up some vision here. That's actually like one of those primary spots where mid laners really like to put vision at the very beginning of the game, because it helps you not get ganked. That very early gank gives you some good vision over there, so they're able to clear one of those wards out there and really put pressure on getting this red buff. We saw in our last game where we saw UBC, they put a lot of priority on getting this red buff early on, because it's very hard to contest a Graves for that. And now they have 20 gold from wards. This game is massively in their favor now. They're so far ahead in gold.
First blood on wards? First ward? Too bad there's no bonus for that. I really wish there was, but we've seen this before. And this is, one of the things I really like about the UBC team. Like I've said before, they have an early game plan. They invade, they immediately punish here. They get the buff. That being said, I don't know if they're necessarily going to be able to 3-buff this, because they did get spotted this time. They didn't engage. There was no sort of weird level 1 duels. Instead, Jack Sparrow instantly runs across, will get spotted out here, and we might see a collapse coming in.
Kazahana into the mid lane over here, messing around with Ducks over there, but they will avoid that. They'll have to use their flash to do it. We tune back in to the bot lane now as the Zenith Blade has landed on the Jack Sparrow. They're trying to jump forward onto it, down to about 200 HP. They're flashing forward. Is Pros trying to add more damage on the Maggie? Kazahana has made their way down here too. They're going to jump in there with their flash, and first blood will go to Pros, and they'll continue going forward. They want to get Jack Sparrow now. They're going to be able to get him down pretty low. Does tap
the passive right now of this champion. So eventually, Jamusi does pick up this kill, and this is a wonderful start for UBC.
Kill on Pros, a kill on Jamusi, two of their main carries here, and they pick up a kill, double assist onto Kazahana as well, so they've got some AD to throw into that AP mix, and they do actually get the 3 buff here, because Jack Sparrow is horrifyingly pushed out, will start very, very poorly here, 3 buff, and getting killed. That's so rough for Zach as well, who's already not going to be the fastest clearer, and is going to fall behind already.
We've seen it in the last matchup when they try to play kind of a scaling jungler against Kazahana here on this Graves. They get heavily punished, and it becomes extremely hard to play against Graves once they start getting ahead and keep going ahead. And here you go, Jack Sparrow and them, they meet over there by the river and goes, you don't get to be here. He already has to back and kind of reset here, and it will just continue to get further and further behind.
Yeah, and that's all time wasted as well from Jack Sparrow to walk down that way. You know, you get Wolves and then you run into the Graves, you lose everything after that. You lose Scuttle. That Gromp is not going to be taken at all, so that's just, you know, wasted experience and just time right now. And Jack Sparrow falling further and further behind. And I feel like this is what they targeted. You know, they targeted Dox's champion pool, trying to put him on something that wouldn't have any early game agency here, and then they punish. And look at Pros here.
So aggressive over here in the mid lane, has constantly proven how good they are. Just in the laning phase, they just match up with anyone out there. Mind you, Dox is still doing a good job, kind of maintaining some CS, but some nice trading right now for Pros.
And I feel like Pros, he's not even trying to out CS at this point. All he's doing is unrelenting aggression. Ooh. That's all he's doing. And topside, Mippo had to flash.
Ooh, Brando Dio proving why they banned this Aatrox away from him so many times. But has it this game and is putting a lot of pressure onto Mippo. Does have teleport to get back in the lane, but we turn into the bot lane as another Zenith Blade has hit by Shin. Brand applying even more damage, conflagrating everybody. But that will just mean they're pretty low. But this does give Jamusi a good advantage here to be able to take some of these minions, let some of them die to the other minions fighting them, and basically deny them a little bit here.
Yeah, and again, same thing as what we said the last time we saw Jamusi with an AP champion. You can just punish every time they step out, and it's so scary. Like, we look away, but practice is so low. But topside, there's potential as well. Kazahana roaming up here, looking for a gank.
Kazahana wanting to get on top of this is going to be able to use that smoke screen, and Brando Dio flashes in. Mippo now down to 200, now down to under 100 HP. Kazahana will finish that kill, will improve to 1-0 and 2 over double, actually basically triple the CS of the enemy jungler too, so is really, really far ahead.
And Johnny, I think they weren't happy about you calling the Brando MVP just yet. Kazahana wants to make a run for it himself, and we look at bot lane too. Shinchin and Jamusi just practice is using his body as bait right now, and that is so risky. He was trying to set up for a four-man collapse here, but I don't think he would have survived even if they did that. And they don't take the bait. So nothing comes out of it. Doxa wasted time roaming. Jack Sparrow, 2 levels behind, and he's still looking and still getting baited. You know, those gangs just aren't working out for him, and I'm not sure it's safe anyways, should he have tried it there.
Yeah, like anyone on this UBC team, you can make an argument for MVP. It's absolutely nutty, and they all just worked well together and really, really punished teams when you make mistakes. And it's not like they're just like a 100% flawless team or anything like that, but when you make a mistake, it gets heavily punished, and they know how to play with a lead and not lose it. So right now, they have said lead 2,000 gold at 6 minutes. That is a significant lead for a team composition that looks to spike really, really hard in the mid game. They've gotten the last 8 dragons that we've seen on stream so far, discounting the other semifinal here between Chips and Salsa there, but still, they're just on a roll right now. They can potentially get this next dragon. They haven't quite got it yet, but they have kind of some priority there and potentially could start moving down over there if they want to. But right now, Graves is just kind of happy counter jungling and really, really keeping Jack Sparrow behind.
Yeah, and that counter jungle right there, we saw Shinchin being pulled out. Pros went in as well. They are, forget a 3 buff. At this point, we're up to 5 right now, and they might even look to contest that bot side blue buff as well. They don't want to let Jack Sparrow even play the game. He's level 4. He's the same level as the supports right now, and for jungles, it's so difficult to try and come back, and Kazahana just doesn't want to let him any chance. Jamusi alone in the bot lane, was perfectly fine 1v2 here, is okay with it. And because he's an AP champion, because he's a mage, levels are more important than gold here. He can afford to lose a bit of gold if that lets him get 6 first and get so much more pressure.
Precisely, and like the other thing is that like it's hard to even just push against him, especially when you're kind of just Jin. Obviously, the Morgana can help you out there too with the pool, but it's hard to push against a mage that has this kind of wave clear that they have to. There we go. We do see that dragon, that first Ocean Drake will be secured. So once again, our soul could be very interesting because it could be either mountain or infernal. Now, as we see the next Drake is a cloud one. So Jack Sparrow trying to farm. Just that's all he wants to do.
Just a
gromp. Flash away from there because Leona goes aggressive using both flash and ignite to try to stop this Zac, and Zac is just gotta be mad.
Yeah, and look at how much damage he's taking. Even the Gromp's like it's so rough for him to even take a Gromp. He did, however, get his blue buff at least, so does have now 2 buffs under his belt all game long so far. Not as bad as I had feared was going to happen necessarily, but bot lane, Jamusi is now 6, and Shinchin looking for that level 6 as well, about 1/3 of the way there from level 5. And Jack Sparrow, because of Zac's passive, able to be fairly healthy coming up the jungle, but Pros and Kazahana are still hovering around.
Know what's great? That MVP ward kind of you could see it right under the rumble there. They knew Zac was there and didn't push too forward because they knew that. Honestly, great ward right there. This allows them to make this play that's coming up here instead of getting jumped on and having to deal with the Zac. Just super good play by UVC. Obviously, just know exactly where to place the vision and where they need it.
And even better from UBC is that they know Kazahana is so far ahead right now, 2 levels ahead. Look at what they're doing with Kazahana. They're using him to zone out Practice and Maggie here. Practice and Maggie have nothing. Oh, mid lane.
Is that a 1v1 kill? If that bird will it take away, will it be just enough? Kazahana goes, I'm going to make sure it's enough from the side, using the collateral damage to secure that kill. Pros won't mind. That's spicy, I love it.
I mean, that red carpet there was just to welcome the collateral damage, right? It's not like Pros wanted the kill. That's not why he dropped the equalizer, right? Unfortunately for him, Kazahana picking this one up. And frankly, I think you give it to Kazahana because Kazahana's spending his time he could be pulling ahead in the jungle to zone the bot lane instead. And that is huge because now a level lead for both the ADC or the APC and support from the side of UBC right now. And when you get a major hit like that, Practice and Maggie, I don't care how strong a Black Shield is. I don't care that Morgana is a counter to Leona. Brand will melt right through it. And the top lane, we've not looked up here for a while, but Brando Dio is continuing to snowball his lead. We've seen Brando Dio have to play weak side the last couple of games. Even, when he was on the Wukong, he was a little bit camped. But this game, he's ahead. You give him an Aatrox, a champion he's comfortable on, you make sure he doesn't get camped, and he will reward you here with CS differentials.
Oh, here comes Jack Sparrow really trying to turn something around here. It is Jamusi by themselves. We've seen every once in a while when the Sata carries put on the weak side by themselves, they can get stuck. So Practice will pick up the first kill of their team for this game, and that might be something they need to start using and start getting stronger.
Yeah, great for Chips Without Souls. They're finally on the board here, and they really needed that. It's great that Jack Sparrow got into that as well, because he was the one who was super far behind. 3v1, sure, they needed a huge numbers advantage, but a kill is a kill, and yet take it. They recognized, they found the one time Kazahana was doing Herald. They did it without vision. They forced the gank, and it works. I like it. They just need to do that another 3 more times.
Yeah, just keep doing that. Just do that over and over again. Easy. But it, honestly, like as much as I joke, it kind of is what they kind of need to get going, because like what they also have is, even though right now the enemy mid laner right now in pros is ahead in terms of those kills. Oh my goodness, Kazahana is coming over here. Equalizer used again, trying to turn it around is Jack Sparrow, but pros will pick up that kill. The grounding will be enough to make sure that kill gets at least traded, and Doxa will at least get some of the gold for that one. So mid laners just trade deaths in the mid lane. But one point I want to make before I get you to talk some more again was that Doxa is on a champion that can 1v9, and that's kind of why they picked this Cassiopeia to get there. And yeah, a trade for a kill is pretty much worth for him.
Yeah, and I would 100% agree. Like, it's great for Doxa because, again, you accelerate the pace of the game. Except that we're so early on right now that when you accelerate the pace of the game like that, you also accelerate Pro's game, and Pro's not at his peak yet. So you're both accelerating, and Pros is going to come into the mid game stronger. They also dropped Shelly into the mid lane, and we've seen this happen before. When Pros gets the lead in the mid lane, he is actually capable of zoning people out completely here. And Doxa and Jack Sparrow
be able to avoid nice little jump coming into there from Jack Sparrow and almost trades the kill on a 2v1. So that's the power of the Graves. The power of the Graves, at least this far ahead in the game. If they weren't holding on to 2,000 gold, I'm sure they would have actually went in and fought that 2v1, but is still able to kind of escape for that. So that is a credit to Kazahana to be able to do that. But maybe back and get some gold, my dude. he did make his way towards mid lane to cause some pressure there, but he's not even doing that still. They're just working on this dragon right away. This could be, in theory, an opportunity for Chips Without Sauce to kind of come in and fight them here, but they're not in position, and that's the big problem. So Graves recognizing he doesn't need to back now, even though he has so much gold, because they can do this dragon without it being contested. And now they're up 2-0 in dragons, and now he can finally spend his gold if he really wants to.
Yeah, he doesn't need to go, but he's got his Vamp Scepter. That's enough to keep the Graves happy for now. And the problem is on that fight there, they can't really force it safely because Mippo burnt his teleport to get back into lane. Brando Dio did not have to, or actually used his much earlier on. So Brando Dio could join the fight. So that bot lane fight, in the worst case scenario for Chips, ends up being a 5v4. They lose Dragon and they lose everyone who is there. Mippo can't even push in and punish that tower topside too much either. So they are kind of stifled right now. They need to wait for their cooldowns to come back up. And with their composition, they are looking for team fights.
Shin coming mid, and this is the combo that's been working all weekend long. Shin coming in for Pros, and you can't stop that. It's too good. A nice kill for Pros.
I feel like anybody who faces UBC right now, like, don't be the mid laner. It just sucks to be the mid laner. Kazahana is like half a mid laner, and so is Shinshin. Like, they both just keep camping that lane. And again, you take out all the mobile assassins and put them on E-mobile champions, and suddenly they can't run. When your support shows up, when your jungler shows up, all they can do is stand there and take it or flash and then wait 5 minutes before they can escape the next gank. And it's not that Doxa is playing poorly or that he's mispositioning. He just has no choice. First turret down, mid lane has been cracked open.
Yeah, and Leona this whole tournament has been doing their Ignar impression this whole time, just coming up, especially on this Leona, just coming up from the bot lane, coming in to help out Pros, pick up some easy kills for them. Like this support mid synergy, the support jungle synergy has been huge all tournament long, and no one has an answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you pretty much have to do the same thing, but UBC's draft has been on point so far, and now they're done with mid lane, they're moving top.
Oh, trying to use the ultimate to escape from that one. Mippo will go down still, because Graves is not a fair champion. Collateral damage, and that burn's going to be just enough to take them out. So 3-0-3 right now for Kazahana. They finish off that top turret as they're trying to make a play over here in the mid lane, but we actually will tune back into the bot lane because Shin does use their ultimate to try to jump forward, and then we come back towards the mid lane because Doxa is over here having to deal with everyone jumping at them. Brando Dio wanting to finish off kill will dash forward and get the last auto they need. They're now working up onto this Zac, whose passive gets propped, but that just means they can take you out easily. Double kill onto Brando Dio.
And this will be the day that people remember that you did take down the most notorious pirate captain there. Jack Sparrow not able to get out at all. They burnt right through the passive, and they can just continue doing this. Jack Sparrow is still pretty far behind, has been trying to farm up, but when you look across the Kazahana, 3-0-4 here, there's not even a contest. And again, the bot lane just being zoned out. Anytime Kazahana shows up in the bot lane, Practice and Maggie, they're out. And now they just lose the bot lane turret, all the outer turrets down. We've seen this before. This is completely UBC's pace. Before, about 15-16 minute mark, they crack the outer turrets, and then they get full control over the dragons. They just keep racing the clock to get that soul as fast as you can. And would you know it, Johnny, it's another Mountain Soul.
Yeah, exactly. And they've just been enjoying Mountain Soul. It's been their favorite this whole time. They keep just getting more and more of this Drake. And they just have this superior objective control. They just have this superior jungling again. Maybe MVP does deserve to go to Kazahana. I don't know yet. Herblad will decide at some point at the end of the series. Oh my goodness. Kazahana picking up that kill with the help of Pros using the equalizer. And Yeah, I don't think Chips Without Sauce get to play League of Legends in this game. This is just just the name of it right now. They're back 8,000 gold, but it feels like 80,000 gold. It might as well be. They're just really, really not able to play the game right now.
Yeah, and Johnny, I remember back in the day, long before this season, back in something we used to call Season 9, it used to be the junglers gank for the lanes.
Ooh,
but now it really feels the other way around. Your lanes have to protect your jungler. If you don't, this is what happens. Jack Sparrow, 3 levels down in the jungle. Forget trying to contest Smite. I don't think Jack Sparrow can even get in position. And that's on a Zac who can normally slingshot his way in. I feel like if he goes in, he dies in like, what, 4 seconds flat? No passive available either means that he will not be in a good position. And now Pros is going to get caught out, maybe?
Oh, Pros is standing over here. Wants to going to use that ultimate to help them out. Goes golden, try to live around here. Can they put a trade? Is it currently sitting in that miasma? So he gets taken down, and Doxa picks up that shutdown. I did say it's a 1v9 champion, could potentially get this one done. Meanwhile, Shinchin does find Maggie over here in the jungle, but looks like that will be no harm, no foul as they get away from that one.
And that was a close one. I mean, the Petrify came out, but it doesn't stop that Flame Spitter from Pros there. And Doxa almost died just trying to kill him there. It was surprisingly close. And great, you get a kill, but you don't get a dragon. No vision. They knew they were there. They spotted it, but they can't contest it, and now they have to run.
Yeah, they're trying to get out of here. There's the Solar Flare. There's the Zenith play. Gonna keep going forward. Gonna take down Jack Sparrow. Burns up Jamusi, picking up another kill. 2-1 and 2 now.
And pardon me if I'm wrong. I think Jack Sparrow might be, I don't know if he's American or Canadian, but if he's American, happy Thanksgiving. There's your Thanksgiving jello right there, served on a silver platter. And Mippo, you're a tank, but look at how they're shredding even through a tank. The burn is good.
Wow, this is just absolutely insane. This Rift Herald's going to come into the inhibitor turret at 19 minutes. They're completely taking over this game, but here they come. They're trying for the counter punch now. Brando Dio does take out the Malphite, but we got one more kill onto Doxa as well. So 1 for 1 in this fight that they used with the Rift Herald to get a little bit of damage there. So a small victory right now for Chips Without Sauce to at least trade 1 kill at this point.
Yeah, and Maggie actually burnt the flash there, trying to just dodge. I think was expecting a collateral damage to come out, didn't come out. So that's the flash and exhaust down for the Nick swipe from Maggie.
Oh no, Jack Sparrow just trying to clear wards over here. Will be followed up by Shinchin. Actually has jumped over the wall as the Zenith Plates hits while Jack Sparrow was jumping over. So they'll just continue doing that. Doxa, meanwhile, caught a little bit here. Kazahana trying to finish them off, get a flash forward, and pick up that kill. 5-0-6. While we don't know our Herbal MVP, at the very least for this one game, it's certainly Kazahana.
Yeah, Kazahana is just running the map right now, and now Shinchin trying to set something up, but it really feels like this isn't the jungle of Chips Without Sauce at all.
Oh no, Maggie, just trying to go over there. You know, the old-fashioned support. I'm just trying to ward, but he's going to find 3 members. Does end up getting away, but forced to use their ultimate and Black Shield to do so. So they don't have that. They also don't have said vision of this Baron. So it was started up here, but Kazahana, I guess, thinking the better of it, trying to start a Baron at 20 minutes while the enemy team's up. You're ahead by a lot, but I think they recognize that's a little bit spicy.
Yeah, and to a certain extent, they don't actually necessarily need to do the Baron. They just need to bait the Baron. We saw that there was absolutely zero vision from either team, really. But if you're baiting, UBC doesn't need vision of what's there. They just need to make sure that the enemy doesn't have vision and they can bait for it. And now they've gone back to buy Leandri's Anguish for Jamusi here. That's the shred that they can use to burn down a Baron fairly quickly as well. So they can now look to potentially do Baron, but first they'd have to clear out that ward in the back of that pit.
Yeah, right now they're going to take care of these sideways. The Aatrox is going to push over that bottom lane while the rest of the team is pressuring over here on mid towards that inhibitor turret. Because tier 1 and tier 2 turrets are already down. So they're pushing in those waves and then making their way over towards a Baron. Again, likely to eventually set up a bait here. They will take out this ward, and that's like the last of the vision they will see of where UBC is. So right now, it's a dangerous position for anyone with Chips Without Sauce, including Jack Sparrow, who's just trying to do the Raptors over here, while we watch Brando Dio and Mippo trade a little bit of damage in the bot lane.
Yeah, and here's the thing too. If Doxa shows himself, immediately they do Baron. No contest. And it looks like they're doing it anyways. They cleared out the vision already. And you can see, they can see anybody coming in. They can see practice, using that deadly flourish just to scout things out. And now the curtain call comes out, but can they actually do anything?
Curtain call just enough to force them off of the Baron at least. So they will take that right now. Slow down the pace of this game a little bit. Give Cassiopeia a chance to kind of get into this game. They are sitting on 2 items, that Archangel Staff and Lariandre's Anguish. You gotta believe that they maybe even still at this point want one more strong item to really round out this champion to do enough damage. But they're running out of time for that to happen. It's 50 seconds and this Dragon Soul is up. So they're gonna have to contest it without that 3rd item. And again, Dox is the only one with 2.
Forget the dragon. They're going straight for the snake.
They're going to fight over here right in the mid lane. Jack Sparrow is getting a bunch of damage put onto them. That passive will once again pop, so the shell game is right here for them to play. They will likely just finish it off. They completely do. Jamusi taking out Jack Sparrow. And again, that dragon does spawn in 25 seconds. It will be probably not enough time for Jack Sparrow to spawn and get all the way over there because they do dragon real fast with this team composition.
100%. You kind of need to be already moving there roughly about 25 seconds before the Drake spawns to be there when the Drake spawns. So Jack Sparrow pretty much guaranteed not to be there in time. And, we've had a lot of blood. We've had a lot of kills, a lot of action so far, Johnny. Let's talk a little bit about Doxa's Cassiopeia. So Cassiopeia, she's had a huge change in the preseason. A lot of her core items got changed. No Rod of Ages anymore.
True.
Seraph's Embrace changed as well. So what has happened with Cassiopeia is she's very, very squishy now, but she does a lot of damage. Usually we see her with the Riftmaker rather than the Liandry's Anguish for, that Omnivamp, and then she kind of becomes pseudo-tanky by using Omnivamp,
Right.
but we're seeing Liandry's Anguish right now for Doxa. So you got damage, you don't have necessarily the healing from that. You do have some inbuilt healing from your E there, but you don't have any tankiness. Archangel Staff, when it converts, no tankiness given. Building the Oblivion Orb right now, again, great to do healing cut, which is nice, I guess. I'm not sure who's healing cut they're necessarily looking. I guess Brando Dios, he's got a ton of healing.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not like the ADC who like the Vayne or whatever. So limited effectiveness. Again, not an item that's going to give you a ton of tank stats. So Doxa, a lot of damage, but right now we're seeing the tanks get melted. Mippo can't survive, Jack Sparrow can't survive, and if they can't survive, I just don't see how Doxa's going to stand there and output that damage.
Yeah, it's a rough situation right now for Chips without Sauce, who finally has had a little bit of breathing room here, so they're able to clear out some vision towards this Baron now. They're trying to get that out there, but again, the other team has Dragon Soul, and they have the ability to kind of withstand a ton of damage here. We see the Equalizer coming down. See if there's any follow-up here. Jack Sparrow is getting pulled in a little bit here, but everyone ends up backing up, so they're just going to be able to back down towards this Baron once again. They have all their ultimates available. Let's see if Chips Without Sauce can find the fight they've been looking for with this team composition. They really need a clutch ultimate from Mippo on a priority target and a lot of follow-up damage because, again, Mountain Soul, you gotta burn through that shield.
Yeah, and I feel like Chips Without Sauce has been doing a really good job, as you said, of slowing down the tempo. And the longer they stall the Baron, the better here. But I'm also looking at the junglers, and that level gap went from 2 levels initially to 3 levels, and now we're up to 4 levels. And that's just not a good sign to constantly see. The bot lane has constantly been that 1 level difference. Mid lane, though, Doxa actually pulled out somehow an experience lead against Pros. But we've already said this before, Pros doesn't need that much more levels here. Sitting on 2 levels in that ultimate does have to, or will be building maybe towards the burn item or death cap, actually. Either would work, and they're going to force the fight right here.
Brando Dio moving forward, trying to get on top of Mippo over here. Binding is going to miss not getting anyone, so they can just focus down Mippo. Shin-Chin going to follow while the Unstoppable Force tried to get away, but was ultimately stopped in this case. So that is Mippo down. They look towards this bear now, and Kazahana will start it up.
Yeah, they're just gonna try and keep Jack Sparrow out there. Really, I feel like even if you sent Shinchin out there right now, they would be able to zone. But curtain call, this is a desperation play. Can they do it?
Yeah, current call last time stopped this Baron attempt. Will it be enough here? That Baron now down to about 3,000, trying to hold it for maybe a last shot for Jin to be able to secure this one here, but it will be secured as the steal attempt tries that from Jack Sparrow. So they will go down. They're now going over this wall. Maggie's being the next target who's going to cleanse and try to flash away out of here. Of course, using the Mikhail's actually, not a cleanse to get out, but that means that Mikhail's is down, so you don't get to use that on someone else on an ensuing team fight. And they're not even going to bother backing or resetting here. They know they have kind of the strength to just go on to this inhibitor turret, take down this mid inhib, probably then rotate around to anything they want. Or, like, honestly, they could spicily go for the finish. We've seen them kind of push for too early of a finish before, but this time around, they're actually going to play a little bit more patient here and then start working on some of those side turrets that are still up.
Yeah, and UBC has shown patience this game so far. I mean, they didn't try and blitz down the Baron in overwhelming odds against overwhelming odds. They patiently waited till they got a pick, so I don't see why they'd rush here. We saw, as you said, in the semifinals, like what happens if they try and rush. Sometimes they end up giving some kills back over, washed up, almost managed to stage, the comeback off of them, trying to end twice in a row here. So good call from UBC. Slow it down. There's no need to rush. You've got, again, all the objectives. And I want to point out, UBC now, this is the second straight game where they've not given up a single major objective and not a single turret either. It's been so overwhelming. It's incredible, and I'm loving that I'm seeing this. And I'm wondering, what can Chips without Sauce do? I think teams need to recognize UBC's early game strength. And rather than ceding that to them constantly, they need to find a way to stop this. Because it's not working when you pick a late scaling champion and you don't have any pressure around these objectives.
And that's the thing. One of the important parts to get into scaling is that you still need sort of like, I call them bridge champions, ones that are kind of still that strong. Like sometimes it's Lee Sin or something that's strong early that help the rest of your scaling composition get there. So like, sure, yeah, eventually that Lee Sin or the Renekton will fall off, or whatever you kind of pick there. But by the time they're falling off, that's when the scaling champions get strong, and that's kind of what you need to build here. Right now, they built all scaling, and it's being punished here. So this might be the last team fight, as Jack Sparrow has jumped in. He gets focused down. He'll get blown up. They'll move on past him. Gonna be able to get onto Mippo there, take them down. Double kill coming through for Brando Dio. They keep going forward. Practice will be the next target here. Brando Dio is gonna secure that one. Triple kill for the top laner. They're just gonna push in this mid lane. They could finish it off, but we're actually just gonna end it now. Surrender comes through for Chips Without Sauce. We'll move on to our game 2, and UBC are within one game of being champions of our signature series here for League of Legends. What a game.
Yep, fair enough. I mean, GG Go Knicks at that point. Like, the game was over. They just got aced. It was just, forget, the last little bit. They weren't going to spawn in time. And immaculate gameplay from UBC. I want to draw attention to that top lane, to your preferred MVP here, Brando Dio, because he did the most damage in the game.
Nutty.
Quietly, 6-0-3. Like, in lane, it was just 0-0-1 the entire time. Exactly, yeah. He was just wielding that huge sword and just bonking Mippo over and over again. I did see a comment in chat, when they saw the Graves lock in against the Malphite. I agree. Normally, you see a Graves, you see an Aatrox into the Malphite, and you're a little bit concerned, that's a lot of 80 damage into an armor tank. But it doesn't matter when you can suppress the armor tank so heavily. And when he joined the rest of the fight, well, World Ender, let's put it this way. That skill was well named.
Yeah, for sure. And the other part of it, too, is that they were smart enough to go, okay, well, you denied us that victor that they probably wanted to play again in this game because that was banned away. But they go, we're going to go AP bot again, too. So we don't have too much AD working into this Malphite who wants to stack armor because they get more damage for stacking armor. And then tanky as they're really tanky. And so they play around that too. So yeah, sure, you have the Graves into the Malphite, but everyone else is built to destroy that Malphite too. So it didn't matter much. So again, creative drafts from UBC, which I think has been their of all their strengths. their really, really big strength has been really, really creative drafting. So we're going to keep talking through while we're waiting for them to set up our next game here of the best of 3. But while we're also waiting for that, do want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors. We'll go with Monster Cat. If you're looking for the perfect soundtrack for your creative content, look no further than Monster Cat Gold. You can download and stream thousands of songs and add music to your Twitch and YouTube YouTube videos without fear of DMCA strikes or claims. So enjoy amazing perks, including early access for only $5 a month. So thank you, Monster Cat, for sponsoring us and helping make this tournament possible. So we are in to our second game of the TGS Signature Series final presented by Dailyhive. We have UBC up 1-0 in a dominant performance, one game away from being champions of our tournament. And it's been a crazy tournament. Obviously, like all the best of ones yesterday, everyone had to play at least 6 games to kind of just get through that group stages. And then they played through the quarterfinal and the semifinal. Very, very tough semifinal, I might add, for UBC, even though they won that one 2-0 as well. But now they're all the way here and are able to fight for the championship. But on the other side, Chips Without Sauce, they're not going to go down without fighting. They went through a similar road. They had to play all those games to get here. And again, you mentioned it at the beginning of before game one that they've beaten this team before. Chips Without Sauce has beaten UBC before. So what do they have to do to get back in the series?
I mean, I think UBC right now has been playing around one major thing, and that's the mid-jungle synergy. They're really playing around that axis right now. So I feel like you need to break that somehow. Maybe take pros off Rumble. I'm not sure that'll do the trick, but you got to try it at least, right? No other team's really been done. I think it's been banned once or twice against him. All tournament long and all, these however many games UBC has played, it's only happened once or twice. So I think maybe that. And Kazahana is always picking these sort of early-ish game jungles like the Hecarim, like the Graves. I think you need to match that. Forget the tanks. I know tanks are in meta right now, but at least in this tournament, the tournament meta seems to be early game jungler, cripple whichever tank you're running against, and run the bot lane, run the dragon, get control, and pivot around that point. So I feel like that's what Chips Without Sauce need to do. And Doxa's champion pool did get attacked very, very heavily. So maybe reciprocate. Give yourself a bit more of a favorable matchup, because I feel like Doxa long player they want to play through, and maybe you can break that jungle mid synergy.
For sure. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that as we jump back into our pick bans for game 2. So one more time, Hecarim will not be used by Kazahana in this game. The Kali still banned out, still respecting how good Doxa is over on the champion. Here we go. Leona finally banned away from Shinchin. Once again, Shinchin has just been spamming this Leona all tournament and has been using that to go along with that Rumble to really help their team continue this. Bans really not unfamiliar from UBC. They continue to ban out their mid laner. They continue to ban out Doxa, taking out Silas there. And there we go. There's the Rumble ban you've been asking for this whole tournament. And they will finally see pros have to play a different champion today.
And I kind of like what they did here. I mean, the Leona ban, I feel like there are other champions that can replace the Leona. Nautilus comes to mind, perhaps, but it's not a bad choice, because we have seen Shinchin on this Leona just be utterly fearless. The tankiness just built into that, the ability to Zenith Blade, pass everybody is just so strong here. So not a bad ban choice, and now they've punished pros as well. My question is, what are they going to do in the jungle? You've got the Jhin here, but the Jhin didn't work out game 1. It is still a really strong choice, but it doesn't. I feel like it doesn't do enough by itself here. You need to find a way to stop their stranglehold, because really that's what it's been over neutral objectives. And I feel like I keep focusing on it. It's jungle mid, and Graves going to be picked up again. So what options do you have now to try and match that Graves early? Nidalee has, struggled quite a bit now, is no longer considered a meta jungler. Why don't we look at assassins, things like, say, the Kha'Zix, or the Rengar, who can maybe go in and punish that Graves 1v1.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here too, again, Graves a bit of a shared champion between these two. I'm actually very surprised on the blue side they don't decide to just pick the Graves from themselves and design it from Kazahana. Zoe getting picked up right now, one of Pros' best champions, like the other one next to Rumble there. So just keeping comfort on their mid laner seems to be their goal right now for UBC, because Pros has proven if they're comfortable, they know how to work with the team, so they're still going to get a jungler they like. On the other end, we do have this Lilia, which is Jack Sparrow's most played champion in Season 10. So while, yes, you give over that Graves, which is, like I said, a sort of contested champion, you will be able to get that. And then we're seeing a Lucian here. Fights very, very well into Zoe. You have that dash to be able to dodge those Sleepy Trouble bubbles and then hugely punish Zoe when they miss that, because you don't have a lot of getaway power. I actually really like this counter pick coming in from Doxa.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not sure. I think we potentially lost Random once again, so hopefully we get him back soon. So I'll just continue talking through here. The Bard now being picked up here for Chips Without Sauce. We have not seen that from Shin Chin yet so far, but again, it's mostly because he's just been able to get his Leona over and over again. So we're going to see the Bard coming through, potentially want to use that when everyone kind of gets, if you get a big ultimate from Lilia, at least you can kind of just Zhonya's everyone with Bard, or of course, you can just use that offensively. So Malphite now being banned out too as well. And we'll see, Random, do I have you back? Not quite yet. So Victor is also being banned out here from that side. So once again, they're not going to let them have that AP bot lane that worked really well when they already have the AD power from Kazuhana. So they will deny pick one more time because we saw how good it was in our semi-final that UBC used on that. But again, that brand's still available. Like, are you going to go really further to bot lane mage bans? I don't know. Scion being denied the other way, just the ability to run at your entire team, that will be taken out. They basically wanted to get rid of that with Malphite and Scion. And there we go. We do have a brand ban. So they're just batting out mages away from Jamusi. And the interesting thing is Samira still available. I know I said that potentially they want to have less of like just all AD since they already have this Graves, but that's available. But Syndra bot is still a thing too. So they're going to be able to run that. Jamusi just flexing his mage champion pool here, trying to prove that you cannot ban out Jamusi from this game. And they'll continue to look strong there as well. We'll wait for our next round of bans here our next round of picks here for the rest of Chips Without Sauce here. The Ornn, we haven't seen it in a little bit here, but Ornn, of course, being just the premier tank over there in the top lane, does help round out, give this team a front line because they did not have a front line kind of going into it. It looks like we still need to kind of pick out the support to come out here. The other thing is, so we basically have an option to pick another frontline member here or an AP damage member here to make your damage profile a little bit more balanced. It's a little bit of a philosophical thing on whether you prefer that or if you prefer to just have a more frontline. And like they'll go with that AP and a bunch of crowd control with the Seraphine. That will be put into the bot lane and be on the hands of Maggie. So that's a really, really nice one. I think Seraphine support is super strong. Synergizes very, very well with Jhin. You hit an E, you get the root from Jhin, you can hit another E, it becomes a stun. It's extremely strong combination. I really like that because you get a lot of long range poke from Seraphine and Jhin. I want to check in here, see, do we have you back, Random? Unfortunately, still seem to be with some technical difficulties with Random there, so I'll just wait to see if our producers will message me to see the next time they're hopefully back here, but you just get me for a little bit, folks. I'm just going to keep talking, keep going, so while we are Random's certainly the premier analyst when it comes to breaking down the team comms for you, I will do the best I got.
Okay,
I'm pretty
I
smart.
think-
Oh, are you back?
I'm back.
There you go. All right, cool.
Sorry
I was about to say a
about
bunch
that.
of dumb, wrong things, but you're back to say a bunch of correct, smart things. So look at these team comms. So what do you think about them?
So sorry about that. Turns out my push to talk was reversed, so you probably heard a bunch of clicking while I was desperately trying to fix stuff here. But thankfully, I'm back, and thanks for filling in for me there, Johnny. Looking at these compositions here, what do we have? Hello, Syndra APC for Jamusi. Yeah, I heard you saying, flexing, showing off, the amazing flex, the pool they have here for mages. And what we're seeing a very, very different composition now come out from the side of UPC. Before, it was always that big team fight, and you can't challenge them in the mid game. If they get rolling, it's so hard to beat. Now, they've completely flipped it. It's a pick comp. You've got Zoe, you've got Syndra, you've got Bard. All of them are absolutely massive at picks here. A sleepy trouble bubble, one of the long range scatter the weeks, and you can potentially have a kill. So I like what I'm seeing. It's a very, very different sort of UBC. But they can do the same thing around dragons. Still find kills, still get that stranglehold, find strength in the mid and bot lanes as well. You look over now to the side of Chips Without Sauce. I was saying I really like the Lucian pickup, same as you did. It's great into Zoe. It gives you that strength that you needed so desperately to beat that Rumble here. So that's really solid. The Jin Seraphine bot lane. I think I've seen more Seraphine mid than I have support. So Seraphine does a lot of burst damage when she gets a couple of items. It's not a bad choice here. And that initiate can potentially be an incredibly long ultimate on the encore there. So you have the potential to try and catch out a Bard. But I feel like their team cohesion kind of got messed up a little bit trying to counter what was coming up from UBC. So they've got decent team fight, but I feel like it's mostly relying on that Ornn, on that Lilia. And Lilia, we've seen this matchup before, tends not to do so hot into a Graves who is aggressive. So I do feel like UBC has won the draft in terms of how their composition works together, but I do feel like for the side of Chips Without Sauce, they might not have necessarily won the draft, but I feel like they have a better draft, and at least they found a way to force UBC off their comfort, and maybe through that, they can find a way to pick apart UBC, stop getting picked apart, and find their own ganks, find their own initiative and proactivity here.
Yeah, they're going to have to try to do that. What I kind of like is, like I mentioned a little bit in the last game, where you kind of sometimes need those bridge champions to bring you into that late game. And Lucian is one of those. Lucian's so strong early, able to give you a lot of pressure into the mid lane, onto this Zoe, potentially able to help you out in the jungle when you're Lilia, if Graves is coming to get it on there, because Lucian kind of matches how strong Graves is early and could potentially give you a good 2v2 fight between the mid and jungle. So that's some exciting stuff. So while we're waiting for our competitive integrity pause here, give a quick shout out to one of our sponsors in Herbaland. Herbaland makes nutritional gummies right here in beautiful Richmond, BC. Shop the whole collection from clean candy to specialty performance gummies at herbaland.com. Additionally, once again, we do also have our Herbaland MVP of our game. So this MVP will receive a goodie box full of vegan-friendly gummies, vitamins, and other loot. So thank you for Herbaland for supporting local Canadian esports. And right now, every member of UBC has a argument for being our Herbaland MVP. And heck, if Graves has the same performance from last game, I think it might just be Kazahana. But again, everyone on this team has played so strong, whether it's the versatility of Jamusi in the bot lane, playing different mates, whatever AD carry, at least earlier on in the tournament, but now just playing all these AP mages, proving that you can play this Graves so you don't have such weird damage and just do everything. Brando Dio, maybe the highlight machine in the top lane, once again gets their Aatrox in another game. Probably their best champion has been banned away from them for most of the tournament, but they get to flex it here in the finals. Who knows? It could be Shin Chin again with all the engages. Anyway, it could be pros. Image from the mid lane. It's anyone. But
and I'm looking
this
for
game's not over yet. Chips Without Sauce,
I'm looking for Chips Without Sauce to give me a reason to look at you guys for MVP. Because so far, we keep telling you it's the UBC show, right? But Chips, I mean, they're not a bad team by any means. They made it to the finals. And to be fair to Chips too, they did it in fairly commanding fashion. When they win hard here. So they're not even trying to pretend this time.
Oh, Shin Chin jumping in straight forward, gonna be aggressive, wants to get a play to get started here. Flash Ignite already used by the support to get the flash away from Jack Sparrow. He'll actually give that advantage over to Chips Without Sauce. The junglers tend to need their flash a little bit less than the laners. So, yeah, we take those right now if you're on Chips Without Sauce.
Yeah, and I almost feel like not only is it going to be good to stop, it takes it away from Jack Sparrow. We've seen Kazahana invade time and time again, and Kazahana does look not just for the boss, he looks for the kills. So Jack Sparrow, no flash this time, could get run down, could get killed, and they're still looking to go further. And now Mippo has to be a little careful here. Should be fine though. I don't think he's going to stick around in that blue buff pit. Maybe.
They're
coming. They saw that.
Mippo is right there. Pros is right here too. So is Brando Dio. They're going to go sleep. Sleepy Trouble Bubble is right there. They got him down pretty low. It's going to flash through, but Kazahana has their flash too. Kill secured by Pros, and they're going to be off to a fast start and again in this game.
And Johnny, I mean, we didn't get to see that full 5v5 level 1, but still, that invade, you know what? I'm going to take it. It's the only one we might get here. And Kazahana, my goodness, the man will not stop. I will take your buff. I don't care how we do it here, but we're going to do it one way or another. And that's Mippo having to burn the TP right away at level 1. on the Ornn, it's not that bad because as long as you can sort of survive the lane, you can build your items, you'll be okay. You don't necessarily have to base unless you're low on health, but it still sucks to have that down.
Doxa showing why they wanted the champion, dashing in, getting a decent amount of damage. Sleepy Trouble bubble does land back onto Doxa, so they at least trade that a little bit there. So that's an exciting matchup to watch into this mid lane, as they're probably going to trade early and often. Doxa should have the advantage, but again, it does take a skill. It's a little bit of a skill matchup. It's not like a pure counter or anything, but Doxa certainly has the skill to make it look like a pure counter. So we'll continue to watch that matchup as this game goes further and further along. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about what could potentially happen in this game. We do see an early advantage right now for UBC off of that invade, but here we go. This is what I was talking about. Doxa can help their jungler over here. Kazahana doesn't have free reign to do whatever they want as long as Doxa can continue to help. So they're going to jump onto Jack Sparrow here, does Kazahana, but Doxa's right there, going to continue to apply the damage, and that's what I'm talking about. That mid laner helping out your jungler.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Jungle mid synergy, but now they're being corralled in. It could become a potential 3v2.
Okay, Jack Sparrow, a little bit selling out Doxa there, but here's Mippo to come and help, so now all of a sudden they have a numbers advantage. Brando Dio, though, does pick up that kill at least, so here they are. They are on the red side of the jungle, so they're able to answer this real quick. This is a chaotic amount of action going on here. Pros sitting there at under 100 HP. Flashing in is Doxa! You can't do that when Lucian's around. Can do so much damage in so little amount of time and doesn't need any CC to do it. Doxa looking to carry his team into this game.
This is not going to be the one-sided slaughter we saw in game 1 here. Chips without souls. They've responded. They've learned their lesson, and they're going to play aggressive. They don't care that Lilia is not that strong early because Lucian is, and Doxa will put his team on his back if he has to drag them through the early game. I'm loving it right now, and Pros on the Zoe, not looking quite as confident as, unfortunately, on that Rumble, not as aware of the breakpoints. And he's low on health. You can't turn into a Lucian when you're low on health there. He will just turn you right around and blow you up.
Well, spent a lot of time talking about UBC potential MVPs, but right now, Doxa's going, Johnny, you forgot about me, my dude. I'm playing one of your favorite champions. How can you forget about me? And just do it in style. If they can come back in this series easily, you would get a vote here at Doxa. So keep it up, because we do want to see 3 games, mostly for entertainment, but mostly because that means if they get there, it'll likely be on your back. So keep it up, Doxa. You're currently ahead right now by a decent amount of CS over Pros. Pros, who has been so solid every game, you finally banned out their Rumble, put them on their second champ here in Zoe, and it's looking really, really good for Doxa.
Yeah, and more importantly, for the side of UBC, I believe this is the first game we've seen on stream where Kazahana is down CS, and that is absolutely massive because Kazahana tends to be the one to make plays for the team here. I mean, last game was case in point. I feel like that was a bit of an exaggeration because Kazahana just ran over everyone. But even in the games where they aren't smashing, when the lanes are a little bit behind, they usually play through Kazahana, and they're going to try now.
Here's the gang coming to the mid lane. Everyone is here. Shinchin, Kazahana making their way here, but Doxa sussing that one out. Able to back off nicely in time. Didn't even have summoner spells to do that, but just used game sense to know to start backing off at the right time. So good job, Kazahana, to survive 3 people coming into the mid lane.
Unfortunately, Shinchin actually walked past a pink ward on the way up there, so they did spot him. And good play from Maggie as well. As soon as they realized Shinchin was missing, they started rotating. And could it be the first dragon that's not going to UBC?
Yeah, it might just be. They get it started over here, but forced to back off as they are seen by Shinchin. We did see a little bit of damage from Brando Dio onto Mippo over the top lane. We're talking about solo carries that could potentially happen. Brando Dio forcing up onto this Ornn. This could be it because Brando Dio is an aggressive player and right now is trying to punish the passive Ornn pick.
Yeah, and just literally 2 minutes ago, Brando Dio was down single digits to 22 CS. Now, looking back, Mippo only got 5 CS in that time here. That's how abusive Brando Dio is on this Aatrox. You spent time, you got to ban out the Rumble. I understand that, you got to ban out some other champions, but Brando Dio on this Aatrox, there's a reason why it was banned by other teams, and it just feels like UBC's forcing you to make really tough choices. Who do you want to ban out when they've got so much carry potential?
They're coming here for the bot lane. Shinchin get a flash forward, trying to get onto them. Maggie right now is taking a little bit of damage here. One more auto will do it. Kazahana with the flash. Aggressive play once again. Graves climbing back into this game.
And I like that option there because Kazahana, because UBC have so much focus on Dragon, if you can't do it mid, do it bot.
Doxa using the cleanse to get rid of the sleep from the Sleepy Trouble bubble. However, the ultimate that followed through slightly angled it poorly, realized that right away, canceled it, and had to back off because it was not getting enough damage from the culling. But it's a play we like seeing. Doxa right now using that cleanse and using that aggression. But here we go. Dragon, first Dragon still going to UBC. They've got in 13 Dragons straight now, so they're just rolling along.
Yeah, but this time, though, it is a bit later than usual. Topside, the Ornhorn.
Called Forge God coming through from Mippo will be enough to force Brando Dio off. So far, not forcing Mippo to flash out of there. Brando Dio, really, really strong in this champion. But here comes Jack Sparrow. They already used the World Ender, so do not have that available for this fight against Jack Sparrow here. But Mippo can't quite follow up hard enough, so they're going to back out here. And also to note, Jack Sparrow not level 6 yet, so not going to be able to do anything, any sort of ultimate if they hit anything.
And we already saw all the other ultimates in top lane, so that's kind of it there. That's the end of what they can really do with that. Jack Sparrow needs that level 6, needs that lilting lullaby to really find the engages there. And I feel like the call to go top might have been a mistake a little bit because they had priority over the Herald. And I was just thinking, and I was just saying, you know, because the Dragon take was slightly slower than usual from UBC, look at the vision. Top side is blue, bot side is red. That's what they've decided to do, split the map. Vertical, you know, objective control. So Herald should have belonged to the side of Chips Without Souls, but because Jack Sparrow went up, because he took that damage, because he couldn't find anything, they lose any pressure they had here on the Herald. And now we could see potentially UBC continue their stranglehold on major objectives. I mean, you gave the stat 13 straight Dragons. I don't know how many straight Heralds that is, but it doesn't look like that streak is about to be broken right now.
Yeah, just doing an excellent job in every game we've seen on stream with them right now has UBC, and it's going to be a tall task right now still for this Chips Without Sauce team to come back in this game and this series. But they're only down 300 gold and like 1 Infernal Drake, which is realistically not that bad. 4% extra damage at this point of the game is basically nothing. So they do have the opportunity to get here if they can find something here, but Jamusi with some fancy feet is going to avoid some of that stun and some of that combo I was saying with this Jhin and with this Seraphine just forces you to be very, very good with your mouse, because if you get hit by basically any of their shots, it's easily followed up by the other team. But there we go. That's what I was talking about. You get that root on over there, you get that Jhin W, just adds that extra bit of damage, but Jamusi far enough back towards their tower right now that they're not going to be able to follow that one up. But that's just an example of what this combination in this bot lane can do.
Yeah, and that's why we haven't seen the bot lane too much here on their camera, unfortunately. But this is, you know, one of the interesting things, because Syndra is known to be sort of, you know, a very strong kill potential lane. When you hit level 60 Unleash Power, usually means you get a kill fairly soon after. But the range coming out, as you said, from Jhin and Seraphine, that poke range from Maggie's Q is pretty disgusting there. And they've managed to zone out both the Bard and the Syndra. And when you can do that, there's not a ton of kill potential. And Syndra does scale up well, don't get me wrong. It's quite sustained for an AP carry, but it's not the same as, say, an actual AD carry here. And now Herald is on the chopping block. Everybody's focusing on it here.
Ooh, here we go. Doxa right now fighting Kazahana and Shinchin, trying to force them away from this Rift Herald as they continue doing it. And there we go. They're able to get it down. You see how much damage Doxa can do. Already sitting at 100 CS at this 11-minute mark. Just farming like an absolute beast. Means they're already pretty strong at this point of the game. So they're going to be able to do that, get that objective, and see what they're going to be able to snowball that into next.
And this is kind of big. I mean, it doesn't really look like it's a Herald, not a big deal. But it is, because they've broken that stranglehold. For the first time, UBC has failed to secure a major objective, and that's absolutely huge. Now topside,
Called Forge God coming through. A follow-up by Jack Sparrow is right there. Look out, Eat Lilting Lullabies is available to be used. There we go. Gotta get that down. Brando Dio now trying to flash away and live, but there's not a lot of HP left. That means Mippo picks up that kill. Nice gank by Jack Sparrow.
Yeah, they finally get that one. Brando Dio, the unkillable, finally goes down here. The amount of times they had to try. But frankly, it's worth it. You get the kill and you shut down that monster. Curtain Call goes off in the bot lane, but it looks like it's just for poke here, because no real kill potential whatsoever.
Oh, there you go. Shinchin trying to use that Tempered Fate to potentially slow them down a little bit here. But Fancy feet once again, put together by practice and Maggie to avoid that now. So got a little bit of advantage right now in terms of CS in that bot lane. They're continuing to push this one in. The Luden's Tempest has been finished by Jamusi a little while ago, so that's a ton of early burst damage. That is pretty scary as they continue to get that one there. We do have this dragon spawning in 10 seconds here, so they're going for a dive onto this bot lane. Teleport is coming through, so Mippo is going to join this fight as soon as they can. They do get an ultimate from Jack Sparrow to slow them all down. Now a bunch of them are low. They're trying to jump in for Jack Sparrow, trying to get on top of someone. Jamusi's going to use that ultimate to try to scatter the weak, but they will get them down. Ooh, Maggie with a nice hit to take out Kazahana. Jamusi now on the back of their heels, trying to deal with being surrounded by tons of people. Do pick up another kill, so it's still actually a 2 for 2. Now has been a 3 for 2 in favor of UBC as they continue going forward here. Mippo, though, gets caught out now, so 4 for 2 in the long run here for UBC. And we still have Doxa up, who's still trying to hunt down the people with the low health bars, but he probably will not be able to find them at this point. Maybe they meet over here, but Shinchin should be able to get out here with the magical journey along with pros. And Doxa, though, not ready to stop yet. Does he go through there? He will find that one. Flash coming through, tries to use the call to find someone else. Drowsy, however, nice cleanse there. Kazahana, though, has finally been able to join them, and Doxa steps a bit too far. Kazahana securing that kill.
That was so crazy, Johnny. That was so hyped, that fight in the bot lane. Starting with the 4-man encore from Maggie there. That was absolutely nuts. And the way they somehow survived. I was not impressed by Pro Zoe up to this point. But that last fight just changed my mind. Shinchin and Pros juggling the turret aggro, going in, not giving a single darn whatsoever. Do manage to turn what looked like a horrible fight for them under the enemy turret. And the dragon ends up once more up. This is a little sketch, I think, and we might see another full-on fight, but this time, I don't know if the top laners can join in.
Yeah, it's potentially tough. No teleport available for them, so it's essentially be a 4v4 once Doxa finally makes their way over towards this, but the dragon is secured again by UBC, 14 in a row now. It'll be a Cloud Soul at least this time, so it won't be the exact same soul. Mippo, meanwhile, trying to fight off this 1v1 with Brando Dio, but Brando Dio just wins those. Speaking of winning those, Jamusi was able to figure out a way to get onto Maggie there, so they get a kill over here with a Dragon 2 as well. And it looks like once again this is a performance by UBC of what they can do together as a team, and they're ahead 10-5 in kills and almost 3,000 gold.
Oh, Drowsy landed. Are they going to force this? Of course.
Drowsy cleanse not available. Of course they're going to jump on top of this. Kazahana is right there. Shinchin will secure that kill as they continue on. Meanwhile, we do check into Jamusi and Practice fighting out over here in the bot lane. They'll continue that push, but they'll be able to get that one. First turret gold as well will go over to this UBC team as they were able to take out that top turret while all this action happening on the map. Oh, Practice taking tons of damage from Jamusi, but here is the response from Maggie, but here's the response from Shinchin, and now the curtain call comes down. Can they block this enough? Don't move too much. So that Jamusi is going to be saved here as Shinchin blocks all those shots there. Now they're going to try to get away. Nice again dodge by Jamusi, and bunch of low health bars, but no deaths right now from these two bot lanes.
I had flashbacks right there, Johnny, of yesterday. I believe it was actually Mippo and Maggie who did it yesterday, where Maggie they dodged the last shot and Mippo died. I was wondering if Shinchin was going to pull the same thing this time, but they don't. And that's actually a pretty big deal there, because Jamusi got stuck under turret by the charm. Maggie's Seraphim has been so clean this game. 1 and 3, yes, but a lot of that is in team fights where Maggie's throwing their body in there to try and, protect the team and make something happen. And UBC, welcome to the UBC mid game. This is a different composition, different picks, but they are still turning it on at the 15-16 minute mark. They are just so good at what they do here, and mechanically, this is just mechanical outplays here for the last couple of fights, and now they're trying to find pros.
And here comes Info, trying to find on top of pros. Uses actually the portal jump to avoid the second proc there of the called Forge God, so nice play there by pros to not get CC too hard. They're able to back away from here and then continue helping defend this mid turret. Doxa just trying to put on this pressure and continue going forward. Really the primary carrier of their team right now, trying to bridge them into that late game and it's all in Doxa's hands. But here's Kazahana to try to interrupt that plan. Maggie goes down pretty low, and here's Brando Dio2 as well, going to act as their front line as they continue to jump forward. Kazahana is going to continue doing damage. Brando Dio does eventually finish off Jack Sparrow. Doxa here trying to go aggressive, trying to go forward, does have the cleanse available if they get CC'd up, so is comfortable kind of being almost in the front line there on the Lucian, being real aggressive, trying to make some sort of play. Here we go, Doxa trying to put on damage. Nice charm is going to hit both of them. Great encore hit by Maggie, but is it enough? Here is the curtain call. Is it enough to execute some people? They are blocking this out pretty well. Nice job as a team to avoid anyone dying from that curtain call. And after all of that, no one died, but a lot of low health bars.
I don't know if I'd call that one a magical journey from Shinshin. That one felt kind of dicey there, bringing them into turret range. And how did they get out alive? I can't believe that they didn't go down. That's the second time. If I was Maggie, I'd be so tilted. Hell, I'm not Maggie, and I'm tilted after watching that happen. My goodness, somehow UBC is so clutch. And guess what? All that was happening. Brando Dio went, you know what? You guys got that. I'm going to do Herald. Because that was what we were fighting over. Nobody got it. And finally, they get it. It's going to be the final Herald because Baron is going to spawn in just under 2 minutes here.
Jamusi, nice hit onto Doxa, getting them down pretty low. But here, Jack trying to jump in there, aggressively use their flash to get in that. Shut down! Doxa picks up that kill. Huge one for this mid laner.
Yeah, and frankly, they deserve that. Honestly, I still don't... Yeah, they've been trying so hard, and Dox has been playing out of his mind. 2-2-1 does not reflect the work Dox has been putting in. He's been zoning out multiple members, and it feels like it's been the Doxa Maggie show for most of this game so far here. But Tempered Fate might force them out.
Doxa avoiding the Tempered Fate on that one, and here comes Call of Forge to see if they get the re-engage on. Pros is over here on the side too as well, trying to poke with some damage here. They get some good damage onto the front line of Chips Without Salt, so they're able to kind of re-engage and get that one going there. Shin Chin picking up that kill. Brando Dio has gone down pretty low, not quite enough to finish him off is Doxa with that last auto attack, but can they get someone else? Practice trying to root out someone here. The calling is coming through. He's got Kazahana down pretty low. He flashes forward, but gets taken down. Doxa really trying to carry this one. Pros comes in, blows them up. 3 members down for Chips Without Sauce, and Jamusi adds to that kill count, picking up another one. Practice trying to run away, but you're trying to run away from Graves. The Crime City Graves gonna chase you down, gonna use that smoke screen. Practice trying to at least just pick up some CS before dying here, but Kazahana will take you out with the delayed ace, and oh my goodness, UBC pick up this dragon. They're on Soul Point, and they're well on their way to being our champions of the weekend.
And you know what? Like, if UBC wins, I'm not even sad we didn't get to see a game 3 if that happens, because they're so mechanically clean. What on earth? The cosmic binding from Shinshin there, the instant turnaround, that was definitely communicated. You could see the cosmic binding turns on, and the moment it comes out, Kazahana, without hesitation, turns right back around. They get the damage, and Brandon Dio in the choke point with the World Ender there on this Aatrox. You can't fight them in open ground. You can't fight them in choke points. Where are you supposed to find your picks right now? It just feels like they can't. And Kazahana on the Graves, that's a carry. That's not a tank. But somehow he just keeps tanking the damage. He's got somehow, you know, the Omnivamp from the Eclipse is just doing so much work.
Yeah.
Same with Brando Dio as well. And Jack Sparrow in these fights, he goes in. He's squishy. This Lilia has, you know, Leandri's Anguish with no health whatsoever. Has only a Ruby Crystal to really give any health. Plated Steel Caps for 20 armor, what replaced the Ninja Tabbies. But has to go into melee range against all these champions, any one of which can CC you, and the instant follow-up is dead. It's just no real good way to get in. They don't need the engage from the side of UBC because they can reliably let Chips engage and then just counter and kill everyone there.
And it's been a lot, too, of Doxa really trying to push forward, trying to do probably too much, because I think they recognize that it's on his back, and he's honestly, like, he's really trying to press for kills under towers, trying to go for situations that, like, I don't think are realistic to survive in, but of course in the heat of the moment, you just kind of see someone low and you're going, I know I'm the carry, I know I have to secure that kill if anyone's going to, trying to make stuff happen, but really, that's exactly what UBC want. They want Doxa to step too far forward so they can finish off that AD carry in the mid lane and then work on the rest of the team. And right now, UBC are playing these team fights to perfection.
Yeah, and you can see right now that Doxa has recognized we don't win these team fights necessarily. Just stop. Just push the sideways, find something, anything here, but don't necessarily team fight because we aren't winning these team fights. That said, with a Lilia, one of the good things about Lilia is no matter how far behind you are, it's kind of like always having an enchanted crystal arrow in that you can keep going fishing here, right? You land that bowling, what's the thing called? Swirl Seed, yes. If you land a single one on a priority target, Lilting Lullaby, engage right away. You can always do that. Now, Brando Dio kind of maybe getting caught.
Oh, this is the tough situation right now for Brando Dio. Can they get out of this one right now? Mippo's going to hit the Call of Forge God, going to knock them up, going to get them asleep. So they blow a lot of ultimates to make sure they take care of that tank. Meanwhile, Shin Shin is taking out Doxa over in the bot lane. So essentially a 1-for-1 on different sides of the map. Maggie, meanwhile, who goes down real low, but that shield is going to be just enough to keep Maggie alive, and they'll get out of that one there as Jamusi almost finished them off here. So still a lot of game potentially left here in this one, but right now we'll get into a little bit of lull as UBC will back off here. It's still 2 minutes to the Dragon. Baron is still technically up too as well, so we'll see if they can kind of get that one last pick and then be able to pick up any objective.
And in this lull state right now, we can kind of look at the items. That's something that we've kind of not had a chance to look at because of all the action, all the back and forth. We're seeing Spirit Visage come through from Mippo. No real armor aside from, that the upgraded Forge Fire here, the Sunfire upgraded Forge Fire, pardon me, and level 13. So we can see some more upgrades coming through, but
pros.
My goodness.
So much damage.
That's not even a fight, but it draws our attention just because of how much damage there was. There was. There's always in the back of our heads right now the potential for a kill when anybody gets caught. Doxa, though, in the mid lane, running the Collector here with Immortal Shield Bow, with a BF Sword. With just those items, he's been consistently putting out a ton of damage. It's quite surprising here, and I feel like it's not a bad choice. The Collector, when you're behind, if you get kills anyways, you come back in. And I feel like you kind of have to do that. So why not all in on trying to find some kills? But practice, with just the Eclipse and Serrated Dirk, and now Executioner's Calling has not been participating in these fights too much. He's not had much of an impact. I like the Executioner's Calling, though, because they need to find a way to kill Brando Dio, to kill Kazahana, who've just been healing their way through these fights. Shin Shin with those health relics as well. Not bad choices. But you look across to what their counterparts have, and they all feel like they've got an item or half an item up from them, and we might now see a fight.
Let's see what they break here. Encore comes in from Maggie. There you go, a bunch of them, but Jamusi still blows you up, but Doxa does answer back with that culling, able to get that shutdown here, followed up by Jin, able to get one more, so 2-for-1 currently in this fight, in favor right now of Chips Without Salts, but Brando Dio is here. He's the world ender. He's gonna smack you with that giant sword. They can forward, they do zone out Jack Sparrow, so they can then start working onto this backline here, practice, trying to avoid a little bit here. Doxa was already forced to back away from this fight. There's a bunch of low health bars right now on UBC. Doxa trying to get there, will get one with their W, but Jamusi ends up blowing him back up. So lots of people dying. Jamusi still available. Practice jumping forward, able to get that one. Kazahana, meanwhile, gonna try to solo the dragon? Maybe no. Okay, he's back up from that one.
It's just life stealing.
We do get the teleport coming in too, so they are gonna start working on this dragon. Practice almost caught out here by pros. Does dodge a bunch of skill shots there, so good job by practice to avoid all of that. But here's this dragon, here's this soul secured now by UBC. That's 16 straight dragons, that's 4 straight souls in the day, and they just keep stacking.
And oh my goodness, this is Cloud Soul. So I think the first time we've seen UBC pick up a Cloud Soul, and I just feel like it's going to add more chaos to these fights. Because you saw in that fight, the way they were moving around, the tanks went in, they went down. And somewhat well, I can't even say it's tanks for UBC because Brando Dio actually kind of survived the initial bit there, but there's a lot of mobility. These fights are moving fights. They're not just running at each other. These teams are both pushing the limits of their skill. And I love the fact that even when they're almost dead, they're willing to go in to look for engages. Shin Shin has to be careful though, real squishy on the bar.
Yeah, Shin Chen caught up a little bit, but is able to flash away, leading to Brando Dio. Able to jump back into this, and there we go. There's Doxa, their primary carry. Maggie trying to hit someone with Encore, hits no one. Kazahana gets behind them and executes them. Shin Chin, meanwhile, takes out Jack Sparrow, and that is everyone that is really relevant right now down for Chips Without Salt. So that means UBC now turn towards this Baron. Mippo's just pushing bot to maybe get something. Same with practice, just pushing in mid to just get some CS because they know they can't really contest this. Maybe you go for a spicy W from practice, but it's not very, very likely. They will probably finish out this Baron. They will get it eventually. I just keep talking and stalling while they wait for them to finish this off. There we go. They finally have it. And now with Baron and Dragon Soul, UBC have a stranglehold on this.
And even now, even despite the lead that UBC has, 6K gold lead, Baron in pocket, almost a completed item up in every single lane. Part of me still doesn't feel like the game's over. Like Chips Without Souls, I feel like they could turn it at any moment now. It just feels so much like it's who's getting the catches 1st. Maggie finds that encore, catches everybody, and that's suddenly a fight that Chips can win. Now we see, Maggie gets caught or somebody else gets caught, Jack Sparrow gets caught, anybody from Chips out of position, they punish, and suddenly it's UBC who win really comprehensively. And they have to push in. Doxa is just going to keep split pushing here.
Mippo over here is that front line, taking a little bit of damage here while these Supermans are pushing forward. Oh, and that's a nice hit of the Tempered Fate. Means you could just blow up Maggie right there. That's taken care of. Jack Sparrow now trying to run away, trying to do anything. Double kill coming through from Jamusi. This might be the final fight of this game because they're pushing in with super minions into, or rather Baron empowered minions into this inhibitor. Jamusi just standing there waiting to see if anyone steps up. You have Doxa just pushing up the top lane. That is a wee bit of a tilted move. You can kind of tell from Chips Without Salt. They're trying to get some fight over here. Is Mippo. Doxa now has made their way back to this fight over these Nexus turrets. Doxa gonna be the target over here, goes down pretty low. Kazahana will secure that one, and they'll continue rolling on forward. UBC have been dominant this entire tournament. They've been dominant in this entire series. They're now dominant in this final game. They take that one down. They get everyone dead except for Jack Sparrow, and they can continue to push. Will they want to finish the game? Right now, they're on pretty low health bars and at least a little bit afraid, so this game will last a wee bit longer here, unless they just turn it around right now onto Jack Sparrow. Got them down to what, half health. Does go golden into that stasis. Mippo here is there to help. Jack Sparrow does at least pick up that one kill, but can they kill Kazahana? Can they kill Brando Dio? I do not think they can. Double kill now comes through for Kazahana. The Lucian and the Seraphine are finally spawning up right away, but it doesn't matter. They're just going to get rid of this game. It's going to be a surrender. It will be a victory for UBC, and we have your TGS Signature Series champions in UBC Premier.
What a game to end it. And I just love that we're getting these sort of games to end the days, Johnny, here, because that was an absolute bloodbath. And shout out to our observer there, Luffy, who's been doing all the work, because those fights were chaos everywhere. I don't know how they were able to track as much as they did. And huge shout out to UBC. That was such an explosive game. You get your big team fight AoE composition taken away from you. You come in with a pick comp and you run it like a team fight comp anyways. You just run it down and they keep on fighting. And great skill from Chips Without Souls. I think it came down to just a couple of unfortunate fights there. Really great play from Brando Dio and Kazahana, especially, I feel like, from UBC in that last game, constantly surviving a lot of these fights.
Yeah, and it was just absolutely nutty. It was chaotic fights, and that's kind of what you kind of get when you pick a composition like this with UBC. They don't have any like true tanks, but like sort of those drain tanks, those healing tanks. So they, with the Omni Vamp, able to kind of get that down when with Brando Dio being able to get in through that, as well as Jamusi working up with the follow-up damage in a lot of those team fights, was able to get a lot of work done. So it's been absolutely an insane day. It's been an absolutely insane weekend. And UBC, they did have that one flub, so it wasn't a perfect turn. They did lose one game on the road here, but at least every game on stream, they were absolutely dominant and are absolutely. So we're going to take our time here to announce our Herbaland MVP, and you and I were voting over here, and everyone in the behind the scenes were voting. And the man, I kind of said a spoiler in the beginning of our finals cast. I did say my vote was early on to Brando Dio, and we're keeping it that way. So Brando Dio will be our Herbaland MVP, and he will be receiving a wonderful gift box full of vegan friendly gummies, vitamins, and other loot from Herbaland. So thank you, Herbaland, for supporting local Canadian esports and giving our MVP a wonderful prize. So man, the man in the top lane got it done all game. Whether he was playing the Shen, just playing a tank and just helping out his team with the Stand United, or was on the Aatrox and being that world ender, swinging that sword around. It's one of the funnest champions to actually just physically watch because it's so entertaining. Just looks like a hero over there. And Brando Dio was a hero on this weekend.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, and like I said, it's not just today too. It was yesterday. His performances were just always on point. They're absorbing so much pressure, delivering so much pressure. You know, before the series started, there was a bit of banter going on in lobby. Jack Sparrow's like, I'm going to go camp you, Brando. Watch out. And I mean, game 2, Jack Sparrow tried, and we saw Brando absorb gank after gank as well, and just winning the lane. Just so well played. And shout out to the rest of the team as well. All of UBC's players. Kazahana was a very, very close second in our, behind the scenes vote here, because his performance, especially in this finals, was spectacular here. Sure. Did not let anything stop him. Jamusi's champion pool. I mean, I almost feel like pros, like you're not even necessarily the best AP carry on your team. Jamusi's like constantly contesting you behind the scenes, even though he's supposed to be an ADC. So
and then
just
Shinshin
from them.
too.
Yeah, Shinshin.
All the engages from Shinshin all weekend long have been absolutely insane. Like, yeah, we're calling it MVP, but like this was a complete team and a dominant performance. So once again, congratulations to our champions in UBC for winning the TGS Signature Series presented by Dailyhive and our League of Legends tournament. I want to give one more shout out to our sponsors that really made this whole weekend possible. Again, our presenting sponsor in Dailyhive, but of course, as well, Vanes. As well, I want to thank you to Monster Cat, Red Bull, Herbaland. Really, really appreciate everyone to make this whole tournament possible because it's fun. This is how I love spending my weekends. And hopefully, eventually, we get to do this in person one day. But it's still pretty fun to be able to do it online and do it with all of you. Thank you to everyone who watched as well. Thank you to our entire production team behind the scenes. Obviously, you see our faces a whole bunch, but tons of people do help out to make this whole thing possible. So I'm going to sign off for the day. I've been Johnny Esports this whole time. Thank you very much, everyone. Random, I'll let you have the last word.
Thank you. And, as always, huge shout out to all the people watching as well. Like Johnny said, love to meet you guys in person one day, hopefully once COVID's over. Thanks for making all this possible. Thanks, to TGS especially for organizing all of this in production. So really hope to see you guys soon and, keep watching all the TGS stuff.
Yeah, definitely. Bye, everybody.